Welcome everyone to the Big 20 race. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for this big event? We have had really good practice this month. I've seen we have had a lot of close races. I mean, offline, so to speak. I mean, there are many runners that have like equal times, like close to each other, and I think we predict that this one is going to be the closest one yet here. So we're excited. We're really excited about it. So I'm actually not going to keep you guys waiting. We don't want anyone to get any like pre-practice on the first game. And you all know which that is. Battlekid 1. It's going to be real good. And we are going to let the runners play on easy just to make it just a tad bit easier. I mean,
and I think we're on a record here. We're only waiting for 2 players to ready up here.
Oh, is that it?
Looks good. We're just waiting here. In a second.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on in the race channel there. We need to get everyone ready with the ROM, like copying it to their flash drives and everything, and then ready up and all that. So, but I think we're kind of on schedule here. So, just one more to ready up here. The goal for Battlekid is also the first boss, the flower boss. So that's when the easy difficulty is gonna be a little bit better, because you do double damage on easy. And we don't want any of the runners to get stuck on the first game also. It's a good game, but not make it too hard also. And we're also gonna have some commentary for this race, and I'm actually gonna throw these guys into the call right away here. We have Metro and McFly. Hopefully.
Hey,
there
sorry,
is.
I didn't know if we're supposed to say hi here or not. Hello, everybody.
And the Cav.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Yo. So these two are gonna help out with the commentary, that is, and they know these games. I know Cav has done some practice with the games a little bit, maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I played most of the second half of the list.
Cool. And McFly, you all
right, guys.
God Gamer. He knows all the games.
What's up, McFly and Cobb? I got good news for everyone here. Everyone is ready to
let's
go.
hear it.
Everyone is ready to go.
That is some good news.
We can start the race whenever we want here. So get you ready with the layout and stuff.
Yeah, I'm ready. So the first 4, we have Jogi the Monk, Cats on Your Head, Arcus, and Pika Pika Pikachu.
All right, I'm gonna talk to the SRL channel here, and I think we should just go, right?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay, you can talk now. I'll talk to the chat here.
What is he talking to us? He wants us to talk?
yeah, I have no idea what he's
Or are you telling
I
Dexter
know.
to talk, man? Well, before we got moved over here, me and Cove were actually sitting here talking about how crazy of a pick this is for being the blind game. A lot of people probably don't have any experience playing this game before, so it's going to be pretty interesting to see how it goes. This game can be kind of brutal, so I'm kind of worried that maybe this could really impact a lot of the runners.
Yeah, but I mean, we'll see. It is uneasy, but yeah, I mean, my experience with this game is just watching Rich run it a bunch. But it is definitely a very crazy platformer. Lots of fast-moving, fast-shooting enemies. It's going to be interesting to see how people can tackle it blind.
Are you ready with the timer, Dexter? I'm firing this up in 5 seconds.
I actually forgot about the time. Sorry.
You forgot about the timer?
I did actually. Just give me 2 seconds.
3 seconds. Here we go. Are we ready to go?
I'm ready.
That's a beautiful timer.
Good luck, everyone, and good luck. 5 seconds here.
And they're off.
All right, here we go. Battle Kid 1. Now, I think, Cove, you were mentioning that you believe Yogi, Prissy have played this before. Are you aware of anybody else that has really spent time on this game?
I'm not. I don't think Yogi or Prissy have ever speedrun it, but I think they both have at least seen it or played it before.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if, Arcus and Cats, as we have them on the screen here, I don't know if they've ever played this. So, yeah, I mean, I guess we'll probably be able to get an idea as we kind of see them go through the screens here. You can see Yogi making some good progress already.
Yeah, you can kind of tell, like, some people are really hesitant going to the next screen because they're not sure what's going to be there. Other people are a little more confident with it, so we'll see.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to tell. Like, if somebody can just jump immediate, like, just go right into the next screen, then they probably know what's coming up. Pikachu and Arcus both of the game over already.
Well, I mean, game over doesn't take too long. It's
no, right, but I mean, it's okay. It's kind of fun to watch this. I mean, like you were saying earlier, I mean, most of the time I've seen this game, it's usually when I watch Rich play it. So I don't think I've ever actually watched anyone play this blind.
Yogi kind of getting in a little circular movement there to not get hit by the green dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious Yogi kind of knows what he's doing here.
Yeah, definitely. You can really tell. I mean, not only because of the progress he's making, but just the way he's moving around here. A lot of these, you mentioned earlier that, it is on easy, so that helps a little bit. But a lot of it is more of just, being able to adapt quickly to what's coming up. Like right there, Yogi took just that small mistake, but you get checkpoints and everything. So as long as you adapt and, you make those mistakes, but you make the corrections very quickly, that's really the trick here.
Yep, and this definitely does kind of work a different gaming muscle than normal speedrunning. Like usually you can practice for months and months, get really good at a game, and then you'll be awesome. But I mean, being able to pick it up and adapt right away, like you were talking about, is really hard.
Mm-hmm. And I've actually never played this myself, so I don't know how the controls are, but the controls look pretty good. Like, they look responsive.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of Rich's favorite games. I imagine the controls are really good.
Do we know who has the audio on stream right now? I don't know. Is there something showing that? I just want to make sure I know who people are hearing.
Yogi the Monk is the audio we have on.
It's Yogi's? Okay.
Yeah.
It's interesting watching, like, we're watching kind of a restream that has like people's faces on it, and you can definitely tell a couple people are getting a little frustrated with the deaths.
Yeah,
but that's kind of what this game is. I mean, with one hit kills, you're gonna die a lot if you've never played it before.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's just how it goes. It's one of those trial and error games. It seems really fun though. I would like to actually play this sometime, and not necessarily speedrun it or anything, but it does look like a very fun game to get through. But as far as this goes, I saw somebody in chat mention they think that this game could very well be a deciding factor for the entire marathon, and it's like, well, or for the race. Yeah, I mean, it could be. Depending on how you get through this and how quickly you can adapt to the blind game, it's even if you kill it for the rest of the thing, it's like, well, maybe you lost too much time here. So hopefully people can pick it up pretty quick. We said earlier, Yogi's obviously got a good advantage here so far. If you can close this one out really quickly, then yeah, I mean, that leaves a lot of room for error for him. I mean, I think he's probably one of the favorites going into this anyway, right? So if you give him an advantage on the blind game, then everybody's going to be trying to catch up. who knows if they can get there, you know?
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen in Big 20, though. I think Yogi had the second best sum of best in the last Big 20, and then Yogi strats happened. So, I mean, these races, you never know what's going to happen. Like,
exactly.
Yogi could have a 20-minute head start here and still not end up winning.
Exactly, especially when you have Yogi's luck. I mean, everybody remembers what happened at Big 10, you know? His console might just fail again. We'll see. And yeah, of course, everybody's got their own advantages anyway, right? Like we can talk about, certain people that have good PBs for the whole thing, but you've got people that are experts of certain games, and so that there's always going to be that kind of thing. Everybody's always got their own little advantage, but it's just, can that advantage in 1 or 2 games really make a big difference for the entire list? And that's something that happens for every Big 20. So I don't know if it really is that. I don't know. I guess it depends on the game that you're an expert of, right? Like when we had Mega Man and stuff, being an expert at Mega Man can make a very big difference. But whether it's just 1 minute, 2 minutes versus a game that you can maybe only be saving 20 seconds by being an expert in, yeah, it changes list to list, player by player, all that stuff.
Yeah, it's a little different too with Mega Man, because I think Prizzy won that one.
Yeah,
that's also a game that people had to probably spend the most time with, where Prizzy just either had to derust, or I don't know how often he had played it before then, but he definitely had to spend a lot less time practicing too, so he could spend that extra time on the other games that he's not as good at.
Yep. And we got an extra week for practice in this one too, right? It was 5 weeks for this Big 20?
Yep, that's correct. That's correct.
Is that what it was? I don't remember. I'm going to have to look. Oh. Well, in any case.
Yeah, you have
the
5
amount of
weeks.
practice that you do pick for each game obviously makes a big difference. Some people might practice other games more than others. But I think, I was kind of going around in the Discord earlier today. People were talking about what their favorite game of this is. It seems like Last Ninja is like a really popular game from this, right? There's always like the one game that in a Big 20 that kind of gets like more attention or gets more runs afterwards. I think Last Ninja is one of the ones that got played like a lot.
Yeah, I think during the reveal, I think it kind of got a lot of hate because they're like, oh my gosh, what is this janky game? But then as they started playing it, and I think it grew on a lot of people for sure.
Mm-hmm. It is a really fun game. I love the soundtrack, dude. All right, somebody's saying Prissy is on to the next game. Is that right? Let's check.
I mean, I think, so I don't remember exactly how this goes, but I think Yogi is getting pretty close as well. But the first boss, this boss is actually, I think, going to be troublesome for people as well. Like, you need to dodge the thorns he's throwing to the left, as well as there is like kind of plant tendrils that will come from below the ground. Mm-hmm. So it'll be interesting to see how people deal with it. Yeah, and Yogi is at the first boss now.
Yeah, similar to you, I don't remember exactly how this goes. But I remember this boss fight, obviously. But yeah, Prissy already threw the first part on.
Yeah, and Yogi is too.
There we go. So yeah. And Prissy's a top contender here too. So having that advantage going in, that's a big deal.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised and impressed that Yogi one-shotted that boss. And you'll see Yogi's waiting. We implemented a 30-second delay in between games this race, just to equal out times for loading via emulator or console or flashcart. because emulator you can do it a lot faster than like loading it up on EverDrive or PowerPack.
Yeah, which is something that people wanted to see, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, it's really good. Really nice to actually have that as a solid rule this time.
And so now we're on to Slalom, which is not the most difficult game. There's not too much you need to know about the mechanics here. It's just mainly just go straight and turn as little as you can, because every time you turn, you lose a little speed. But you just need to get through 3 hills here.
Yeah, this is the kind of game that I don't think people should be too worried about trying to save the tiny little bits of time. Just, like you said, you lose a little bit of time every time you turn, but it's more important to actually just get through this game and don't screw up, right? Even if you took a consistent route through these 3, you're going to save time, or you're going to have a good pace rather than trying to go for something really risky here. I feel like this is just one of those games that you kind of want to just get through, even if you take like 3-second time loss,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this is the first. I consider this the first game, just because
I would.
They're the ones that were practicing. But I mean, for a first game, usually the first game people don't have too much troubles with.
Right.
Usually the second or third, they end up having a lot of issues. But
I also really like seeing the black box games. I mean, I'm a fan, so I always enjoy seeing these ones in the races. Except for Mach Rider, not a fan.
It's simple. You just got to get Superbike. Ask Yogi.
Just get Superbike, man. That's all you got to do. Someone's saying JSR is on Slalom as well.
That doesn't surprise me. JSR is a big NES game collector, and so I wouldn't be surprised if he's seen Battle Kid before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen JSR practicing quite a bit. I think he's been taking this one really seriously, so good to see him getting to get his start in Slalom here. And yeah, I mean, I'm really interested in to see how this goes for him. Unfortunately, Arcus still having some trouble in Battle Kid. How big of a deal do you think it is? Like, if you get stuck in this blind game, I mean, like, what do you think? Arcus is such a happy guy, but I mean, this has to kill your mindset, right?
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the toughest part. If you don't perform well in this first game, it's all about keeping calm, staying focused, not going on tilt. And I think that will help someone like Arcus, because I think he has a lot better chance of doing that than a lot of other competitors. But it's still going to be hard.
Yeah, I mean, this would be very difficult to overcome for sure. All right, so we see Prissy on Burger Time. Burger Time, the goal here for this game is extremely short. Looks like Prissy's going to put it away here very quickly.
Yeah, there's not too much challenge there. It's just to beat the first level. You can use Salt to stun the enemies, and if you actually have enemies on the burger parts that you're dropping, they'll drop further. So those are kind of only the 2 real things you need to worry about.
How are we doing the rule for the 30-minute or 30-second wait time between games, by the way? Because I see Prissy's like, he's starting it up, but I think he's just waiting to see. Is he just looking for a seed?
Yeah, he's looking for a seed. He's looking for a seed now. But he was waiting on that game on Defender of the Crown. You wait on the character select.
Okay.
So he wasn't starting the game yet.
Right. Yeah. I didn't know if there was like how he was trying to time that out. But it's okay. Yeah. All right. I gotcha.
And so this game is one that I think somebody like Infinite Mystery, who's doing it semi-blind, would have quite a bit of trouble with. But once you actually learn the mechanics, and there's a couple different safe strats that you can use, it shouldn't. I'm hoping it won't get too many of our runners.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's really hard to say when you put in a game like Defender of the Crown can be so short, but when you have a game that is just complete, like so this is a whole RNG, man. Like it's just crazy. I was trying to see. I saw Yogi took that death on Burger Time. Kind of surprised to see that.
Yep, he's through now though.
But
that was only about a 10-second loss. And even though Defender of the Crown is a lot of RNG for the fights, there are a couple strats you can do, so you'll pretty much be guaranteed to complete it.
Right, yeah, and that is one of the really cool things about it for having it in a race like this. Is like, what strategy do you take? Do you want to risk it? Do you want to go a lot more conservative?
I mean, you should watch Yogi, because I have a feeling once he goes for the one with 4 gold to start, 4 in the income. There's 2 that get 3 and 1 that gets 4 for the bottom right spawn. And with that, like he'll get this in probably 3 minutes or 3:20, like almost guaranteed.
Yeah, Yogi obviously a lot of runs in this game. Definitely knows what he's doing. So it looks like JSR is just now getting to burger time. Not too far behind. Unfortunately, Cats still on Battle Kid as well. So the top 4 here has changed quite a bit.
Yep, I do think though, like of the people that are moving on, like Yogi and Prizzy, they did have the 2 top best times. So I mean, even though they may have seen the game before, they were probably favored to begin with. So I doubt we're going to see too many differences in the standings overall. Even though some people are having some issues with Battle Kid.
I'm really into this Defender of the Crown right now, man. Because I'm trying to see if Yogi's actually gonna close the gap here.
Yeah, he was a minute and a half behind going into this, and I think he'll gain some time, because I think he had to reset like 4 times maybe, which cost about 10 to 12 seconds. So I'm thinking he'll gain a bit on Prizzy here. But I mean, Prizzy's 3:29 was a pretty good time.
Oh yeah, definitely.
On to City Connection, where whenever I talk to Yogi about this, he's like, yeah, you just got to do 80 frame perfect turns, and then you're going to get world record.
You know, I saw when JSR, I was watching him play some City Connection in one of his practice runs, and he uses a pause strat for the game.
Yeah, it's
definitely
very viable.
I mean, it seems like maybe that helps out quite a bit, at least for him.
Yeah. No, I mean, it obviously won't be the fastest thing in the world, but it's very safe and it'll be very consistent, which this race, a lot of times, the winner will be somebody who is the most consistent, but also good at the games. And so I think it's definitely something to consider for sure.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, obviously the goal for City Connection is to paint the town, but the freaking cats, man. Look at everybody.
Yeah, we can see the Nest card cats in there in chat.
Yeah, these cats just show up, and if you happen to run into one, yeah, look at that one. The one that came up on Prissy, it's terrifying, man.
Yeah, you end up seeing them just wiggle back and forth because you just got to get it back on screen, and then it seems like there's a chance for it to despawn, and so you'll just see them kind of wiggle back left and right a bunch until it's gone. Or just turn around and go the other way like Prizzy did.
Yeah, we've got Yogi moving on to City Connection as well.
So yeah, it looked like Yogi made up about 20 seconds on Defender of the Crown. But he's still about a minute behind. I would also say, I think City Connection is a game where I would say Prizzy and Yogi would both say it's not their best game, comparatively to a lot of the other ones. Right,
and this is one of those kind of games too where you never know how much time people are really going to put in, because, you know, when you just look at the game, it's like, oh, this is a very simple concept. You know, like, I don't need to practice this that much, right? But at the same time, you need to be pretty consistent in this game, or else, you know, if you start running into the cats left and right, you're going to end up in a really bad spot. So I always think games like this can be a little deceiving.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that way until you press start, and until you try to do your first turn. Yeah. And then you realize, oh my gosh, I need to spend an immense amount of time on this game.
Yeah, like you really need to get the controls down for sure.
I will say though, it's kind of a weird concept where you're like literally kind of connecting the platforms on a city or something. But the music is good. I think the game is actually kind of fun once you get over the frustrations about needing to turn like frame perfectly on the edge of platforms.
Right. Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier with JSR, I know he was doing the pause strat for that. I kind of want to see if he's gonna. I mean, I assume he's gonna be doing that here today. But it seems like that helps him out at trying to just make sure that he gets that last block on the edges. Whereas like a lot of people, if they miss it, they might kind of turn around and just maybe come back to it.
And Prizzy got trolled by the cat.
Yeah. Wow.
No, it's terrible too because like he just went to the left, didn't see there was a cat there, and then like 1 pixel off screen, the cat spawned and boom, dead.
The cat is so happy too, man. You gotta love it.
Yeah, so for City Connection, we're just trying to beat the 3rd level, which is, I think it's Paris. I mean, I see the Eiffel Tower in the background, so I'm sure it's Paris. But, so this Prizzy is on the last level now.
Yeah, Spider-Man is going to be a really fun game to see too. I don't think that game looks that bad. You know?
Oh my god.
I mean, obviously, I think that one's going to have, you know, some people that love it, some people that hate it. But from what I've seen, Spider-Man, I mean, it looks like it can be kind of fun.
I feel like
speed strats.
I feel like the art was made by like a 12-year-old kid though. It's like, and the animations are just so janky.
It's like Poverty Bionic Commando.
I guess you could call it that. Looks like we've got Kananaphone up on the main stream now as well.
Oh, very nice.
He's also on
on
City Connection.
Cool, very nice to see. I was able to lurk in a few of the practice runs, so I mean that's really good to see that practice is paying off.
And here I will say, Spider-Man has some good music.
Yeah, the music ain't bad. The music ain't bad. All right, so unfortunately, JSR is still on Defender of the Crown, but there we go. He's finally wrapping it up. Prissy, moving on to Spider-Man, as we were just saying. Yogi should be not too far behind. And Katz is just now starting Slalom. So just to check back on her, since Battle Kid was kind of getting to her just a little bit. I don't know. I don't see JSR doing the. I'm waiting to see that pause strat, man. I want to know. I want to know if it's good.
Yeah, McFly's research is letting him down. Maybe JSR actually just practiced it a bit more and doesn't really need it now.
He might have.
So Spider-Man is actually probably originally I thought Defender of the Crown could get some people, but I think people have developed some safe enough strats where I don't see it really ending anyone's run. Spider-Man is one that could really hurt people. You only get 1 life per continue, and I think you only get 1 continue, so I think you get 2 lives. And if you lose your 2 lives, you game over and have to start over. So it's definitely a good chance, or not a good chance, but this is the first game I think where there's a decent chance you'll lose some time.
Right, and yeah, there's some interesting speed strats here. Like on the on Electro, you have to try to make sure that he doesn't like go off the screen or anything. And yeah, anytime that you mess up something a little bit like that, it could really hurt you quite a bit. So here you'll see, you know, basically what I was just trying to talk about. Prissy, you see him kind of like jumping. He's trying to make sure that he kind of stays above. You don't want him to go down through the floor.
I do think this is definitely the most out of shape Spider-Man we've ever seen in a video game. This almost looks like Homer Simpson put on the Spider-Man outfit. Prizzy having a lot of trouble with this fight.
Yeah, it can be a pain for sure. There we go. Finally gets it.
Yeah, he lost a lot of health there.
We'll see how Yogi handles it here.
It seems like Yogi is still gaining a little bit of time. He gained another 10 seconds or so on City Connection.
There we go. Yeah, Yogi definitely handled that a lot quicker than Prissy did. So that'll make a big difference here. He's not too far behind now.
Yeah, there are a lot of people that like this game. I don't think I could get into it.
For Spider-Man, you mean?
Yeah, Spider-Man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say it's the best game. You know, I just don't think it's. You know, we've seen some bad games, some really bad games. I just don't think Spider-Man's one of the worst. You know.
Sure, I'll give you that.
All right, so Kanana's moving on to Spider-Man as well. JSR shouldn't be too far off of finishing City Connection.
Yeah, I mean we're gonna end up having a good number of runners on the lead game pretty quick, and the games are still short. These first 10, or the first 9 at least, are able to be finished really quickly, and then they start to get a little longer. But definitely the majority of the race, the bulk of the race, is going to be those last 6 to 8 games.
Right, and yeah, and that's something that people should keep in mind watching this too. It's, you know, just because somebody's behind right now, I mean, you could be a solid, 4 or 5 minutes behind, but yeah, when you get into some of those bigger games, you've got Mega Man 6, you've got Power Blade, Ninja Gaiden 3, even, just those are beat the game. Codename Viper, beat the game. So yeah, when you've got multiple games on there that you actually complete the entire game, there's still a lot of things that can go right or wrong for any runner.
Yep, I mean, Spider-Man you can definitely game over. Mappy is really easy to game over in if you make a couple mistakes. Double Dragon isn't free. The Simpsons, even Jetsons, which seems like a really easy game, can really troll you. And I've seen a lot of the top runners game over on Jetsons lately.
Yeah, I mean, this list actually does have a lot of things that can go wrong. I mean, they really do.
Yeah, I didn't even get into Codename Viper yet. That is probably the most trolly game on the list by far.
Okay, yeah, I might have to agree with that. I mean, if we're talking about trolling, well, you know what? I'm just gonna agree with you. Yeah. I was gonna say, I think a lot of people have negative feelings towards The Simpsons.
Yeah, but I think that's just because it has a really bad controller scheme, more so than it being trolly in itself. Oh, and Prizzy does take a death on the boss there, so he is on his last life now.
And that's pretty scary for this game.
Yeah, and like JKL said, this boss is really, really difficult. I think it's called Vulture. I don't know the names.
Yeah, that sounds close enough. I don't know what it is for sure either.
Thank you, Mr. Cab. Yes, the Vulture.
It is the Vulture. Okay.
Yeah, I don't get when people have the in front of their name. It just doesn't make sense.
So weird, man. Is it the underscore vulture by chance?
It should be the underscore vulture for sure.
Man, this level is so dark. This one that Prissy and Yogi are both on, it's just like, I don't know. I don't know why it seems so dark to me. Is it intended that way?
It is a darker level, yeah.
It's gotta be.
So I think we completely missed
Yeah,
this,
so-
but Yogi's actually in the lead now.
Yeah,
Yogi is
fighting
the
Bahrov.
final boss.
Let's see. I'm just checking in on some of the other runners.
Yogi had a pretty good last fight there. You have to kill a lot of the bosses many times in that game, but I mean Yogi is through. Prizzy has 0 health, so he is definitely probably stressing out a little bit here.
Yeah, really, really important to clutch this one out.
So Attack of the Killer Tomatoes now that Yogi and Prizzy are onto. There's not a ton to say about it. You'll notice Yogi's jumping a bunch. Jumping is actually faster. So he's going to be jumping a lot to maintain his speed. And then in a little bit here, we're going to be going through some air ducts. And there's a skip you can do there. We'll see. I think both our runners will probably do it. And there are some like holes you have to jump over in the air ducts, and I think you only have like a 3-frame window, so like you have a 20th of a second to actually get through there. So definitely not a lot of time.
I'm just trying to see where our runners are at. Check in on some people that we saw a little earlier. Looks like Cats is moving on to City Connection now. So like we were saying earlier, I mean, you've got, a lot of games left to play. Some games, beat the whole game, all that stuff. So, I don't know. I mean, you're seeing a little bit of the impact of Battle Kid, but ultimately I don't think it's that, like, it's not something you wouldn't see in, like, some other games too, right? I mean, there's always games that can maybe, set somebody behind a little bit. They need to play catch up. But it looks like everybody's, getting there, right?
Yep, and I'd be willing to bet if you look at just the times for games 2 through 20, you're going to find that the people who are in the lead now probably have the best times for those games as well.
Right. I think the main thing is, it looks like Arcus is still on Battle Kid, and that really, we talked earlier about trying to like have the mindset as you would try to push through past something like that, but it's I don't know. That's something that's really difficult to overcome. So
it is, but I mean, knowing Arcus, like I just said, like when he does beat it, let's see what he does for games 2 through 20.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he'll still come through pretty strong.
Exactly. Totally agree there. So yeah, otherwise everything's looking pretty good so far. I mean, obviously JSR still making his way through Spider-Man. Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, yeah, this is a game that I don't know where like the big points are that you would lose time, or even if there are places where you lose like a big amount of time. But I think that I expect to see Prissy and Yogi both kind of making a similar time here through this game. I don't think this is going to be one that anything huge is going to happen. But you never know.
I would agree too. I think Barbie should be the same way. I think they'll be pretty close going into Mappy, and then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Mappy's going to be an interesting one. And honestly, I don't hate that game. I think I've seen some people, come at Mappy the wrong way. Talk down on it a little bit. It's a fun game. It's very happy.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the story is a little weird. You play a police officer mouse that's chasing some cat or breaking into a cat burglar's house that has stolen a bunch of art. But I mean, it's definitely a fun game to play for sure.
All right, looks like Cananophone's moving on to tomatoes as well.
Yeah, so these bigger tomatoes on the level that Yogi's on, they are actually pretty dangerous. So you want to avoid those guys.
Wait, what is this? What is this error 58? Wait, what? Okay, I don't even know. What does that mean?
I don't know. It was probably just a Twitch thing. If you're getting that, you can't hear me, but refresh the stream.
Yeah, I only saw it on Khan's screen. By the way, I apologize for this sound. Hopefully this isn't too loud, but it's necessary.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'm assuming it was, yeah. I mean,
You can't
for Dr. Pepper.
You can't do that quietly. There's no way. There's no way.
Yeah, and JSR did end up game overing on Spider-Man. I expected that to get a couple of the top runners, and he's going to actually reset again because he took a lot of damage from the electricity on the power lines.
Lovely sound.
It is a lovely. See, Bad Breaks understands. He knows. I just wouldn't let Bad Breaks pick my pizza toppings.
Oh, and as we were talking about Dr. Pepper, Yogi is through with the Killer Tomatoes, with Prizzy right behind him.
Yeah, very close.
So now we get to everyone's favorite game in the Big 20. It is Barbie.
Oh, this game. This is I don't even know what to say about this game. I really don't.
What are you talking about?
I mean, it's just...
Do you not like this, McFly?
Yeah. I mean, I'd rather go play some Spider-Man.
I don't think Barbie's too happy to hear that. She has a dream house, man.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I mean, there's not too much to say about this game. There's a route that the task takes that you pretty much just want to copy to make sure that you're not gonna get in trouble and die. Other than that, there was a new skip that was found in, I think it's stage 3, where you can actually warp in a fountain, and it saves about 5 seconds.
No, really?
Yeah, I think that was just found this week, maybe.
Cool, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's actually pretty simple. You just stand in a fountain. I think you hold down or up when you do a jump, and it warps you in. But yeah, Barbie is a very slow-moving platformer. But I mean, for it, it's got good walking animations for an S game for sure. Jumping animations, maybe not as much, but walking is okay.
Yes, very nice animation. That's okay.
Hey, sorry, that's the best thing we can say about this. Okay.
Like, okay, fine, we can agree on that. I feel like maybe I missed something for Cananophone. I mean, did something go wrong here? Or am I just going crazy? I feel like he was going to be finishing the game.
I am not sure. I was not paying attention with his...
Man, you had me looking at Barbie's walk animation, and I totally missed it. Come on, Cody.
Oh, no, that's the important part.
But yeah, I mean, I feel like... I don't know if he unfortunately died somewhere or what happened, but...
Well, I'm not sure if you were watching Prizzy. He just took the warp.
Man, now I'm missing that too. Okay. All right. Back to Barbie. I need to watch this game. Never take my eyes away.
But yeah, this fountain section, you can end up getting on a really nice rhythm where you pretty much just walk straight through it. Looks like we have Drumboardist and Overswarm up on stream now, who are both working their way through Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, so they're not too far behind. Overswarm is just about done with Killer Tomatoes.
Let's see. Yeah, I was trying to go back and look what happened to Cananophone. But like you said, Overswarm, Drumboardist, both on stream now. And Overswarm moving on to Barbie. Get to see more of that very lovely walk animation.
You can see the different outfits too, because she changes outfits on each level.
So much detail. That jump animation reminds me of something, but I can't. I don't know what it's making me. I guess it's pretty common to see that whole, one leg up jump, So there's probably a lot of things that make me feel like that's familiar. So, I don't know. I think I was just going crazy earlier.
About
When I thought
Cananophone,
something
or-
devastating happened, yeah. I just need to stop freaking out, man.
Thankfully, Yogi has stopped the runaway pizza machine.
So now Cananophone finally coming up to the final boss here for Killer Tomatoes. And so he'll be not too far behind Overswarm.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even being on the same game as Barbie right now puts you in a pretty decent spot.
Yep.
Yep. So now we get to the best form of Barbie. We have Mermaid Barbie.
Ugh, man. No more walk animation. Instead, we get this just swimming, I guess.
This beautiful, beautiful
Very nice.
tail kick or tail flip animation.
You know what this kind of reminds me of? It's kind of like Karnov. A little bit. Oh, we don't need to talk about that game, though, do we? Anyway,
At least not till next month.
yeah. All right. I need to switch some of my stuff up here on my screen.
And this stage can be dangerous. It's easy to take a lot of damage here. But I don't think our runners are probably going to have too much difficulty with it. I wonder what this is going to spell on Yogi's screen right here. It's confusing. You have a B-A-R-B-I and then something. Oh, an E. Barbie. Oh, okay.
Oh, wow. Whoa. Whoa. That's too, dude, it's too much, man. Just blew my mind.
I also do think the Barbie iteration of the mermaid's a little weird because she's like 85% fish and like has arms and a neck and a head that's human.
Yeah, so we were talking earlier about how we didn't think that these past two games would really make much of a difference for Yogi and Prissy, and it looks like that's pretty much the case. I think they've got pretty much the same distance between each other as they did coming in. But obviously the runners under them have changed a little bit.
Yep, I think Prissy actually gained about 10 seconds with Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, but yeah, they're still roughly the same amount behind.
Yeah, and it looks like Arcus is moving on from Battle Kid, so we'll see if he can, go all in, man.
And
playing catch up.
Knowing Arcus, he always keeps a really cool head, so I'm sure he's going to be able to bounce back and have a good rest of the game, or a good rest of the race.
Yeah, definitely, and he's one of the runners that has put in a lot of practice, a lot of good time, so he can definitely play these games very well.
And now we get to the sweet kind of barbershop tunes of Mappy.
Man, something about this game though, man. I don't know. The graphics are so cute in this game. I really do. It's fun to see. I like the game. But yeah, understandably though, for the sake of running this game and playing it in the race, there's a lot of things that can go bad for you in this game. It's kind of like City Connection, I guess, where you'd say, the concept is really simple, and when you're watching it, you might be like, oh, this looks pretty free. But you take one wrong turn, maybe just a little slow somewhere, and you can have some pretty bad consequences.
Yep, if you touch any of the cats outside of while you're jumping on a trampoline, you're dead. And right here on the bonus stage, you saw Yogi just kind of burst through these trampolines. If you hit the same trampoline 4 times without landing on a platform, on that 4th time, it will disappear and you'll fall through. And that's used a couple times, I think, later in the run, intentionally. But usually you want to avoid that, because if it's one of the trampolines at the bottom, you will die.
Yeah, and for the sake of doing it in the bonus rooms, you just want to get out of there as fast as you can. So it's a good way to speed that up a little bit.
And Mappy is 15 rounds. And so you're going to see pretty similar stages all the way through here. But it looks like Yogi is on 5 while Prizzy is on stage 4.
I think I've got way too many things up at once, man. Eventually, my internet just can't handle watching so many at once. Might have to tone it down a little bit here. Just focus on the top 4 for a while.
Yeah, I'm just watching the top 4.
But yeah, we did get Skate Man added to the stream, and obviously going through Barbie. I almost said The Little Mermaid for a second.
Yeah, I think Skate Man was definitely one of the surprises of the last Big 20. I think it was his first one, and he finished, I want to say 4th? He did really, really well in the last one. Yep, and Natalia, we're just switching through a lot of the streamers just to make sure that everyone gets a chance to be up there. Prizzy will be back up there soon. Prizzy is still doing well.
Yeah, I've still got Prizzy up on my screen as well. I mean, nothing bad has happened yet. I mean, you can kind of imagine he's probably going to kind of go through this. Unless him or Yogi, really makes some kind of weird mistake here in this game, I don't think you're really going to see much.
Yeah, this game can be tricky though. If you get it's pretty tight with a lot of the windows you're trying to get, and so if you make any mistakes, you have to think really quickly on your feet. This is almost, dare I say, like the Russian attack of this Big 20.
Well, the main thing that gets you in a game like this is the memorization. You have a certain route you want to take through the level, and as long as you're playing it well, you don't have to, get off of that path. So as long as you remember the path, you're playing it well, you're going to be able to keep moving through it. But the moment that you might, just forget something for 2 seconds, it can get really bad from there, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, I think that's what kind of makes games like this kind of tricky, because when you're trying to learn games really fast for a marathon like this, for a race, it is very easy just to forget something for that 1 second, and that's all it takes sometimes. Just follow up on JSR since he was on the stream not too long ago. He's just now wrapping up Killer Tomatoes, so he's going to be moving on to Barbie. And let's see, I think Cananophone's going to be getting done with Barbie pretty soon as well. But Overswarm on Mappy now, obviously. I believe somebody else is on Mappy as well. And Drumboardist should be getting there in a few minutes.
Yep, I mean, we're just, most of our top runners at least, are plodding through Mappy right now. There's not a lot to say after the first few stages once you get the mechanics down. It's just learning the little differences in each level. As Yogi finishes up 13, is on 14 now, so he's got this last level for a real level, and then I believe 15 is just another bonus stage. I think. I could be wrong. Yep. And so as soon as Yogi kind of fails and dies out of this bonus round, he will be on to The Adventures of Lolo.
Yeah, and this one is, the goal for this is to beat level 5, right?
Yeah,
this one,
to beat floor 5.
Puzzle games, this one could be good or bad for you. Yogi is known to be pretty good. It's kind of his thing.
Yeah, Yogi's always been really, really good at puzzle games. So it is to beat floor 5, but that's actually 25 levels because there are 5 levels per floor.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, thanks for correcting that. Because that makes a big difference.
Yep, and I mean, I kind of think of this game almost as a walking simulator. It's deterministic, and so pretty much if you do the same thing, you're gonna get the same result every time. But even with it doing that, there are some parts of it that are very, very tight timing wise, and so people will do kind of their own safe strats that might lose them a couple seconds, but they become free. Where if you try for the best strats, you have, in a couple of the cases, you only have a couple frames to do something, or else you'll die. And so I'm hoping that most people will play it safe and not try for the fastest strats.
Yeah, and of course, it's another game with some very, very cute graphics, very adorable. I'm a fan. And these are the kind of graphics I like to see on the NES, you know?
Gosh, we have a lot of hate for the music in this game. I love this music.
People hate this music? Come on.
I guess Gyarados will no longer be my friend.
Come on, man.
And I think we'll still see kind of the top people should get through this in just under 10 minutes, I think. But a decent time, I could see times all the way up to 11, 12, 13 being pretty reasonable. And Yogi is through with floor 1.
I'm just kind of checking in on some of the other runners. See how Mappy's going.
Yeah, Prizzy had an incredible Mappy. He had a 553 Mappy, so he gained some time back up on Yogi and is one stage or one level behind where Yogi is.
Yeah, it's very close, very close. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Yogi and Prissy both kind of in the top spots here going forward. I mean, yeah, there's still half of the race left. And I don't know, do you happen to know what game like Prissy has really spent maybe the most amount of time in?
I actually don't. Prizzy was actually gone for a decent amount of it. I know coming into it, he obviously knew Mega Man 6 the best, so he probably didn't have to practice that as much, so that saved him some time. But no, I don't know what he's spent the most time with. But he has excellent times in all the games.
Right. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of maybe I saw Yogi doing a lot of Codename Viper. I don't know if that's the game that he maybe put the most amount of time into. And of course, you only see so much on stream and stuff too, but like you were mentioning earlier, Codename Viper, there's opportunity to lose time there. So it's definitely a good one to have some good practice in. That one will be really interesting. But the whole last set of games here for the second half, we talked about it before with beating the whole game for a few of them. I mean, it's very easy to lose time with goals like that. And especially even a game like Mega Man 6, you're only beating the Robot Masters. You don't have to beat the entire game. But these games aren't necessarily easy. When you're trying to do a lot of speed strats for them, a ton of opportunity for something to go wrong. It's more when you get to these kind of scenarios, when you have Yogi and Prissy so close together right now, that you're it's more up to somebody to, make a mistake, rather than it is for somebody to necessarily do something really, really, well, you have to play well, obviously.
Yeah, and it's not even about game overing though. Like with like Mega Man 6, you won't game over. Well, I mean, you might game over, but you won't have to start over. You have a continue right at that same level.
Right.
But you can lose definitely minutes on Mega Man 6. It just won't be as bad as like a game over on Jetsons or Viper or something like that.
Yeah, for sure. Power Blade, I know there's a lot of what do you call, like they're not clips, but kind of like shortcuts you can do in that game with the jumps, the way you can kind of like abuse the sprite like coming onto the platforms. I don't know what they call it in the game. My mind's going totally blank right now. But I'm kind of curious to see how many people will kind of go for that towards the end. Obviously, if you're behind, maybe you're going to go for a lot of them. But if you're in the lead, you might kind of just do some more consistent strats, just, do some more standard jumps, things like that. I think that's going to be a game that will be really interesting to catch. Being right at the end, it's kind of scary, but Ninja Gaiden 3 obviously being the conclusion, that's known to be a pretty difficult game as well.
Yeah, thankfully it is the JP version, and so you take half damage. So it makes it a little more palatable. Yeah, I think it's half.
I knew it was less. I just didn't think it was half. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still a difficult game, but it's much easier than if it would have been the US version. That would have been really rough.
Let's see, I didn't catch what level Yogi's on right now. I love this room right now, though.
I want to say he's just finishing up maybe the 4th floor in a little bit here, or he's working through the 4th floor. And you can box yourself in on some of these stages. If you do, I think the select button will give you an intentional death, and it'll kind of reset the room. So it is interesting.
Mm-hmm. Got JSR moving on to Mappy now. I'll check back in on Cats, see how she's doing. So Cats is on Barbie. I know she's putting in a lot of practice as well, so I like to keep checking in on her. Kind of a rough start, similar to Arcus and everything. Got through Battle Kit a little quicker, but yeah, I think that she has a good opportunity to catch up quite a bit in these last half of the race. So
yeah, Cats has a really good time.
Yeah.
I could seriously just sit here and dance to this music all day.
It is good, man. That's why I was surprised when you said people were hating on
Well, I mean, by people, it was just Gyarados, but
it.
I think Lolo
Dang.
touched his spaghetti.
Shame.
I like the stage Yogi's on. It's pretty much grab a heart and then shoot an enemy over and over and over again.
Yeah, so Skate Man starting on the floor 3 now. Looks like Yogi and Prissy both, yeah, moving through this pretty well. Need to check in on Overswarm again.
Overstorm is on the mainstream. He is working his way through Lolo.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. I keep on losing where I'm at for this game since I don't have like all the rooms memorized. So, and I'm like, man, what level is that guy on?
Yeah, he's about halfway through.
Okay.
And I think this is the last stage that Yogi's on. It's a gigantic maze room with all the arrows because you can only go certain directions through them. You can get stuck in certain spots and have to respawn. And Yogi is through.
There we go. And I believe Stream still has Yogi's audio, right? So Gyarados doesn't have to mute the stream anymore. It's gonna be okay.
That's correct.
It's gonna be just fine.
And it's good that he does, because speaking of how good Lolo's music was, I think the first stage's music of Last Ninja is the best in the Big 20.
Dude,
It's such a
love
janky
music.
song, but it's
I
so
love-
good.
I don't know what it is about it, man. It is so catchy. Like this one
This
will
song
get stuck
right
in your
here.
head, man. You watch
This
somebody
is
practice
the
this
right
game
song.
for a few hours, it can't come out of your mind.
Yeah, Prizzy is still, as far as I know, he should still be in second place.
Yeah, I believe so. I haven't seen anybody up there yet.
And they're now less than 30 seconds apart.
There was a new strat found for this game as well, where you can kind of walk. I don't know exactly how you describe it, but you can kind of walk off screen a little bit and it goes through a door or through a wall or something like that. I don't know. I had seen it just last night, so I'm not too familiar with it.
Yeah,
But
it's towards the end of the game, and you usually there's something right next to the door that you'll hit and it'll open it. But you don't need to open it. If you find the right pixel, you can just walk through.
Oh, you did. Okay, nice. Yeah. So is it really challenging to do? I don't know. Are we going to see them probably go for it today then?
I don't know. I know Katz knows about it. I'm not sure if any of the other ones learned it, because it did just come out like very, very recently, maybe even yesterday.
Okay, yeah. I mean, we'll have to watch for that. This part Yogi's coming up on is pretty nice when you just get to poke. I mean, I don't know why, it just looks so goofy, but when you just poke this boat, it's like, oh, there we go.
Yeah, these boat jumps, I think, are probably the most frustrating part of the run that runners had to learn. But once you learn it and you get visual cues for it, they're not too bad. I was waiting for Yogi to splash down as soon as I said that.
Yeah, they're definitely harder than they look. It's one of those games where you don't really know until you actually try it. And like once you get your hands on this game, then you're just like, oh, okay. You start to see the difficulty of it as far as trying to move through some of this stuff quickly. Those parts like you were mentioning, thinking Yogi would splash down. Missing that jump is actually a lot easier than you'd like to think.
Yeah, and there'll be times where like you'll essentially fall straight through the boat into the water.
Yeah. So Prissy making it through that as well, obviously. I think that, this game, this is the game I kind of talked about a little earlier, where this game kind of really picked up from Big 20. I always think there's one game that kind of gets a lot of love that maybe is not really popular when we start, and I think this game is probably the one that had that the most for this whole race.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I don't know what it is, because it's another one that's kind of like a walking simulator, but I mean it obviously has more tech in it than Mappy does, or not than Lolo does. But yeah, I mean a lot of people just fell in love with this game running it.
Yeah, it's one of those games that's fun to play through because there's something with the graphics, with the music, just everything. It's just a fun little playthrough. It really is. And just something about being a ninja walking around on the streets,
Interesting thing is, like, when people were playing this blind, they're dying all over, they're taking a ton of damage, and then they realize that all you need to do is if you mash B, whenever someone tries to attack you, you'll just kick and not take damage.
Yeah.
So it makes it quite a bit easier. You just mash the B button all the way through whenever there's an enemy about to hit you.
Now, I believe for the end of Last Ninja, aren't there two different ways you can handle the ending? I think some people were getting the stars and some people weren't. I think Yogi just kicks the guy, doesn't he?
I personally, during the race, would grab the shuriken. So there's a shuriken in stage 1 that you can grab, and the end boss is meant to hit him in the middle of a star. I don't think it's a pentagram because I don't think there's a circle around it. But hit him and knock him down in this star, and then light these 5 candles to kill him. There is a way where if you don't get the shuriken, but you also never switch your weapon or your item, you can knock him down with a regular kick, but that is really risky, and I probably wouldn't rely on that.
Yeah, that's something I hadn't ever really looked into a lot. I mean, the person I've seen run this game the most, I think, is Yogi. And so, yeah, I wasn't even really familiar with that until somebody was mentioning it. Like, whoa, you're not even picking him up? And he's like, wait, what? So I think that's just how he always started it. And so that's just how he did it,
Yeah, I mean, it only loses a second or two to go grab him because you kind of walk right by him. So I didn't see if Yogi picked him up, but I'd really be surprised if he didn't for a safety in a race. But then again, right. Yogi strats.
Yeah, Yogi strats all the way, man. We'll see. Unfortunately, I missed it too. I don't know if he did. So I guess we'll find out. But yeah, JSR moving on to Lolo. Looks like we're going to be swapping in some people here for the main stream. Got KLM and Whoop.
Yes, I know KLM did the last Big 20. I think Whoop Von Whoop, this might be her first one. I'm not entirely certain. I don't think she's been speedrunning for a long time.
I don't remember from the last one, so I'd say I believe this is the first.
Yeah, I know, like KLM, like a lot of others, have been everyone's been putting in a ton of time into this, and so it's always great to be able to get everyone up. And these guys are still pretty close. They're running through Lolo, so they're only a game behind. I would say as long as you're on Lolo right now, you do have a chance to win. If you're behind Lolo, you're not going to have enough people in front of you mess up to where you can get there. But if you're on Lolo, I think you're still in good shape.
Right.
Yeah, so I think it's the next room that Yogi's going to come into is the one where you can skip through the door without opening it. Nope, I'm wrong. It's not this one.
Yeah, it must be because it's like the orange room, or It's orange or yellow, I think. I don't remember. I remember seeing it just so quickly.
Yeah, it's very similar colored to the one that we're in right now.
This one's like made out of like golden grams or something. I don't even know what this is.
Yogi is just getting punched a bunch. Gotta make sure to jump over the hot steam, obviously. Okay, and Yogi is actually to the end right here. And so here is this star that we have. He's gonna open a safe. Because you get a random code that you need to open. And then you usually want to light a couple of these and then get him in the circle, knock him down. Yogi did use the shuriken.
Oh yeah, he's got him.
He did throw the shuriken. So he got the 5. The last enemy like blows up into fireworks because that's what happens when you put him inside of a star with 5 candles on it. And then you put the orb back and you win.
Yeah, and very smart of Yogi to go ahead and pick him up because, you know, like I had missed it to see if he actually did or not, but wise choice, you know. I mean, he's in the lead, just seal the deal, you know. And yeah, I didn't catch that room to see if he was doing that strat that we were talking about. Unfortunately, I happened to miss that one too.
And Prizzy is right there too.
Yeah, Prizzy finishes it up.
Just won't. Yogi can't get away from him. But I mean, I think Yogi had a sub 9 last Ninja, so that's an incredible time. I think Cats just got the record with like an high 820 maybe.
Oh, nice. So Silver Surfer, rather infamous game for its difficulty. We don't have to beat the game here though, so that's good, right? I mean, I think we're just beating the one level, and yeah. So this game, I think a lot of people, you know, especially if you've seen AVGN or things, a lot of people just think when they think of this game, they're just like, oh my god, this game's impossible. I mean, it's certainly not, but I think when you're just going for the one level goal, this is quite doable. Which is why it's here in this race. You know, it's not an impossible task. But I think a lot of people kind of are quick to judge this game.
No, this definitely has a reputation as a very, very difficult game. I know when it was announced, people were like, "Oh boy, here it comes." But then once it said there was just the reptile stage, I think a lot of people were kind of relieved with that.
Yeah, if this would have been a beat the game goal, it would be way different for sure. Because, I mean, the game is definitely hard. No doubt about that. But I think, you know, especially since we have as many runners as we do, I'm pretty sure people believe that they can beat this. So, yeah, this one, though, you know, obviously you're scrolling through. You just got to try not to die. Try to take everything out. Just don't run into walls, pretty much. That's usually, like, anytime I've played this game, that's, like, the big threat, is just bumping into stuff.
I feel like that's a good strat in most games, though. Don't bump into walls.
Don't die. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is basically just do what you do, you know?
Maybe except for the end of 8-3 in Mario 1. You want to bump into that block, unless you're flagpole glitching.
Yeah, this game, I do like the music. I mean, for what there is, you know? You get the same song all the time. But it's not bad.
I guess this question's more for chat, unless you know McFly, but why does Silver Surfer have a surfboard? I feel like he should have something else, or is it not a surfboard? Because, I mean, he's flying.
I don't know, I'm sure there's somebody that's got that knowledge out there in chat. I don't know. I don't know much about Silver Surfer.
Yeah, I probably should have thought twice before asking that question to chat.
Why is that? No help?
Well, I mean, with answers like, because then he would be called Silver.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
Because that's his name.
I'm curious though, man. I actually want to know the lore, you know? I was gonna ask, you know, obviously there's the side scroll left to right, and then there's the top down vertical scroll. Which one of these do you prefer more?
Like visually appealing or like
Or
in
is-
games?
For like gameplay style.
When it comes to auto scrollers, it's usually whatever one's shorter. But
Fair enough.
I don't know. I would
like
probably
more.
say side scrolling.
Yeah, I think I'm probably that way too. I think Gradius and stuff. Life Force.
Like, I've always been really bad at like the 1942 or 43 like vertical scrolling shmups.
Yeah, I don't know if I think it's just a matter of I've played more side scroller ones. Like left to right.
Okay, and Yogi is through.
He's moving on.
5 minutes is a really good time with that, and so that Yogi was right there at a 5:01.
Yeah, and that's all you really want for a game like that. I mean, the amount of times you have to hit the B button in Silver Surfer, you got to give your hand a rest.
And this is my favorite. My favorite reason that we have the 30-second delay
To get the-
between games is because you get to listen to the title music for Double Dragon.
Yeah, that's the thing. Double Dragon, it's never really been my kind of game, but I gotta admit the soundtrack is something in this game. You know, what I mean, it's good, very catchy. This one, I don't know. I imagine Yogi's probably gonna be able to do this one pretty well. I mean, what the mission 3 is the goal for this one. The thing that always got me with this game isn't the beat 'em up stuff; it's the platforming that they tried to put in the game. But fortunately, we don't have to deal with all of that stuff. So.
Yeah, especially in Mission 3 when you have like the stalactites coming down from up above you and you're jumping on the moving platforms. That part can get tough. It's not, like you said, it's not the end of the world, but you can definitely lose a life there very easily by falling into a pit. This is an incredibly hard game casually though, and it doesn't really get much easier when you learn the speedrun.
Yeah, I think the main thing that you pick up when you're doing like the speed strats is like how to handle a Bobo better. Because like the first time you run into a Bobo, you might be like, "What am I supposed to do here?" You know, maybe have some trouble. But there's really cool ways of dealing with them in this game, or in the run speed run.
And here's going to be a strat you're going to see for many enemies or many boss enemies is we're just going to kind of pop them off the conveyor belt.
Send them
We're
right
going to see
down.
that again, dropping more abobos into pits. So I don't know if Yogi's going to go for it, but here on stage 2 or mission 2, there is an infinite XP glitch that you can do. And so I think a lot of our runners are going to do that. I don't think Prizzy will do it, but I think Yogi might do it, and he'll probably just punch repeatedly to get up to level 6. The hearts below their health are actually like what level they are, with the experience to the left of that. And every 1,000 experience you gain a level or a heart. Yep, Yogi's going to go back here. And notice where that one guy is at the top by the girders. He's going to kind of scroll him off the screen. He's going to go back, and then he's just going to start punching. So guys, shadow boxing, and suddenly shadow boxing gives you XP in this game. And so he's going to do this all the way up to level 6, which will give him the elbow, which is easily the most powerful attack in the game. Or, okay, yeah, he's going back to... I was like, or he's just going to move on when he got to level 4.
You never know with Yogi, man.
Yep, and like I said, Prizzy, it looks like he is just moving on. He's not going with that extra glitch. And Yogi is also not going to get the full 6 levels. I think what he figured out is he really just wants level 6 by the time he gets to the double Abobos in Mission 3. And so he has plenty of time to get that last 1,500 health or so. Or experience, sorry.
Yeah, and looks like Yogi's still got that little bit of a lead, even with the farming, if you want to call it that.
This was my favorite part about playing Double Dragon as a kid, when I figured out you could do this. As long as you spawn the boss and then just go down the steps, you just get to the next mission.
It's just over.
You can also, it's really tough, but you can manipulate him over to the right and knock him off the tower as well, which is a little faster, but it's much, much, much tougher.
Yeah, so Yogi and Prissy extremely close right now.
Yeah, they're fighting the same enemy. I wouldn't. Yogi's definitely ahead though, because he's going to be able to push through these 2 Abobos way faster than Prissy.
Yeah. Right. So yeah, once we actually see how this goes, like at the end when they both complete the game, that's really what's going to tell us how much Yogi's strat paid off. It's actually kind of funny to think about, because I think you would traditionally see Yogi kind of do Prissy's strat here. I mean, maybe we're seeing a different Yogi today. You know what I mean? Like, has Yogi changed? I mean, is this a Yogi that actually goes for some consistency?
So this is one thing I was actually going to mention at the beginning. I think participating in the Big Ten, Yogi had never done a live competition like that. And I think he used to get a lot of like nerves and jitters and stuff when he was like in the Big 20s, but I think going to that really helped him. And I think he's going to perform a lot better today because of it. And we've seen that. He's been obviously really good so far.
Yeah, and he's obviously got a ton of experience just doing races like this and stuff. None of them before Big Ten were live, like you said. But you know, if you combine those, you combine the amount of experience he has with maybe just kind of finding his groove a little bit like you were talking about, then yeah, I mean, maybe that's all it took.
Yep, and so this is the fight that I was talking about. Like, Yogi just needs to elbow the Abobos a couple times and they're going to die, where we're going to see Prizzy probably have a much longer fight.
Mm-hmm.
And even if it's not much longer, it'll be much, much more dangerous for sure.
Right, and we don't know if Yogi, you know, maybe just decided to do that strat because he finds it to, you know, just maybe that's he had already planned to do that, or if maybe he's aware of how close or the kind of lead he had on Prissy, and maybe that's why he decided to go for that. Not exactly sure, but either way, it's paying off. So
I think that's a really underrated, maybe a skill, or maybe just something that people do, is being able to watch your opponents and have multiple strats kind of queued up to be able to do depending on what you need, can be really important. And so if you can do that, that is a big advantage in these types of events.
Right. It really is. And I mean, I would consider that a skill, yeah. Being able to adapt to the situation.
Looks like we got, I don't know how long they've been on there, but Desiax and Darkwing are now on the mainstream as well.
Oh, nice.
Looks like Darkwing is working his way through Last Ninja, and Desiax is on Silver Surfer.
Yep, and I know we had KLM on Whoop on before, so let's just check on them real quick. Whoop is making her way through Silver Surfer, and KLM's just now finishing up Last Ninja. This area here, we were talking about the platforming before for Double Dragon. Man, the Double Dragon platforming Oh, it's rough, man. It's rough.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, it's just not good.
And here you're going to see Yogi is actually going to move these Abobos over to the left here and then just knock them off. These are pretty much the last. This is the last kind of tough part of the run. After this, you just need to fight like 7 or 8 of the girls with the whips. I mean, they don't have whips here, but they do earlier. And this, I think the fastest way to kill these are just to kick them once to grab their heads, give them one kind of chin, and then toss them over your shoulder. And Yogi's too. This is actually a really good double dragon time at like right about an 840. It's actually really nice.
Yeah, looking pretty smooth. Not bad at all. So Bart versus the Space Mutants. I mentioned earlier, I think this is the game that I think people probably maybe hate the most out of the list, or it seems like a lot of people have negative feelings towards this one. But it's kind of fun to watch, man. I kind of like seeing people play this game well.
Yeah, this game is really tough to figure out the control scheme. But once you have it down, I actually find this game really fun. This is one of the games I learned this month, and this is actually a lot more fun than I thought it would be. I remember hating it as a kid. It was so tough.
Oh yeah, I mean the first time I played this, I couldn't even get past the first level. I mean,
although we are just playing the first 3 levels, so it's just through the carnival. Like the 4th level, the museum, is kind of where it starts to get really tough, and so we definitely aren't playing the hardest part of the game.
all right, so it looks like we're getting Cats back on the main stream. She's playing Silver Surfer. So not doing bad at all. I mean, considering the trouble that she had a little bit on Battle Kid at the beginning, she's really making her way through the games, catching up.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about that. She's probably only about 10 or 11 minutes behind right now, and I think she probably finished 10 or 11 minutes after Prizzy and Yogi for sure.
Mm-hmm. We also got 8 Bits of Joy on the stream now, playing Last Ninja. So a good amount of variety here.
Yeah, and I do want to just kind of drive this point home. Like, all of these people are just volunteering to do this. They're kind of challenging themselves to see what they can do, and it's really tough to learn 20 Nintendo games in a month. So I'm glad we're getting everyone on screen, because like no matter where they place, whether it's first or last, like even finishing it, I think is a really good accomplishment for these types of things.
Yeah, it really is. Like I know that's what Bad Breaks was saying earlier, that it's like the best part of playing Big 20 is that you just learn 20 NES speedruns. You know, it's more like what you gain out of it. I mean, it's not only just about the race itself. And a lot of times we see people after a Big 20 or even during, like, get attached to a certain game or a few games, and then they end up having main speedruns for themselves that they continue to work on later.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I know I grinded out Raisins a lot after the last Big 20 for sure. It's just, I mean, you find these weird games that for some reason you like it, and
yeah,
you stick with it.
You just get attached. And I think that's what's really cool, is because, like, yeah, if you sign up for a Big 20, before you did so, maybe you wouldn't have ever thought about playing some of these games. But by doing it, by joining, it gets you into it. Or even, just being here today watching this race. People sometimes just see the game, and then they're like, wow, I want to go back and play that.
It does look like Prizzy's having a little bit of trouble here on stage 2. Yeah, like I mentioned this a little before, but the controls in this game are just are so wonky. Like jumping and running are both the A button, and so it's really tough to do. You can do like a running jump, like from a standstill, or not running by hitting B and A at the same time. But then, like on the first stage, you'll also spray your spray paint, or in the third stage, if you have a slingshot, it'll also shoot the slingshot. And so, like, it's definitely not foolproof, but there are ways around it. Just takes a lot of practice to get used to.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things where sometimes you encounter a game where like the idea of the game is really solid, and like the characters of the game, obviously it's The Simpsons and stuff, very solid, but it just, maybe it needed to be made by like Capcom or Konami or somebody, like if it could have just had those better controls, it'd make a huge difference. It'd be a totally different thing. But nonetheless, I agree with you. I mean, you get past the game, it's not the worst game,
So Yogi jumped onto that first wand and then fell. I think he decided to take an intentional death there because he had 1 health, and it's really easy to take a damage on this last teleporting guy or on the last boss of stage 2.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that was intentional. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, Prissy having a hard time with those jumps, unfortunately.
Prizzy goes fast. Like you can take a half a second or a second and jump on that second wand, but he likes to go as fast as you can.
It's almost like you got to prove a point. If you miss it the first time, you got to go for it again. You got to prove you can do it.
Yeah, so we're through the mall, and we're going to go to the carnival, the circus. I'm not really sure what the third stage is called. Yeah, and this one, in the first stage, you had to color things red. In the second stage, you had to grab hats. And in this stage, you have to pop balloons. Which, this is the main kind of tech, I would say, of the first 3 stages of the speedrun is you can get a lot of your balloons done right here just by spending all your coins and getting 3 of these. You're supposed to either hit 3 blue or 3 red balloons, but if you just hit a combination of red and blue, you can keep doing it. And then once you have kind of on your last coin or 2, you'll see them actually try to win. So Yogi will probably try to win right here. Yeah. Because he has 1 extra coin, but he got the 3 blue balloons, and so he gets credit for 9 when you win. Yogi does take a death. This won't lose a ton of time, but when he's only about 30 seconds ahead, it gets it. Ooh, he takes another death. So Prizzy has now taken the lead by a couple seconds.
It's just that easy, man. Just that easy to lose it. And I mean, for a long time, Yogi and Prissy have had just that little bit between them, and we knew, like, just as we talked about it earlier, you make 1 mistake, that's all it takes.
Yep, and you're going to take an intentional death here at the start of this level. Or this screen. Usually you have to wait 30 seconds and do this kind of door puzzle, but if you just die on that kind of green electricity and then run to the right, you can get right past it.
Man, look how close they are.
Yeah, I mean, we're within 5 seconds now of first and second, which is just insane to be halfway through the run and to be tied.
Prissy?
He took a hit. He's not dead. Oh, he did die. Wow.
Yeah, I think he fell on the bottom of the wheel. Yep,
he missed the Ferris wheel jump?
So yeah, unfortunately I did it again.
That might be the worst jump in the first 3 stages, though.
So yeah, with that, Yogi takes it back.
Yeah, it's actually definitely not a great Simpsons time for either of them. I think it's Yogi finished in about 8:30, which is, I want to say, about a minute worse than his PB, and Prizzy is going to be right there at like an 8:15 or an 8:20. And Prizzy has I think Prizzy has a 6 something in Simpsons, so it definitely wasn't one of his better runs, but they're still keeping up.
So easy to miss the jumps and stuff in that game just because of how the controls are. Looks like 8-Bits of Joy just finished up Last Ninja. Be on Silver Surfer now. And Cat's about halfway through Double Dragon.
Yeah, so they're definitely, or at least Cats is definitely keeping up there. Jetsons gets a lot of hate because it's another game with kind of some wonky controls. The one thing I liked, Panic Restaurant was one of my favorite games from the past Big 20s. And when you take damage as George here, you get that same kind of knockback that you do with Cookie in Panic Restaurant. So I thought that was kind of funny.
I can't really tell if there is... Are we... Okay, never mind. At first I couldn't hear the music very well, but I guess I just had it turned down too low. I gotta hear those Rock and Jetsons sounds, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I will say though, I played Jetsons a bit this month, and I thought it was such a fun game. It was one of my excuse me, it was one of my favorite games of the list that I tried.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look terrible, honestly.
It has its issues though.
Yeah.
Like, I think it only checks for controller inputs every 4 frames or something. And so you can get some inputs eaten if you're not kind of holding buttons or directions, or if you're closer than a 15th of a second from falling off a ledge, you might fall off that ledge instead of jumping. But no, I mean, I think it's such like a fun kind of charming game.
Yeah, good graphics and all that. Bad Breaks, definitely a Bad Breaks game right here. You can just picture him playing this game, man. It kind of reminds me of Flintstones.
George's walk is exactly like Fred's.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I mean, it's just like something about it really gets me going on, or like makes me think of it.
This dog boss is actually kind of trolly. It can be pretty difficult. He has 2 attacks. He can either shoot a gear at you through, like, out of his head, or he'll like have another little puppy robot appear. The little puppy robots will allow you to hit the boss twice before he jumps off, if you do it correctly. But it looks like Prizzy and Yogi both got through that.
All right, you see, we swapped out another one on stream, so we have D-Rock on stream now. He's doing the strat for Double Dragon there, going to farm up the elbow. And Cats is fighting the Abobos there. I don't believe she got the elbow. Nope.
She's at level 4, yeah. But she's got him in a nice little jump kick cycle. So that's good. And this boss that Yogi's coming up on, it's a spider. He drops apples, and if you grab an apple, he'll drop 2 apples. If you jump in the air and grab the apple out of the air, a second one will land, and so you'll end up getting 3 instead of 2. And so that is one way that you can definitely beat this level a lot faster. I've actually never seen the 2 apples appear on the left like they are for Yogi. I've always had them on Prizzy's screen where there's one on the left and one on the right. Yogi did a really good job on that boss, though.
Yeah, and he needed it, too. I mean, Prizzy's right behind him. So any little bit of time that Yogi can make up here, just to try to keep Prizzy away that little bit, you know? Because otherwise, one mistake might be all it takes again for the lead to change again.
Yep, and I would say Yogi's kind of on a bit of a timer to get ahead. because Prizzy is probably going to have quite a bit better Mega Man 6 time than Yogi will. I want to say Prizzy has probably about 30 to 40 seconds ahead of the next person's top time. That being said, though, I mean, anything can happen in race day.
Yeah, for sure.
And like with Power Blade, Power Blade has a couple parts in it where you can lose a lot of time. It's a pretty unforgiving game for deaths, and then naturally Ninja Gaiden. But Prizzy has a really strong time in all of those last games. So I think Yogi's looking to get a little bit ahead here in these last few games before that.
Yeah, and for Power Blade, like I said, I don't remember what exactly they call them in that game, but you have like the jumps that you can kind of like take some shortcuts by jumping up to some of the platforms that I don't think you're supposed to be able to do, but there must be like a pixel perfect or something. And I'm really curious to see the people that are going to go for those kind of things, because obviously if you try to go for strats like that to save a little time and you're not getting it, if it's a very difficult strat, you might end up losing time. And so, if Yogi maintains this lead, for example, maybe he doesn't go for him. Maybe he just tries to play without those skips, and maybe that turns out better.
Yeah, I do think most runners will try for at least 2 or 3 of the wall clips in Power Blade. There are 2 of them, one in stage 5 and stage 6, that actually save a lot of time. The others will save time if you get them in the first couple tries, but other than that, you probably should have went around.
Right, yeah, that's a really good point. Some are definitely more worth it than others. So yeah, go for the big ones, maybe don't go for the small ones, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know if Chrissy has practiced that a lot. Maybe he'll go for them. Maybe that's a way that he can catch up. Or yeah, maybe there's somebody out there that can do it. I know I watched Chambers playing that the other day. It looked like he was getting them down pretty well. But Chambers is not in this race. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're grinding out PB attempts, yeah, go for all of them. But once you get into a race setting, you really got to be careful.
Yep.
Yogi had a really, really good Jetsons time. It's going to be sub 7 here, which is a really good time. And Prizzy actually takes a death on the auto scroller section. So that's probably going to lose him, gosh, I don't know, 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, not a good place to take the death. I mean, not that there's any good place, but yeah.
So Yogi is now probably up his minute that he needed to be.
Yeah. And since then, we've had Cats playing Simpsons, right? And D-Rock getting through the platforming in Double Dragon. Looks like we're going to have another person put up on the stream for you guys.
I want to say D-Rock may have... He does take an unfortunate death there, but I want to say D-Rock was in the Big 20 last time for the first time as well, and he actually did pretty decently too. Maybe he's done 2 already before this one, but he's a newer Big 20 runner as well. But's been putting up some good times for the short amount of time that he's been doing it.
Alright, so Prissy wrapping it up. Moving on to Felix. Not really sure how I feel about Felix the cat. Yogi taking a death there too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure Yogi's not too thrilled about it right now. But I mean, Felix, like, you see these little cat pickups. Like, as you pick those up, you end up transforming Felix into more powerful kind of versions or getting more power-ups. You won't see most people get a ton of them because eventually you become a tank on these ground levels. And the tank actually has like a parabolic or like curving shot. And so it can actually be detrimental to going fast because you can't just get up to an enemy and hit a button. And so it's a little bit of like power up manipulation as well in this game, just to get through as fast as possible, but to get the right number of those cat pickups.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and something worth mentioning is, when you're playing through all these different games, there's a lot of platformers. Platformers are pretty popular, especially for speedrunning. When it's not surprising when you see a runner like how Yogi took the first death in this game, and even the one Prissy took at the last room in the of Jetsons. It's kind of like when you're trying to play different games back to back to back, and every game has that little bit of difference with the controls, with the timings, just the way the game handles. I think it's very impressive if you see somebody that goes through like this many games without taking many deaths at all. That's actually really, really impressive to be able to adjust like that and not make those small mistakes. Because especially in games like The Simpsons, I mean, those mistakes are rather easy to make.
Yeah, that's actually, I think, one of the more underrated challenges of the Big 20 is exactly that, just the different mechanics in each game. And if there are hard strats at the beginning of a game, it can be really rough if that game is a lot differently kind of mechanically and how it feels than the previous game.
Yeah, it's like even if every game uses A to jump, that doesn't change the fact that you still have to worry about all the different timings and all that stuff. Some games you can hold A to jump higher, some games you get a set jump height, stuff like that. Everything is it's crazy to see people that can learn these games so quickly, but then also just play them so efficiently on the fly. And so I always really like to see that.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So Prissy getting through the boss there, not too bad. I mean, still not the biggest gap between those two. I mean, that death Yogi took at the beginning definitely made a difference. We got Stans on screen playing Lolo and Smart Alec, which is coming towards the end of Double Dragon now. Mother Brain's getting excited for Codename Viper. Pretty fun game to watch, man. I like the music in that game quite a bit. And like you said earlier, definitely a lot of room for error in that game, or for things just to go wrong. You know, maybe some bad luck in a couple of places.
Okay, sorry, I'm back. Did I miss anything?
Not really. I mean, no mistakes as of right now, really. Just kind of getting through.
Yeah, I don't expect Felix to be one that really changes things all too much. I know Yogi did take that death in the beginning, but that wasn't a really costly death, at least.
Alright. Try to check up on some of our other runners quick, just to see where people are at.
Oh, nice. We actually got Smart Alec and Stans on the screen now.
Yeah, and Smart Alec... Oh. Having some trouble with my Twitch here. Yeah, coming to the end there of Double Dragon, or did he finish him? I froze up. I don't know if he did finish.
Yeah, he's just finished.
Nice. Katz looks like she's coming towards the end of Simpsons, and JSR, he'll be getting there shortly enough as well. So yeah, a lot of people getting through the bulk of the games now.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think Felix has really good controls. I think it would be a game that I would enjoy playing, but I don't have as much fun watching it for some reason. There are a lot of these games that I really like watching, but I could care less if I'm playing it. This is kind of the reverse, where like I think this is a really fun game to play, but for me personally, it's not as interesting to watch as some of the others.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of those games that I don't know. You just hold right and you just go. You know.
Yeah, it is actually. It's really fun to play though.
Yeah, I can see that. I've actually never played through this one myself, but I see what you're saying though, as far as like maybe not being the most exciting to watch. I feel like, you know, games like Bart versus Space Mutants, for example, you know how difficult those jumps are and everything, and how small those windows are. I feel like this game's just a little more lenient, so it just doesn't feel as threatening for all these things that they're doing.
Yep. It's definitely doesn't have anything that's as tight as some of those other games. You know, Stans is actually an incredibly good speedrunner. When he picks up a game and grinds it down, he gets a really good time pretty quick. And so I was really thinking that if he had a lot of time to practice, that he'd be one of the top contenders. I'm not sure how much time he did have to practice, but his times at least weren't up there in those top 5 or 8 times for most of the games. But that also goes to show, like, the Big 20 isn't necessarily who's going to be the best, or if you can get a world record time. If you can get a decent time at all 20 games really quick, oftentimes you're going to do better than somebody who might be able to get a world record time in one game, but then have more average times on the others.
Yeah, and I know Pikachu as well, I think, was up there as somebody that people thought could be a really good contender here too. He's playing Simpsons right now. I think he might have had some trouble with Battle Kid.
Yeah, he had a lot of trouble with Battle Kid. He, out of the newcomers, like, I mean, we knew Prizzy and Yogi were going to be up there. We knew like Cats is really good. Arceus is really good. But like, out of the newcomers, I think Pikachu is the one that most people thought would have a chance to win. His times were really good.
Yeah, it looks like Arceus still making his way through Last Ninja. I think somebody was asking about him in chat.
I think Pikachu's actually a newer speedrunner too. I think he's only been speedrunning less than a year, maybe.
Oh, really?
But he's gotten some incredible times and not a lot of time spent speedrunning, and so he definitely grinds games out really hard, and he put a ton of hours into the Big 20. But he got some really good times.
Yeah, I believe I was gonna check on Kananathon again. I think he was playing really well earlier. Kind of curious to see if anything happened there to push him back. Oh yeah, he's playing through Jetsons now. Nice.
Yeah,
Just trying to get an idea of who else is coming up behind these top two. It's always hard to really tell. Kind of like the current like top placings, I guess if you want to call it that. The current positions, the standings, whatever.
Yeah, at this point, it's definitely looking like Prizzy or Yogi will be first. If one of them has a bunch of issues, somebody else could swoop in for second. But I have a hard time believing that probably both of them are going to make enough mistakes for somebody to catch up. That being said, I'll say that right before we get into Codename Viper, where you can lose 15 minutes. No caster curse.
All right, Mother Brain. Sour, please. This is the moment he's been waiting for.
Yeah, as Bad Breaks actually said in chat, like, down to the second, Prizzy and Yogi had the exact best sum of best for their 20 games. I think it was like a 236 something maybe. But
wow.
it was exactly tied to the second. And I would dare say it's not that this guy isn't wearing pants. He just has a butt on the front of himself. It's just that he's kind of twisted at the torso.
I mean, why are his pants the same color as his face though? You know, like, I just don't get it.
You ever heard of khakis?
I mean, no. I mean, of course I had, but it's just like, who does what? This is not the kind of work. You have to be that finely dressed for this work. I guess he does match the boots with the shirt too.
Hey, James Bond always wore like suits and stuff.
I mean, I guess for all we know, that could be a mask on his face, right? Do we know that that's a fake?
I mean,
Maybe he's got a khaki mask or something too.
I guess not. There are cutscenes where it shows his face, and I feel like that's probably what that is, but it's probably his face. But yeah, sure, he could be wearing a mask. You're 100% correct.
I'm gonna need some of that lore, Mother Brain.
Rule number 1 of casting: go with whatever your co-commentator
Yeah, just like, yeah, it looks like one, sure. You know, it's good. He might not even be human. This might be a robot. This used to be a RoboCop game. They had to change it.
Hey, BB, can I get a new partner? I'm kidding.
Dude, Bad Breaks will be in here. He's already 10 beers. I don't know if can we allow it?
I don't know. He told me I had to be drinking beer if I was going to commentate. I thought that was just a best NS thing.
On a serious note, though, I think this is one of those games that I think is pretty good. Maybe underplayed. The music is really good in this game, especially.
Yeah, no, this game can be really trolly. There are a couple things that'll help. Like, there can only be 3 enemies on a screen. And so there are a lot of times where you actually want to have some enemies chasing you from behind so that nothing in front of you can spawn. So there are ways that you can make the game less trolly. But it's definitely one of the games I think that have probably given people the most issues in this Big 20.
Looks like we're getting, are we swapping some people out on stream? It almost looked like it, but then we didn't, so.
We may have swapped, we just might not.
Or did we? Did we just,
yeah.
Oh, well, I guess maybe we had swapped Smart Alec and Stand Out for a little bit. They're back now. Oh, Dexter is going to swap. Okay. Alright, I'll be patient. Calm down. Yogi looking pretty good moving through this.
I think I would enjoy grinding this game out more than I would racing it. It's fun to try to like go YOLO and get the best time, but then like one little troll or one mistake can really set you behind, depending if you've gotten to a checkpoint or not. So Yogi is just finishing, I think, stage 3.
Yeah, and I don't know how much Prissy practiced this game. I know Yogi put a lot of time into this one. So, you know, not all too surprised at how well he's doing here, but it's still surprising that he's doing it so well in the race.
Oh, Prizzy actually got trolled by a Molotov there. So we are rotating through the stream, so we're going to be getting up, like we'll have our top 2 kind of on the top there, and then we'll be rotating through everyone else just to make sure that everyone gets a chance to get in there. So even if you only see 2 streams right now, you'll get more momentarily as they are coming up now. So Death Devil, there was a kind of a Molotov, like it's like a glass bottle that has like a cloth and it's on fire. He actually had one thrown right at his head as he was passing by where it spawns. So that was just a really unfortunate death there.
All right, so we've got Pikachu back up on stream, playing through Jetsons still. Not a bad job catching up. I mean, like we said earlier, he had a little bit of trouble with Battle Kid, but still playing really well for the rest of this list.
Yeah, so he's probably about 15 minutes behind the leaders, which, yeah, I mean, given the trouble that he did have, that's actually pretty good. If I'm looking, I can see his splits, and it looks like since Lolo even, he's gained 2 minutes on some of his splits there.
All right, and then obviously we got Arcus back up on the stream. Seems like some people are requesting that one. He's playing through Silver Surfer. So yeah, he's doing it too. Remember we were talking about like having that mindset. When Battle Kid gives you a hard time, whether it was Battle Kid or just any other game right at the beginning, having the good mindset of being able to continue pushing on, play at your best, and not get too frustrated with that. It's really easy to, if you lose that time at the beginning, just be like, screw this, like how am I supposed to make this up? But it looks like Arcus is really doing a good job of that. Cats as well. We've seen a lot of people pushing through, even with that little bit of time loss at the beginning from the blind game.
Yeah, I think having a mentality like that where you don't go on tilt, you can kind of recover from a lot of things. It's rare, but I think if you can do that, like it makes you a much better speedrunner. Like you look at people like a Cool Kid who can just sit there and he can die 1,000 times in a row, but he knows that 1,001st time he's going to get a PB. And it's awesome watching people like that because it seems like they make progress a lot quicker than people who rage easy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, having that positivity, I mean, mindset makes such a big difference. You can't even put a value on it. It makes such a big difference on people that are going to be able to continue to get PBs or work on their records or anything like that, especially when you're on a really long grind like Arcus is familiar with grinding Ninja Gaiden so much. That's nothing new to him, So I think he's really good at dealing with that kind of frustration and trying to spin it into a positive outlook, at least trying to keep that mindset and play well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see. So I was gonna watch the boss that Pikachu is fighting to see if we saw that apple thing. You mentioned the 2 apples on the left when Yogi was doing it. I was gonna see if somebody else got it.
Yeah, so Pikachu just got one on the right there. Like one fell down and then he jumped into it and another one appeared. And he just got one on the left there too. Yeah, I mean, as a couple people in chat are pointing out, like, it really doesn't matter in this whether you're first or 37th. I think we had 37 that ended up starting the race. If you're finishing this is such a grueling challenge that it's awesome just to finish it. And so, I mean, we're going to be sticking around. I'm sure Dexter will have the stream up for 5 or 6 hours today, like trying to make. Ooh, Yogi takes a death right at the end of the stage.
It's not a good place to take it. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Arcus, by the way, moving on from Silver Surfer. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many runners playing in this that have all practiced for this. Obviously, it's hard to give everybody that time on the screen, but I think we're doing the best we can, at least trying to cycle some people in. We want to keep Yogi and Chrissy up there because they're in the top 2 placements right now, and they've been so close this whole time, especially now, after that death.
Yeah, I want to say Yogi probably lost about a minute. The Mother Brain would know better, but is there not a checkpoint on this stage? Because Yogi went from the end, like, Yogi was about 2 seconds from the end of the stage, and he went all the way back to the beginning.
I don't recall. I do recall, though, watching him practice, I know that there was a lot of time to lose in this level specifically. So I'm sure he's not very happy about that one.
Okay, thanks, Mother Brain. Oh, and Chambers. Yeah, both of them would know. They're 1 and 2 in the game right now. I think Chambers just took Mother Brain's world record like a week or 2 ago.
And yeah, I mean, as far as like what we were talking about before, stuff, it's like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't necessarily guarantee success by any means. Some people be the most frustrated people ever and be cranking out world records, you know? I mean, but for a race like this, I do think that, you know, it is it's vital to be able to keep pushing through, because no race is going to be perfect, you know? There's going to be mistakes. That's just how it happens, man. Playing in a race, you're never going to play at your best. You're not going to hit your summer best or anything like that. So you just got to be able to take it for what it is and keep moving on. But yeah, I mean, we're seeing obviously a lot of people do that now. So it's good stuff. Arcus on Double Dragon. Pikachu still getting through Jetsons. I'll be moving on from that here pretty soon.
He is really close to that gear, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he got through it, but that was pretty close. If you would have stalled up any more, I think that would have been bad. Also, I'm not sure. Is Yogi a full stage ahead now? Yeah, how did Prizzy must have died as well. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, maybe it was just that death from earlier that hurt that bad, that Yogi was able to have that mistake and still have that big lead. But I'm not sure if maybe I just missed something that Prizzy had happen to him again. Oh, he died on the same spot as Yogi.
Oh wow.
Man.
Okay.
So I guess, yeah, Yogi doesn't lose that time then. Well, compared to Prizzy, of course.
I mean, for us, that's really good, because I think Yogi needs a little bit of a lead going into Mega Man 6. And if it was just that 10 seconds or so that it was, I don't think that was going to be enough.
Yeah, good point. I mean, Mega Man isn't really the kind of game you just Yogi playing. Doesn't mean he can't do it by any means. So it's you know, Prizzy, obviously, you see him playing a Mega Man game a lot more than you see Yogi doing it.
Yeah, Yogi probably still had a top 5 time in the game. He had a good time, but it's not going to be the same as somebody who's run the game. I don't think Prizzy's run Mega Man 6 nearly as much as a lot of the others, but I mean, he's incredibly good at all the classic Megas.
Yeah. I mean, we all remember that one Big 20 that had Mega Man at the end. And he already went into it with a lead. You're just kind of like, well.
Prizzy won.
Yeah.
Yep, so Yogi is coming up on this last boss, who ended up being, like, your commander the whole time. It was... what a betrayal.
Is that Master D? Wait,
also,
no.
my favorite part about that boss fight is how when he stands up, like, he kicks that chair, like, behind him at about 50 miles an hour. Just, like, flies off the screen.
All right, so we're going to be seeing Mega Man 6 now. Man, look at the graphics, dude. Oh. Mega Man 6, such an impressive game on the NES. Really is. Very well polished.
I feel like it got a bad rap. I don't know if it necessarily got a bad rap or that most people were already playing the SNES by this time. But it's definitely not one of the more popular ones. But after learning a bit of it, I didn't have that great of a time. I think my time was like a 1958 or something. I just broke 20 minutes for the Robot Masters, but like it's an incredibly fun game. The only thing that was a little frustrating at the beginning was that coming out of a slide works a little differently than a lot of the other Mega Man games. Like you actually have to, once you're sliding, you either one have to finish your slide, two you have to press away from the direction you're moving, or three you have to press jump again to stop sliding, or press the A button again to stop sliding. And so that takes a little bit to get used to, because if you're sliding and you want to jump, you either have to press away and then jump, or press jump twice really quick.
Yeah, in this game, the thing I just think the soundtrack in this game is one of the better ones in my opinion. I love the music in this game. I mean, the Robot Master design, all that stuff. It's really good. And like you said, I mean, maybe people were playing SNES and all that, but I think this game is one of the better ones. And I don't believe. I mean, it's been a little while since I played this game, but I mean, I don't remember feeling lag in this game and stuff. And I think that that's one big thing. You know, if you go back and play Mega Man 3 now, you'll feel a lot of lag through some of those areas. This game is just, this is a very smooth game. I think it's extremely good. But yeah, like you said, I mean, as far as the classic Mega Mans go, this is probably the one that gets fun lead.
Yeah, and for whatever reason that is, it's just, it doesn't deserve it. It's such a good game. If you want to pop in here, Terex, I know I'd be happy if Dexter wants to pull you in or something. Like, you definitely know the game a lot better than I do.
Yeah, that's okay with me.
We've got Andy Social Network playing Simpsons on stream now. Nice.
What's up, Terex?
Hi.
Hey, welcome.
So, Terex, I know, is one of the... He's been running MM6 for a very long time, and is one of the only people in the world that actually runs night first.
I am the only person in the world that has ever done that.
I didn't want to necessarily say you were the only one, but...
I wish.
So yeah, I mean, do you want to tell us a little bit more about this game, Terex?
What has been said so far? Just because I just got in here.
I pretty much just talked a little bit about how to do slide canceling and how it's a little different than some of the other Megas, and how I feel like Mega Man 6 gets a lot less love than some of the other NES Megas, and I'm not sure if that's just because it was coming around about the time that the SNES was out, and so not a ton of people played it, or what. Because once I started playing it, it's a really fun Mega.
That is one of the reasons for it, yeah. A lot of people didn't know it came out. The last few games on the NES were kind of like that. And then, Mega Man 7 came out and they all wondered where 6 was.
Yeah.
A lot of people at that point were kind of like, okay, well, the series has gotten stale. It's not doing it for them anymore after they played 5. For whatever reason or another. Speedrunning-wise, a lot of people... At least when I started 5 years ago, a lot of people hadn't picked it up because everyone hated the slide canceling. They wanted to jump out of the slide. So nobody picked it up.
It definitely is a lot more challenging at first, but I feel like, I mean, once you adapt to it, it's not as bad.
It's not too bad, no. The speedrun for 6 is all based around movement. 1 and 2, you've got a lot more tricks in it. With zips and things. But in 6, it's all about that slide canceling and be able to do it without stopping to lose any time, and being able to do that efficiently. So trying to get that down consistently, and getting your slide chains together correctly, that's what's going to save you all that time over anything else. All the small details.
Man, you guys, you got to give it up to Yogi, man. I mean, he's not the kind of guy you think of when you think about a Mega Man game, and he's killing it right now, dude.
Yeah, he's doing pretty good.
Like, what the hell? This is where his offline practice had to have gone.
Yeah, I'm still interested to see. I think Prizzy will gain at least a half a minute on Mega Man 6 is my prediction, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I would kind of guess that too, just given that is Prizzy's series. It's Mega Man, so he's kind of used to this kind of game already.
Yeah, I'm kind of keeping track of where they warp out of each stage too, because I'm interested to see how far behind they are, or how far behind Prizzy is at least.
Yeah.
So no, he started at I think a minute 25 behind.
Oh, okay. Something that Yogi just did that actually makes it really cool if you watch my guide. In Blizzard Man stage, this is my favorite stage, actually because of the ice physics, and because of certain tricks in it. But on the ice, because of that slide canceling mechanic, if you hit back left or you turn around to slide, you'll actually rubber band back the way you came. But if you A cancel instead, you continue moving forward, and then you can change your direction in order to reverse damage boost on top of the ice.
Yep, so at the end of that first screen is what you were talking about, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, he A canceled and then turned around, and then the forward momentum carried him into the damage boost rather than going backward.
Yeah, so we should be able to see another example of that here with Prizzy in a second. But do you want to talk about what butter is? I don't think Prizzy's going to go
Butter.
for it, but he's the only one here that I think could go for it.
He might, yeah. We'll see. So Butter, on that submarine section that we saw Yogi already do, and you'll see coming up with Prizzy, Butter is basically getting through that submarine section without stopping at all. You could quote-unquote say it's the one cycle of it, you know. Most people are going to stop into these little cubby holes when the submarine is going up, so that they're safe from all harm. But if you're fast enough and you have the correct movement and everything, you can actually make it underneath all those spikes, just barely, without stopping, and that's what's called Butter. And we kind of got the name.
What he does here.
Yeah, here he goes. We kind of got the name just because Papat had conceptualized it. I was the first one that had like actually performed it, and then Papat was yeah, he didn't go for it. That's okay. Papat was just stream practicing it one time, and I think it was Raiden the Quick came in and just said smooth as butter, and that's how it stuck.
I still think getting to that second cubby between the spikes is probably better than we'll see any other runner do today.
Yeah, the second cubby hole isn't too hard, but it's, you know, if you're not used to it, then that's understandable. Especially because the submarine has some tricky properties to it. With it moving up and down, it sometimes cancels your slide on you, and you have to account for that quickly. So if you don't, you're not going to get very far.
That's good to know.
Well, nice. We've got Mazimov on stream now, getting through Jetsons. I think this is Mazzy's first Big 22, right?
Yeah, he started practicing for the last one, I believe, but he ended up not having enough time to learn the games. But I think this is the first one that he's actually like fully trying to compete in. Mazzy, one of the better NES Metroid runners out there. Also a pretty decent Mega Man runner.
I'm curious to see if anybody's going to go for the platforms section here. I don't expect many to, but I'm curious.
You mean just sticking with Flame?
Yes, so the platforms are these platforms right here. Yep, okay, he's swapping to Buster, and he's going to open them up. But as you saw right there on the first one, he jumped off of it instead. You can do that all the way across. We only have about 6 frames to jump off of it, so it's pretty scary if you're not used to it.
Yeah, I think Prizzy's the only one that I've seen really jump across anything other than that first one the whole time. And I think Prizzy's even going to switch to Buster, if I had to guess.
Yeah, he might. We'll see.
It's really risky to do in a race.
Yeah, if you're not used to it, it's pretty risky. So I don't blame anybody for not doing it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to realize we're not, or most of the runners here, they aren't MM6 runners. They're trying to learn this in a month, along with 19 other games, and so it's tough to get the consistency down with some of the tougher strats. Yogi doing a decent job though on Plant Man facing away with the blizzard shots. I think that gets it a little less leg.
It does, yes, because it clears off to the snowflakes immediately. All right, yeah, so Percy swapped as well, so that's okay. Better safe than sorry in a big race like this. Oh!
And Prizzy actually takes a death.
Oh no!
So
Yeah, that's rough.
That's actually an sixth thing, unfortunately. He got ledge clipped. So sometimes when you're falling and you hit the very edge of the platform, it clips you back the other way instead and you just die. It just happens to do that. I'm not entirely sure why. So unfortunately, it just happened there, and he's got to play through the whole section again.
That's like such an incredibly bad place to take a death. I mean, he went back so far.
Yeah,
So
he was like 2 springs away from finishing the stage.
And do you want to talk about like the ideal Plant Man fight, like what you're trying to do at the beginning of the fight?
So at the beginning of the fight, you're actually trying to do a small glitch. And by standing on top of Plant Man's like exact center, basically. So you try to position yourself to where you're in that spot. And once that happens, he is supposed to track where Mega Man is and run, make a decision on where to run afterwards, but he can't track where Mega Man is in that spot. So he instead just runs across the bottom of the stage for quite a while instead of actually attacking like he's supposed to, which leaves him wide open for attacks. Let's see if Prissy gets
See
it
if we
here.
found the right pixel.
Yep, just like that. So he's just going to keep running like that, and you can... Oh, he's going to get a 6. Nice. Oh!
Yeah, I mean that fight. I mean the death obviously hurt him, but that fight was much quicker than Yogi's, who didn't get the glitch.
Yeah, fortunately for Yogi though, I mean that's really big. That's really big. I mean, this is the kind of game that Prissy really needs to close that gap with a little bit. And not only because of that death, but also I'm telling you, man, I've been watching Yogi play. This guy, I can't believe how well he's playing Mega Man 6 right now. I seriously can't. He looks like a Mega Man runner. Well, not you guys, obviously, people that have practiced Mega Man games quite a bit. He's not doing things like the fast Plant Man fight and stuff, but man, like he's moving really smooth. Hasn't taken really any big falls, no deaths. Just I don't know. It's looking really good.
Yeah, and like I said, Mega Man 6 is all about the movement, so you don't necessarily need to know the big tricks and everything to be saving as much time. You need to be working on your movement primarily. So if he has good movement, then he's definitely going to go far.
It is also one of those things too, I think, where because it's about the small movement tricks, like oftentimes you won't notice the things that Prissy is doing better than Yogi as well. Like they'll both look like they're going fast, but maybe Prissy's still gaining 4 or 5 seconds each stage.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. You can like just getting the slides in small places and stuff, getting those just small optimizations in each room. But yeah, I mean, obviously, so far so good. Prissy can still, really kill it for the rest of this, even with that death. I mean, do we know how much time he really lost there? I mean, it had to have been like a minute, right?
Yeah, but Yogi almost lost. Yogi's losing more right now.
Mm.
Yep,
Oh, yeah.
yep, that's 2 deaths. Prissy lost, 50 seconds or so for his death. That's probably one of the worst places in the game that you can die because you have to go through a mini-boss again, and you don't have the ammo to go through the section afterwards again. So those 2 deaths are going to be very, very good for Prissy. As far as Mazamon, or Yogi dying, excuse me.
So is there anything else that we need to know about Yamato Man stage?
This is actually one of the most straightforward stages. There's not really a whole lot to it. The beginning screen is probably the scariest screen in the game. You've got to, if you do it fast, you're supposed to just slide and then jump with like 2 pixels left before you actually fall off the ledge. But other than that, the stage is pretty straightforward. Just slide through it and jet a couple times, and you have the easiest boss in the game to fight as well. So.
And Yamato has like 2 different things you can do, right? You want to talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, actually, for all of the 8 robots, there's, except for Nightman for some reason, he's the only exception. For the other 7, they all have this rule that they can't do the same action more than twice in a row. Yamato Man only has 2 actions though, so if he does, 2 spear throws, he's guaranteed to do his jump afterwards. Like right here, he just jumped twice, so he's guaranteed the spear throw afterwards. So because of that, you can predict half of what Yamato is doing just because of that. It makes it pretty easy because you can position yourself where you need to ahead of time.
Yep, nice.
Now we could just,
what Yogi's got for lives. Is he on his last life?
unless he got one from a drop, then yes, he's on his last life right now. So
Yeah, I haven't seen him
again.
pick anything up, but who knows?
Yeah, so I mean that could be extremely dangerous here. I mean, obviously, if he takes one more mistake like that.
Yeah, if he dies at the beginning of a level, though, it's not the worst because then he can just continue and he'll be okay. But if he dies, at the end of a level, that would be that would be really
That would be a
bad.
huge game changer.
Also, I know you don't have a lot of time, but do you want to explain this, Terex, with the skip on the spikes?
Oh yeah, seeing the skip. So you can go fast right here as he's going to do. He's probably going to do. Okay, there's a few different ways you can go through here. So he's doing the easy way of swapping to Yamato in the middle of it. So that spike ceiling moves a little bit when you still hit the pause menu, but you don't have your hitbox out anymore for it to kill you. Now, because of that, you can continue on because it doesn't, kill you anymore. If you slide at the right moment, though, you can also trick it into thinking that it's a ceiling, and that you just slide further past that. So there is a setup where you can get that extra slide to go faster, but it's a lot trickier for what someone here is likely going to be doing. And I'm kind of glad that he didn't slide in this checkpoint room here on those platforms with the Browns, the barrel enemies, because that's one of the scariest.
Oh, if you go back for that one.
Eddie, there you go. Okay, that's not a bad choice.
Very smart. See, Yogi, he learned, man. We talked about this earlier. It's not all in Yogi strat this time. He's playing it a little safe.
Wow, Yogi being nice to the mad nerds there, though. Just letting them be.
I think Eddie might have a favorite for the Big 20 here.
Yeah, Eddie put some money on Yogi.
So the Nightman, recently there was a way that we found that you can actually get him to stand in one spot, but it's completely random as to how it happens. You have to have him jump over to a certain position, and then you have to jump at a very specific time for him to throw his Night Crusher off screen. And then with that gone, he can't do anything else because it's supposed to return to him. But getting him to jump A into that spot and then B throw the thing afterwards is, going to be totally random.
Yep.
We also have a nickname for him, Sir Jumpington, as he's proving right now.
Sir Jumpington.
Yes, especially in the refights for some reason. We'll get there, and then he just does like high jumps the whole time, and you can't hit him because he's up in the air, and Yamato Sphere goes forward, not up. So we just have the nickname from Sir Jumpington just because we can't get him to stop jumping. Now, I am curious to see if anybody goes for Miracle Jump here at the beginning of Centaur stage.
Yeah, Yogi, I think smartly didn't. I mean, to save what, about a second and a half?
Yeah.
That jump. The jumps under the spikes just scare me every time, dude.
Yeah, water and spikes are usually not a great mix for Mega Man games for casual players. That's for sure.
Because like if you would have hit any of those spikes, then just think what that does for Percy. That's all it would have taken.
I will say, Percy has gained 30 seconds so far, even with the that really bad death.
Yep.
So he is making by some of the time
He's
back.
about half a stage behind.
Percy did go for Miracle.
Not quite. I actually have never thought of that. I don't know why I've never thought of doing that.
Oh, so that actually wasn't Miracle?
No, Miracle Jump is jumping under there without taking a hit. He went up there and then reverse damage boosted. I don't know if that was based on reaction, but what happens in there, the reason we call that Miracle Jump is for some reason at that specific spot when you jump out of the water, it applies the water physics as you exit the water. So you go up higher than what you actually intend and you can't control it. So if you take a hit, normally you would fall down into the pit. But he either intentionally or reacted to that and was able to reverse damage boost and save himself from it.
I mean, that's the way I've always seen Percy do it.
Okay,
so I think that's how he usually does it.
Okay, but yeah, if you cancel your slide at the right spot and then do a small hop, you get underneath the Metroid-like enemy as it falls.
Nice, Kha'Zix getting those follows, man, on stream. You gotta love when people have the notifications on.
Oh, and Percy gets a ladder jump too. Oh, that's sick. So that was something that got discovered a year or two ago. For some reason, if you walk or climb down a ladder in Mega Man 6 only, it applies a few frames where you're standing at the bottom of it. So if you are good at enough, you can let go of down and then jump off of that spot and then go up the ladder higher than what the climbing would have given you in that time.
All right, so Percy obviously doing a great job trying to bring this back. And yeah, they had some deaths, Yogi and Percy both, but you can still tell that Prissy made up a good amount of time. So
Oh, that was insane. Prissy had I think a 1947 kill on Centaur, and I think he said his PB is like an 1859, so that would have been at his PB pace pretty much without that
Oh, wow.
death. That was really
you
good
gotta give
outside
it
of
to
that
Yogi,
one move.
man. I seriously can't. I can't believe it. He played that so well. I mean, if you think about the games, like he had to have been like thinking of that specifically, thinking, okay, if I got to beat Prissy, what game do I need to practice to make sure I don't lose a ton of time? Mega Man 6, man.
I mean, there's some of that, but like, I mean, you want to get to at least a really good, or at least a good time in all the games. So I feel like Yogi probably, I mean, he's smart, so he's going to be putting his time and as he gets better at certain games, he's going to say, yeah, okay, I have the most time to gain in this game, so I'm going to practice that more.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's just so impressive to me. 'Cause, I mean, like I said, it's not the kind of game that you really think of Yogi for, like when you think about a Mega Man game, right? So just the fact that he held his own and he actually like stuck it together like that.
Well,
really,
the good news for Yogi is that it's right at the checkpoint.
yeah, fortunately.
No, but Terex, thank you. Is there anything else you wanted to mention about Mega Man or anything else about Big 20 or anything?
Not that I necessarily had. If you want to get into it, you know where to find the people for it. So
Yeah, no, thanks though, because I know you know the game so much better than we do. So thanks for popping on.
Yeah.
I appreciate
yeah,
it.
absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things, I guess, because we talked about it a little bit too, where, you know, Prissy obviously has the optimizations with sliding in places that Yogi wouldn't go for and stuff like that. But Mega Man games are just, they are games that usually when you find good Mega Man runners, they have played the games a lot, right? There's always the fine tuning that they do in all the rooms, and I just think Yogi played it really smart in the way that he didn't go for all those crazy slides and stuff like that. He knows the kind of time he's getting out of that. And it's like, okay, don't risk it, you know? And I don't know if he has, you know, if he knows where Prissy's at right now as far as the race right now goes. Either way, I think he probably would have played Mega Man 6 the same way that he did, you know, as far as not going for anything crazy. But just the fact that he did it that way, I just think it's so good, man. It's so smart.
Yeah, I think Yogi is watching. I think he knows exactly where Prissy is. And two, I think, yeah, he wouldn't have changed anything with how he played Mega Man. That's how I've seen Yogi play Mega Man.
Right. But yeah, really, really good stuff. I mean, obviously on the last two games now, you know, Yogi's death that he took earlier wasn't that bad, but it is that little bit. I mean, Prissy's just gaining on him little by little.
Yep, I mean, Prissy, outside of the one death Prissy had, that was an incredibly good Mega Man 6 Robot Masters. Yeah, it looks like he gained 44 seconds on Yogi with Mega Man. And their PBs looking across Power Blade and Ninja Gaiden 3. It looks like Yogi has 13 seconds better for their PBs across the last two games.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, and both the goals for these games, Power Blade and Ninja Gaiden 3, are both beat the game, so they've got to get through the whole thing. Gotta play it all.
Yep, and Yogi took probably the best death you can take in the game, because you get a checkpoint at each of these midway point guys where they give you the key. That's a checkpoint, and so Yogi died about a second and a half after.
Yeah, it was the very jump after that.
But especially in stage 4, there's a moving platform section that is really difficult to do fast, and that if anyone takes a death there, the other person is by default in front. Like, you lose a lot of time. And the clips, to a lesser extent, could get you for a while. I think these two have practiced the clips enough to where they might lose 10 seconds if they're having troubles getting the clip in 5 or 6, but they're not going to lose a large amount of time.
Mm-hmm. I love how we have Infinite Mystery playing Defender of the Crown on stream. Gotta love some Maya.
Yeah, so if you guys don't know, I'm sure you've seen from the chat, like Infinite Mystery always plays the big 20s pretty much blind. I think he did practice Defender of the Crown a little bit. I think he might have practiced Viper a little bit, but like some of like the really tough games he put in a tiny amount of time into, but mostly blind. He's going into every single one of these big 20s. And I think he's also, after this, going to play the DOScathlon as well. And so he is just going from like one tournament to another pretty much blind. It's incredible to watch.
Yeah, and Mr. PUBG also playing Silver Surfer. I need to do some quick checking on some of the other runners to see who might be in the 3rd or 4th spots. Let's check on Cananaphone again, maybe.
And I think Bad Breaks did say we're going to get to the top 4 very soon. So we're kind of getting through everyone else here on stream. We'll get back to the top runners for the end here, and then we'll kind of cycle through to whoever's still going.
All right, looks like Cananaphone's in Mega Man 6. So is JSR. So is Cats. Yeah, it looks like there's a good amount of runners on Mega Man 6 right now. So 3rd and 4th place might be getting kind of close.
Yeah, I mean that's what I kind of figured. Going into this, like obviously the blind game kind of set some people apart. But going into this, I kind of figured it was going to be Yogi or Prizzy or Pikachu's to take. A lot of other people were close, and I thought maybe Cats had a chance too, but those are the ones that kind of stood out to me as being the most consistent.
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw about 8 to 10 people after those 4 that could all be right behind them. And so I'm actually expecting a lot of really close finishes, whether it's for first, like we have these 2, or for 3rd place, or for 7th. Like there's going to be a lot of close finishes. So I'm definitely looking forward to continuing to commentate not only these first couple finishers, but as we get through this whole top 10, I think it's going to be really close.
Yeah, and it's always nice when you do have really close races like that too. I mean, there's definitely no blowout here, you know. And to be honest, if Yogi and Prissy didn't both do so well in Battle Kid, it might be extremely close with a lot of those runners.
Yeah, no, I mean that's a really good point.
Who do you think this main character in Power Blade looks like?
Infested Rich.
What?
I know. Watch his world record run.
He's been working out, man. I was thinking like Duke Nukem, maybe Arnold.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously, I see the Arnold. I could see the Duke. But no, Infested Rich in his world record run of this, dressed up in this outfit.
I mean, like it just looks like Rich.
No, I mean, watch the world record. You'll know what I mean.
Oh man.
He got the world record with a Power Blade cosplay.
Oh really? The first one or second one? The first one?
This one, the first one.
So the first one, yeah.
I guess I haven't seen his world record video for the second one, but
I feel like I've only seen the actual run for the second one. I mean, I've watched him play this before, but it's been a long time since I've seen. So I don't know if I've actually ever watched the record run. I might need to go check that out. Yes, we're actually getting the suit, man. The suit. Now we're actually RoboCop.
Yep, and which the attack from this is called the Power Blade. So if you're curious where the name comes from, that is where. There is a trick you can do that Yogi almost went for it, and Prizzy always goes for it. I have no idea why. It saves about a second, but when you grab the power suit, if you're fast enough, you can get up and out before this little circle comes to you. We'll check Prizzy's screen right here. So he's going for it. He's grabbing it, and he's going to jump out before that circle gets there. That saves about a second. And to me, it's totally not worth it in a race. Because once you get the power suit, you will have it for the rest of the game, provided you don't get hit 3 times. And that is just such a good chance that you're going to get hit there. But both our runners made it past that point without getting hit. Yogi does take one hit though, so he's down to two health on the suit. And kind of you can see the time on the top right of the screen. The suit is just to the left of that, and it has 3 little white dots on Prizzy's screen and 2 on Yogi's screen. That's the health. So once they get hit 3 times, they'll lose the suit and they'll go back to the old normal Arnold Duke Nukem infested Rich Power Blade. And Yogi did just get past the moving bridge part that I said could set you back a lot. And Prizzy's coming up to it now, so let's see how he does. These jumps are very tight.
Yeah, you can just tell, like, as you're jumping, you just feel like you're not going to make it.
So Prizzy hesitated for a second there. Oh, actually, the only time I've ever seen Prizzy die on that is when he hesitates. So I'm really glad he made it through. But they both made it through that part. They're both running a really good Power Blade.
Yeah, and we got Kananaphone and JSR both back on the stream. Obviously, they're both playing Mega Man 6. I think they're definitely up there for the next spot in line. I don't know exactly where Cats is at. I'd have to check again, but I think those are JSR and Kananaphone are definitely up there for the 3rd and 4th spots. For potential, of course. So yeah, good idea putting them back on.
Yeah, Kananaphone is always somebody who is always up there. Like, he's never talked about by a lot of people as being like, yeah, I think he can win, but then he's always like 3rd place or something, and he's definitely got the talent to win. Like, absolutely. And JSR, I think this is his first Big 20.
I think so, yeah.
But he's a big NES collector, and he plays all sorts of NES games. So.
Hey, Yogi was going for that clip there for a little bit. He finally gave it up.
Yeah, I mean, that's one that saves almost no time. Like, you might save 3 seconds if you get that the first time. If you try 2 or 3 times, you're losing 7 time. But right here where Yogi is the first clip. So this is what could decide the time. Yogi does a setup. So there's 2 different ways to do these. You can try to find a setup that works, and Yogi gets it second try, so that was pretty decent. It took a little time setting up, but a lot of people, I think you'll see Prizzy just kind of run back and forth and not do a setup and just kind of feel it. I don't think one way is better than the other. I think you get a lot more tries if you do the way Prizzy does it, but I think Prizzy got it about a second faster, but it was pretty much the same.
Mm-hmm. Kananaphone, of course, just give him some quick shout out here. Actually put the site together for the Best of NES website. He put that site together. So, which is pretty awesome. Looks pretty nice. Just saying. JSR representing Team Little Z. Shout out to Team Little Z. Spam that in chat if you would. I mean, dude, Little Z might be the cutest of all time. It's up there.
I won't disagree with you, but
but yeah, obviously Kananaphone getting up into Plant Man stage now. JSR just finished it. Or no, Centaur Man, right? Kananaphone's on.
yes. Sorry,
So, yeah.
I was watching you again.
There. I'm just trying to scope out to make sure I see who might be possibly in 4th place.
And Yogi got the Sector 6 clip pretty quickly there too. So that's actually really good. Prizzy will save a time, like just a few seconds, because he doesn't have to go grab that power suit that Yogi had to grab. Prizzy having to try many more times than Yogi on this clip, but he does get it. They are still really close, though. It's definitely going to come down to Ninja Gaiden.
Right. It looks
'Cause-
like Cats is in Nightman stage, so I think she's ahead of JSR. But
Nice.
Kananophone definitely looks like, I think he's in 3rd place right now.
Yeah, I'm sure once we get a little bit further, we'll make sure we have the top 4 on there. But we're getting to that point now where we're probably pretty much just going to have the top 4 at any one time that haven't finished up there.
Yeah, and it's so hard too, because when people are so close, I mean, if somebody takes one death and all of a sudden they're not in their spot anymore, or that placement, then it's like, it's not really realistic to think we can just keep switching everybody as things happen. That quickly, at least.
So without jinxing too bad, I think they have definitely gotten past the worst parts of Power Blade. There are a couple parts in the 7th stage, or like the last stage, that are a little tricky, but it does look like Yogi's gonna have about a 30-second lead going into Ninja Gaiden 3.
Oh, it looks like Overswarm and Skateman on Power Blade. Okay, nice. Well, I'm sure we'll get those swapped out, eventually. I mean, like I said, it's hard to get everybody updated all the time. But yeah, I mean, the whole thing here with Power Blade, it's, I think about like when Yogi was going for those jumps and he's trying that clip like 4 or 5 times, and then you're just like, okay, just forget it, go. That's kind of the way that I think both these guys need to play at this point, because they're so close that any one mistake, like in Ninja Gaiden 3, if they're both coming into it at this pace together, oh man, it could get extremely close here, man. It's gonna be very close.
Yeah, no, it definitely will. I know. I think Prizzy's very good at Ninja Gaiden 3, but I think he stresses out about it a lot, so it'll be interesting. Yogi, I know, used to stress a lot. He's going to miss a grenade there. I don't think that's really going to hurt him too much. Having 2 grenades would be nice up here in level 7 for a part with a couple of the, I don't know what you want to call them, spaceship guys, but it's definitely not necessary.
Mm-hmm.
This is the screen that the 2 grenades kind of helps. It saves just a tiny bit of time.
Yeah, and the thing about Ninja Gaiden 3 is, I feel like when we first announced this list, I think Ninja Gaiden 3 was one of the main ones that people were like, okay, I gotta put a lot of time, really need to learn that. Even though it is the Japanese version and everything, less damage and all that. I think you, what is it? You get continues, right? I'm trying to think back to how, it's been a while since I played that, but it's like 3 lives, then continue, right?
Yep, I mean, there are continues, but especially for like the last stage, it gets really punishing if you die, because you lose the fire shield for the last bosses.
Mm-hmm.
And with the fire shield, the last bosses are pretty much free. I won't say free, but they're a bunch easier.
Right.
Yogi with a really, really good Power Blade time here. And I think Prizzy's might even be a tiny bit quicker. Like Yogi should be sub 19, I think. So for having that death in the first stage, that was pretty good. Yeah, it should be like an 1853 or something for him. But Prizzy is on the last. Oh, Prizzy has definitely saved some time here.
Yeah, I mean, just look how close this is, man. I mean, you can't ask for much better out of a race. Like, with how close Prizzy and Yogi have kept it this entire time, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, this is
the lead is exchanged
really
probably good. A good 6-7 times, maybe.
Yep, and Prizzy gained 20 seconds on Power Blade there. Looks like they are 20 seconds apart exactly right now.
Wow.
Hype going into this
20
last
seconds.
this
And
last
awesome.
game.
It's crazy, man. This is crazy. "20 games, and it all comes down to the last one." That's pretty high.
Yep, so I mean, obviously, Yogi has just been 1 second better than Prizzy in every game so far. It's crazy to think about that, though. Over 19 games, you're averaging just 1 second better than your opponent. Yep, Yogi's time I think is like 16 seconds or 18 seconds better than or his PB than Prizzy's. But this game can be really trolly. If you make one mistake, it can definitely cascade. So this is anyone's game for sure. The world record for this game is a mid 12, I think. A lot of our runners are going to be able to hit like a mid to high 13.
And this game is so crazy to watch too.
Okay, 1224, thanks.
Like Ninja Gaiden games are just so big as far as just in speedrunning. NES speedrunning, it's hard not to think about Ninja Gaiden, you know. Any of the three.
Yeah, I mean, some of the best NES runners we have been fighting over some of these games for a while.
Yeah,
And we come to everyone's favorite stage in Ninja Gaiden 3, the auto-scroller.
Yeah, gotta have an auto-scroller, man.
I mean, it doesn't really help you at all, but you can kind of glitch out to the, like, in the wall on this stage. I think Prizzy usually does it, but... I just want to give another shout out to Skate Man, because I think last Big 20 was his first one and he got 4th, and now he's sitting there in 3rd. Like, he's doing a really good job.
Yeah, doing extremely well.
I think he's in. I think he's one stage ahead of Cananophone. Yeah, and Prizzy's just swagging through the wall here. They're. I would say neither of them are very experienced Ninja Gaiden 3 runners. I don't think either of them had speedrun it before this. I wouldn't doubt if they had both played it before this, but I don't know for sure.
Right, yeah. I don't believe either of them has played this a lot. Unless it's been offline or something.
Yeah, I think this just isn't one of Yogi's types of games that he would really speedrun.
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, he's doing a great job so far, though.
I mean, Yogi's good at any game he plays. It's just this isn't one that he would normally choose to run.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I was saying for Mega Man 6. You know, it's like he can play the game. It's just that it's not that style of game that you really think of Yogi with. You know, he's usually playing the RPGs, puzzles, stuff like that. But definitely a very skilled platformer player.
And this is honestly what I was hoping for. We had our two best runners who had the best sum of best, and they've been right next to each other nearly the entire time. And I mean, yeah, there have been a couple lead changes, but I think it's only been about a minute either way this entire time. So it's just been such an amazing race.
Yeah, it really has been. I mean, you can't say it enough, man. It's just the fact that they have had this neck-and-neck competition for the entire race, you know? It's insane. Like, you know, anytime that we saw a death, like in Mega Man 6 or Power Blade, the other one took a death too, you know? It's just like, it's crazy how close it's been.
Yep, and I mean, even, like, I think if you, like, there's some talk in chat right now. I think even if you looked at games 2 through 20, I think it's going to be these two at the top. I really do. They've been going really strong through this whole thing, and they're looking at having a time around somewhere 303, 304, maybe, and that is with a blind game of Battle Kid and an extra 30-second transition that wasn't on their PBs. So I mean, they're just doing amazingly well.
Mm-hmm. And if I remember correctly, I think Yogi and Prissy both joined this Big 20 a little late, I think. I know Yogi did for sure. I think Prissy didn't join right away.
Yeah, no, it's true. And Prissy had a break in the middle too. I know. I think he went on vacation or something, or he was out of town. But I don't know about Yogi. Yogi did a lot of coincidental learning, and I'm not sure when that might have started. I know I was talking to him the first weekend right after it was announced, and he was talking about potentially doing a bunch of offline practicing and just joining randomly. Obviously, he started streaming it and people found out. But I don't know. He might have been. That's something we can ask him because I'd like to know when he started practicing.
Yeah, I forget exactly how it went. He had something else going on that he was playing for a week or something like that. But then after that first week, I think he got into the whole coincidental.
Oh, he's playing Path of Exile. That's right. There was a new I think there was a new season of Path of Exile, and that's what he was doing.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he was playing Yogi. I thought there was something else too. I can't remember. Anyway, yeah, we can ask him about that. So yeah, still very close. I think Prissy was really gaining some time, and then I think took an unfortunate death somewhere. But still within reach.
Yeah, I mean they're just pushing through this. They haven't really done anything wrong yet. This stage 5, I think, it's pretty short here on these first few screens, but it's really hectic, and it's so easy to make a mistake. I do know Prizzy says this is his favorite stage. I think part of that is because it's so hectic. But I mean, it's so easy to die on especially the screen Yogi's on 5-1C. Really easy to die. Prizzy got the really quick elevator. I don't know if you want to call it a skip or just elevator climb. He got that. He does teeth mash some of these elevator climbs. For those of you who don't know, Prizzy does actually mash with his teeth. He will put the controller up to his mouth and he can vibrate his jaw at an incredibly fast rate, so he will mash the buttons with his teeth.
Yeah, it's just crazy. It's insane.
And I'm not joking at all. Like that is how he mashes for a lot of the mashing parts.
I don't know. I mean, last AGDQ, he did it live, I believe.
Yep, he did it during the Mega Man 1 through 3 relay race. So if you want to go check out that VOD on AGDQ, I'm sure it probably has it on. He might have been on the far right though. I'm not sure if they got his mouth on the video, but
I think they actually had a picture. I remember seeing in the gallery of all their photos. I think they got a good picture of him doing it.
Yeah, and actually, Prizzy took a lead there because Yogi went to he had taken a lot of damage and ended up going for the health there. And so Prizzy is getting to the stage 5 boss, and Prizzy does like the optimal kill here, or attempts to. Doesn't quite get enough, but still gets a pretty quick kill there on stage 5.
Oh man!
Where Yogi will do the more traditional walk across. You can actually swipe at him with your sword through the left side of the screen.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy, man. That could very well be what cost Yogi the race. So Prizzy's in the lead now. We'll see. I mean, really, it's whoever makes a mistake at this point.
Yeah, I would say even if someone's a minute ahead in stage 7, it's all going to come down to those last bosses. Because if you die on one of the last bosses, you go back to, I think, 3 or 4, and you lose your fire shield, and it becomes a lot more difficult. So it's not going to be over no matter what happens in this next stage and a half until someone actually finishes. But we are down to probably the last 3.5 to 4 minutes, guys, before somebody is going to win.
Is anybody else on Ninja Gaiden 3 yet? Do we know?
I'm not sure. I would doubt it. If it's not Kananaphone or Skate, I think Cats would be the only other one that has a chance. I believe you are not allowed to use passwords to go back to 7.1. You have to go back to 7.3 or whatever. Prizzy gets a good kill. Yogi's going at it now. Yogi gets a really good kill.
Yeah, that was a good boss fight. All right, so it's all coming down to this.
Okay, let's get some Prizzies or Yogis in the strat, or in chat. Who do you think is going to take this one, guys? Or at least, who are you rooting for? Wow, this is actually really even. There are a ton of Prizzies and a ton of Yogis coming in.
You have to wonder at this point if Prissy knows that he's a little bit ahead of Yogi.
I almost
maybe he'll
guarantee
kind of,
Prizzy knows.
Maybe
So this-
he'll slow it down just a little bit to make sure.
This
he
is
doesn't
one
jump
section. Nope. I think he's gonna go fast here. He does try to teeth mash that part, but he gets through that just fine.
through. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I can't. You have to wonder if he knows. Like maybe it's like, okay, let's get through it. Get through it.
No, are you kidding me? He's saying I'm 10 seconds ahead of Yogi. I need to go as fast as I can.
I don't know, man.
Let's go. This is, I think, the closest. Yeah, this has got to be the closest Big 20. I know the second one would have been really close if we had the 30-second rule, but I think Yogi ended up being able to switch games a lot faster than Rich. But this has got to be the closest ending that we've had to a Big 20.
Yes, just extremely tight for the entire thing. I mean, I don't even really know what to say at this point, man. I'm just watching, just watching. I mean, any little mistake in this could cost somebody the race.
I mean, the goal is to make it through this with, I think, 60 Ninpo, because that gives you 3 shots of the Fire Shield, and pretty much just making it through, because you shouldn't take a lot of damage after that. So here are the final 3 bosses here. Prizzy is through the first, he's on the second, as Yogi fights the first. Prizzy is through the second.
Yeah,
This is the last boss coming up.
looks like he should be able to close it out, unless some kind of disaster happens here.
Oh, just to say, McFly said that, not me.
All right, looking pretty good for him so far.
And Prizzy has won
Yep, that does
the
it.
Big 20.
Wow.
With an SRL time of 3:02:59. He actually, for his full runs, he PB'd on Ninja Gaiden by 16 seconds.
And there's Yogi with, let's see, 303.14.
Yep. Yeah, 3:03:12 via SRL, but my gosh, that was 13 seconds.
That is crazy, man. All came down to Ninja Gaiden 3. Seriously, that was crazy. Well, I mean, I guess you could always count all the other stuff that happened in the race too, right? But man, the fact that it came down to this game, they came into it so close. Yogi took that one big death that gave Prissy the lead, and then Prissy ran with it from there. Didn't drop it.
Yeah, I mean, this was just an insane race from from the third or fourth game on. They were within a minute of each other.
Yeah, GG to both of these guys. Man, really good race. To do all these games in just a little over 3 hours. That's crazy, man. Not an easy task at all, especially with the blind game to start it.
Yeah, 303 with a blind game that they've never speedrun before. That's incredible.
Man.
I'm hoping we'll be able to get both of them in here for an interview together. I'd love to hear how they felt about it.
Man. I don't even know what to think, man. Just crazy. It's just so crazy. I mean, just so well played on all fronts, man. I mean, if I'm just thinking about those few deaths. I mean, even in 6, Prissy had taken a death and stuff. But it's like and Yogi took 2, I think, in Mega Man 6. But yeah, it's just if you really think about it, there wasn't too much. I mean, God, they played so well outside of those deaths, you know? Because a lot of the other stuff that happened, I mean, you know, if you think about small deaths left and right that were just like, you know, small little, you know, lost 5 seconds, 10 seconds maybe on one of the worst ones. But man, yeah, it's really well played. To learn these 20 games that quickly, man, good stuff, guys.
Yeah, I'm in awe just of how close this was. Literally the entire 20 games, the entire 3 hours.
And so now on stream we have Cats and Overswarm. So
Yeah,
these guys are playing for 3rd place now.
It's really good to get Overswarm on stream too. He's a newer speedrunner, but I know he's logged a ton of hours into this. He really wanted to do well, and he was right up there with the other guys for the best times. I was a little skeptical that he'd be able to pull it together just because of his relative inexperience speedrunning. But he's done an amazing job here today to be right up there in 3rd. Okay, I know we're going to get Prizzy soon for an interview. Hopefully Yogi will join us too.
Okay, nice. Yeah, and Cats, just to point out, I mean, Cats did a great job of coming back from Battle Kid. She had a little bit of a harder time with that game, but you know, we were talking earlier about having that mind come back from it to still push through, like don't let it get to you. I think she's showing a really good example of that.
Yeah, she's one of those that just has that ultimate mentality, like the good mentality of like never quit and keep pushing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, definitely all of these top guys, we want to make sure that you guys are giving them follows because, I mean, they do this, like, there's nothing other, there's no prize. It's just pride. So definitely give them a follow, give them some love. And Dexter, if you can hear me, I think we got Prizzy waiting to be moved in. Okay, what's up, Prizzy?
Hey, what's up?
How do you feel right now?
Still pretty pissed off about that Mega Man 6 death because I let go of A right at the end because I would have made it. But yeah, pretty happy overall. Yeah, sure.
You know, I almost said that in chat. I was like, you know, Prizzy just won the Big 20, and I'm gonna be willing to bet he's not happy.
I'm super happy. No. I was just like throughout Mega Man 6 at the end and still at the beginning of Power Play, I was just I really wanted. It's not about winning the race. I really wanted to showcase Mega Man 6 and to have a good run in Mega Man 6, but I couldn't do it. So that's a bummer, but yeah.
No, I think outside of that death, though, it seemed like you pretty much were running like a 19 flat outside of that death.
Yeah, that was.
So I mean, you had a really good run outside of that one moment.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I was just like in that moment, I was like, oh man, really? Do I have to die? But yeah, it was a good run. Moment 6.
Yeah, no, congrats, man. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about your preparation? Because I know that you had a lot of stuff going on, and you weren't playing the whole time. So like, how much time did you actually get?
Well, first of all, thank you. It was really fun. I was actually 1 week away for holidays, and I was not practicing like I practiced for the number 7, like the other one, because I didn't feel pressure at all. I was just like, okay, just gonna try this list, and if I like it, I'm maybe gonna join. That's why people have been like asking, oh, is he gonna join or not? I didn't mean to stir like to do that. I was just like, I'm really not sure. Like that's why I picked up Simpsons first, because I went through the list and I thought, okay, Simpsons is terrible. I might as well just try the worst games in the list and then try if I like it. And I like Simpsons.
I was gonna say, then you fell in love with Simpsons. No, I think Simpsons is such a good game. It gets a bad rap, I think, just because of the control scheme. But once you get used to it, I think it's so much fun. And it's really challenging
Speedrunning?
in a good way.
Yeah, speedrunning, I agree. It's not that bad once you get used to it. It's just bad casually.
So, what was your least favorite game in the whole thing? Then you were talking about you like Simpsons, you love Mega Man 6, obviously.
Phew. That's a hard question because like define worst game, because like Burger Time is the worst game I think for me, but only because it's such a small goal. You just play the first stage and that's it. But other than that, I think Silver Surfer is really boring.
Yeah, I mean, full-time auto scroller is usually not a favorite with the speedrunning crowd.
Correct. I find Lolo a little bit like it's fun, but not really. It's a little bit dull. Slalom grew on me, but I didn't like it at first. Same with City Connection. It's actually kind of fun if you get the frame perfect turnaround or the frame perfect jump. I don't like Defender of the Crown as a speedrun, like in a race setting, because like a lot of things can happen. I like it as a grind. Like it's kind of fun, addicting to grind that game.
So that's why I can't wait to get Yogi in here because I want to get his perspective on that. Yogi is in here. Congratulations, Yogi. I know it probably hurts a little bit right now, but you and Prizzy did so well today. You guys just killed it.
Oh, thanks.
GG. Do you want to give kind of your overall thoughts on stuff, Yogi? And then I have a question about Defender of the Crown after that.
No more blind games, please. That is my humble request. I don't know. It's okay to try it out. It's okay to try it out, but it just doesn't feel like.
Wait. How long did you take? How long did it take you, Yogi?
8:58.
Ah, dang! You would have won the race of the dots.
Yep.
Yeah. Prizzy finished like maybe 30 to 50 seconds before.
7:30.
Yep. I didn't know about one of the checkpoints. There was a checkpoint I missed completely. So.
I gotta be honest.
This
This victory is a little bit tainted because obviously Mega Man 6 I knew before, and Battle Kid I also know. I've played it through, and I actually tried to speedrun it like 2 years ago, but I completely forgot everything. So if you watch my replay back, you'll see I die everywhere. But I think that's the reason why I won, because like it was real close at the end. So it's kind of tainted.
So I will say, I feel like Yogi had to give one back because he kind of stole Big 20 #2 from Rich. So maybe this was just a little bit of
maybe.
No. I mean, that was part of it though. Everyone going into this knew that there was going to be a blind game.
Yeah, that's true.
And
but then again, people have different experience with it. He's probably beaten it before. I've seen Rich play it a lot, so I kind of knew where to go. And then some people just don't know at all, and they're probably wandering around lost.
Yep, and I mean, this was an experiment that Best Nest wanted to do, and I think they're going to look at it and see how it goes. And I mean,
that's fine. Yeah.
So Prizzy mentioned that Defender of the Crown is one of his less liked games to run in a race setting. But he loves like the idea of the game for a grind, for a PB. Do you wanna talk about that and how safe or unsafe it might be in a race setting?
It's pretty safe in a race. I always get 3 minutes or less. Actually, I had pretty bad luck on this one. I got a 3:10, but that's pretty rare.
Because I was gonna say, like, Yogi actually talked to me pretty early on about how he was like looking at some safety strats, and he hadn't like quite gotten them down yet, but they seemed really consistent, or at least what you were trying to do. And it sounds like you actually ended up getting those pretty well.
Yeah, I always go for the 4 income castle because first of all, if you reset, you don't have to wait to see the map. You can just see the 4 income and take it, or reset any 3 income. So I always go for that one, and then I go down right and take that territory. Enough gold to buy stuff, and then after I take the right castle, you get that blockade. You gain all the territories that the right castle owns, so it makes a blockade, and they can't attack you in that castle. So they have to attack like one of the outer territories before they can even get to you. So I use that turn to buy 33 soldiers, and then I just use those to the more army you have, the faster the fights are. So you kind of get some of that time back, and it makes it pretty safe.
Yep. I do just want to say, let's take a quick pause with the interviews because Overswarm is on 7-3D, so he's going to be going into these last 3 bosses here. Overswarm is in 3rd if you're not watching, guys. And Skateman is right behind him just going into 7-3, so this is going to be a pretty close finish for 3rd as well. So hopefully no one takes a death and Overswarm takes it out, but we'll see what happens. While we're talking about that, Yogi, were there any surprises about the race? Like, what did you really have fun doing today? What did you dislike doing?
The one I struggled kind of the most with was Felix the Cat. It kind of felt like Wacky Races. It's that game where you kind of like...
Oh, it was the perfect game that you want to play forever?
You kind of just focus on the other games just because, you're going to take the small loss in Felix if you mess up. I kind of didn't learn that one too well. For games that I liked.
Overswarm does take 3rd. Sorry, Yogi, keep going. Nice. Congrats to Overswarm.
GG.
GG.
I really kind of like Double Dragon and Codename Viper. Codename Viper was pretty solid for me for a long time.
Screw that game.
I did lose a minute to it. I died at the end of
5, I think.
No, the tube one.
Yeah, isn't that 5?
That's 6.
Or is it 6? Okay.
5 is the zombie.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was a little uncareful.
Yeah, I didn't know there wasn't a checkpoint in that level. And then all of a sudden you started at the beginning, I was like, oh no.
Yep, that's why you don't want to die in levels like. A lot of scary games in this list. Spider-Man, like the Vulture, can just swoop at you and knock out 2 of your 4 health, and that's in 1 of your 2 lives. The Vulture is super scary.
And Skateman does also come in 4th as well. So I think that's 4th again for Skateman in 2 straight Big 20s. So really, really big props to him. It's not easy to get a top 5 in a Big 20.
Team Canada.
Nice. They were 3rd and 4th were pretty close as well.
Yeah, no, I have a feeling it's going to be a lot of this. It's going to be like each couple places are going to have a few people that are really close because there were so many close times. Like if you look across, Yogi and Prizzy and Pikachu were right there at the top, and then right behind them, a few minutes behind, were like 10 other people were within like 5 or 10 minutes. And so I think this Big 20 definitely was the most competitive PB wise or sum of best wise. And we're definitely seeing that is there was a little separation from the blind game, but we have pockets of people that are right next to each other, like going along. It's really, really nice to see. Like, what did you guys think, both Prizzy and Yogi? Like, how did you think the race is going to go? Like, are there any people that you were really worried about, or was it more just about trying to do what you can do and like do your best and just see where things happen?
Well, I just realized how bad the blind game was actually in this list, because like that destroyed a little bit of that tight competition. It's like, as you said, like we were all really close PB wise, and it's kind of unfortunate to have that blind game at the beginning, or else I think we would have seen a really tight race with like 4, 5, 6 people at the top and a lot of lead changes. But yeah.
Well, I mean, we still got an incredibly good race with a lot of lead changes.
Right. Yeah.
We might have seen a couple more people up there. That's right.
Yeah.
As a note, Prissy and I have the exact same sum of best.
Yeah, I did mention that. That was insane. like I don't think I mentioned this, but like last time, Yogi, in the last Big 20, I think you and I were very, very close. We weren't exact, but we were very close. And then this time, you and Prizzy were exactly the same for the best. Like it was really good to see. I knew you guys would just deliver with such an awesome race.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know.
cannot wait to see the race.
I
You guys, this commentary.
I was gonna say I do want to give a chance, see if we can get Overswarm or Skate in here. Do you guys have anything else you want to say? Anyone you wanna thank, or like the floor is yours. Like take as long as you want.
Well, I'm just gonna be quick. I just want to say sorry, Yogi, for stealing the victory. Maybe next time without the blind game. But yeah, thanks Simpsons. I hate you. Thanks Jetsons. I will never play Jetsons ever again. Thank you Mega Man 6. Thanks everybody for watching. And thanks Yogi. Congrats, second place. And yeah,
Yep, GG, man.
GG.
How about you, Yogi?
I'd like to thank Adventures of Lolo for being nice and slow and easy as a break in the middle of the run. Yeah, I like the 30 seconds in between games too. It gives you a little breather in between games. Makes it more fair between emulator and flashcards as well. So that was good. Screw you, Burger Time, because I died for some reason.
Yeah, that was not the decider though, because you only lost like 10 or 12 seconds on that.
Yeah. I mean, you can't pin it down on any one thing. It's like a sum total of everything.
No, we did mention that to everyone that you died. in case they hadn't seen it, don't worry.
Yeah, GG to everybody. It was a fun one.
Oh, Yogi, I did want to ask something. So, like, the last Big 20, like, race day, lots of stuff happened. We don't need to talk about that. But then you went and did the Big 10, and you did really well there. Do you think competing in that, like, we talked about this a little, and you thought it would help. Do you think competing in that actually made, like, this competition, other, like, online, not in-person competitions, like, be a lot easier for you?
I think so, yeah, for sure.
Like, I'm actually really happy about that, because I know you used to get really nervous and sometimes mess up on stuff, but, like, you were so solid today, and it was really good to see.
Just sitting here in the comfy fan air, feeling the breeze, and getting to drink water whenever with no super hot lights in your face, and you can hear the crowd singing Rocky and Bullwinkle behind you as you're trying to make a tough jump.
Okay, and before we do say bye to Yogi and Prizzy, we do have Cats just finishing up 7-6 right now. Cats did have a lot of trouble on Battle Kid, and so this was a really good turnaround for her too. But she is done with a 322.46. So solid top 5 for Cats. Cats always does incredibly well on these. Like no matter like what her times look like, and her times look really good with this one, but she just always like brings it on race day. It's always really impressive. But no, I mean, Prizzy and Yogi, like, congrats again. Thank you guys so much for taking some time. I think we're gonna try to get Overswarm or Skate Man in here if they want to. But yeah, congrats again. You guys, like, thank you for being so close, because you made it such a joy to commentate.
Hey, thanks, Cove. GG, everybody.
And congrats again to both of you guys. Okay, I am having some trouble getting a hold of Overswarm or Skate Man. Maybe Cats wants to jump in and jump to the front of the line. But yeah, we have Kananaphone just finishing right after Cats here, as he is now on the last boss. He was on an Inpo though, and so that whole first phase he wasn't able to quickly get through with the fire shield, but it doesn't look like it's bothering him. He is through in 6th with a 324.31. And we've got more people. We got looks like Desiax is on 7-3. Wow, Desiax is a name that I want to check his PB because I don't think his PB was right at the top of everyone's. Give me one sec.
Do we get any Ninpo back here?
So Desiax has the 18th best sum of best. It was nowhere near the top, but apparently he had a really consistent run, which is really good to see. Oh, and Whoop got right on the stream at the very end to finish in 7th place. Dexter, do you want to bring Skate in?
Sure. There's a lot of switching at the moment.
No, yeah. Sorry, I know you're busy. If you don't mind, I'll just I'll tell you when people come in. Yo, Skate, what's up, man?
Oh, hey, what's up, guys?
Dude, you got 4th you got 4th last Big 20, right?
Yeah, back to back. I'm so happy.
Yeah. Dude. How do you feel, man?
Pretty good. I mean, when I saw Battle Kid, I was like, oh my god, did they actually pick Battle Kid as the mystery game? And I was kind of like so on it because I already played like up to the first boss and it took me like 20 minutes. So I was kind of worried when I saw it, even though I already played it before. But I think that definitely helped me out a lot a bit to get 4th here because I still saw a lot of people on the blind game when I was in like Defender of the Crown or something. So
Gotcha. What do you think of the list? As I just want to real quick, Desiax is finishing. He's going to finish in 8th place here. And
that's another back-to-back top 10 for him, I think.
Yeah, I was just looking though. He had the 18th best sum of best going into the race, but it just shows that consistency is what matters.
It's true, yeah.
Definitely. Like just being able to get it through consistently and well, like I'm really impressed by that because he jumped a bunch of people.
Yeah. He was worried too because when he saw that he was also down there too, I think he even said himself like, "Oh man, I probably should just go for top 20 this time, not top 10." But he still gets top 10 anyway.
Yeah, or he'll get top 8.
Yeah.
But no, I was just surprised because I didn't remember how he did last time. I knew he had done the last one, but going from 18th on the sum of best to 8th is really good.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think? How'd your day go? Like, give us the quick ups and downs of it.
Let's see here. Let's get the bad stuff out of the way because I don't want to end on a bad note. Viper was Viper as always. I'm not surprised. I'm just happy I finished. But yeah, I just knew going into this, like no matter how much I practice Viper, it's gonna be the one that bites me in the butt, and it most certainly did. And that's okay. I mean, that was really my only like terrible game in my opinion, and the rest were just average to okay, which are really good. I got a few PBs in there too. So that was whatever. I knew it was gonna happen. And then as far as the good points, I still got sub 6 Mappy with the death. I'm super happy with that. I practiced Mappy a lot.
Sub 6 is you did get world record briefly, right?
Yeah, I had world record for like 3 days, and then Spirit was like, no, my world record, and took it back like 3 days later.
Yeah, no, I mean sub 6 is crazy, but sub 6 with a death is even better. I'm gonna take a break real quick. Pikachu is just finishing Ninja Gaiden as well right now. Just make sure he gets through this, and he does.
Nice.
He's through in 9th place with a time of 3:29:02. I think he probably just was a little late there on the dot done. But GG to Pikachu. I know he was right up there at the top with the sum of best. I think Battle Kid got him a little bit.
Right.
But definitely Pikachu is someone that I could see some really good things coming out of. I don't think he's speedrun a long time, but he did some incredible work this month for sure.
Oh, yeah, Pikachu's amazing. I think a lot of people met him through this Big 20, and I think everyone could agree that he's an excellent speedrunner, and I look forward to see what he's going to do in the future.
And Darkwing did just clip into the top 10 there with finishing with a 3:29:12, 10 seconds behind Pika.
10 seconds later. Nice.
No, it's good to still see people like Darkwing's been doing these forever, and so it's nice to see him still going. I know he's somebody that I haven't been in the community that long, but he's somebody that I knew of like from day one, and I love seeing him still doing these. So sorry, was there any one that surprised you or that you thought would surprise you today, like with how they did, either like good or bad?
Like as far as like the other racers are saying?
Yeah.
Let's see. So what happened here? So Prissy won. I mean, that's a big. The surprise is that they were so close to each other there. That was awesome. Overstorm, I'm not surprised. He's third.
Were you watching the stream?
Yeah, I'm watching the stream.
Or like, were you when you were racing?
Oh yeah, I was. Yeah, I had like a few people on the side just to look at.
Yeah, like Yogi and Prizzy were from like game 3. They were within a minute the rest of the way.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, it was by far the closest race we've ever had.
Yeah, that's awesome. Other than that, Kat's finishing after me, also not a surprise. She did really good this time around. Like, she was getting some crazy full runs in practice. I think at one point she had like the fastest or the second fastest, even though her sum of best was behind by like, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes from, I think it was Prissy who was in the lead back then. So
yeah,
she's to her for really pulling it through after, you know, what might have been a terrible blind game, because I think she was still doing it when I was playing like Defender of the Crown or something, which really sucks to hear. But
yep, and JSR did finish about a minute ago in 11th place with a 3:30.24. So congrats to JSR as well. But yeah, I mean, Kat's, I don't even get surprised anymore. Like, she does so many of these races, like whether it's for NAS or SNAS or whatever, like she's always right up there at the top, and it's just, yeah. I mean, it doesn't surprise me anymore. It's like, oh, she's right by the top again. Okay.
Right.
Which, I mean, it's just a testament to her skill and I think really the consistency.
Yeah.
Because like she has the skill of everyone else, but I feel like she just does it so consistently all the time that she can always get in that top 5 range for any of these races.
Right, exactly. And she's also a newer runner too. Like, she only just started like what 2-3 years ago at most. So the fact that she's just consistently putting out these great times after only speedrunning for a couple of years is just really impressive. So kudos there.
I was gonna say, was there any other impressions you had or anything? We had a bunch of finishers, so I'm gonna try to get through as many of these guys as possible with the interviews.
Yeah. I don't want to hog the call here. So is there anyone else pretty close to finishing? Everyone's in Power Blade now, it looks like.
Yeah, we've got a lot of runners that are in Power Blade right now, so we've probably got a little bit to kind of catch up on interviews, but
okay, yeah. Other than that, is there anyone else? Cananophone, I'm also not surprised he finished highly. Like, he only kind of seriously started halfway through it. So
that's the Cananophone story, though. He joins halfway through. He gets a couple world records. I mean, I don't think he got the world records this time, but he gets really good at a few games, and then he just shows up on race day and gets a top. Well, this time top 6, but I think he might have been top 5 last time.
Yeah, I think he was 2nd or 3rd or something. Like, somewhere, Kha'Zix and Cananophone were both ahead of me.
Yeah, I think he got 3rd. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. If you have anything else, Skateman, go ahead. The floor is yours. Otherwise, I think we'll get over to Overswarm soon.
Yeah, sure. I just want to say that I mean, this is my 2nd Big 20 now, and yet again, it's just been, you know, such an incredible experience, and I have to just keep on joining these from now on because it's just so great. I love the process of learning games. I love meeting people in the community who also are learning these games. A lot of new faces this time around, and they're all killing it, which is awesome. I even, you know, convinced some of my friends to join too, like my boys D-Rock and JSR. You know, they were hesitant, but after they saw my first Big 20 and how well I did there, they were like, okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this myself. It looks really fun. And they're both doing really well. So, so yeah, I guess that's really all I have to say. And just thank you guys for putting on this show every 6 months. It's really great.
Okay. Well, I mean, congrats again, Skateman. 2 top 4s.
Yeah.
Is definitely an amazing accomplishment. Congrats, man.
Right. Thank you.
And I think we have Overstorm here too.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up, OS?
I guess I got third.
Yeah, man. How are you feeling?
Honestly, I'm still a little tilted. I played on tilt from Battle Kid onwards. Wasn't a fan of that.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely it got a lot of people. What was your time on Battle Kid?
12 minutes and 20.9 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, so you were probably like 4.5 minutes, I think, behind Prizzy after that.
Like, was that a fast Battle Kid time?
That was definitely way above the median, I would say. Or way better than the median.
Yeah.
I think Prizzy had the best time at a 7:30 or something.
Yeah,
And
he already
it
knew
was-
about Battle Kid.
It was Prizzy and Yogi, and then
They still got
There was a
really
pretty
good
big
times,
gap.
like not counting Battle Kid. I was playing on tilt, and at the end, like I looked up and I was like, okay, so let's say like if I played pretty well, not perfectly, but pretty well, what place would I have gotten? How close would I have been? And I still would have been like 5-6 minutes behind. Like they did super well. It's not even a contest. Like Yogi and Prissy were so far ahead of me.
yeah, I mean, I know there's been a lot of let's just say there were a lot of people that weren't too thrilled about the blind game, but I think when you look at like Prizzy took I think 7:30, so add 30 seconds, 8 minutes. That means he still got a 2:54 in the race.
Yeah, and 2:54 is a stupid good time. It's faster than I've ever done.
Yeah, I mean the only 2 people that had a 2:54 before the race were Prizzy and Yogi.
Yeah, it was really close last week, and then like a day or two before the race, Yogi's just like, "Hey guys," and he just puts his times on the sheet, like trying to demoralize everyone. Takes all the golds. And
Yeah,
Prissy,
I mean-
I'm super impressed by Prissy too, because like we all know he's good. Like he plays very well and he learns quickly. But he was gone on vacation for a week, like a whole week. He was gone, not practicing, and he came in. And earlier this week, he got like a 3:30 as a time, and 3 days later, I think he was still getting like high 3:10s. And I was a little worried because his times were so much better than everyone else's on the sheet. But he pulled through. Like he practiced and practiced and practiced, and he got it. So I'm super impressed by that. Yogi too. He started late, but it's very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are Big 20 champions. They are 2 of the best NES runners that we have.
Yeah.
Period.
It's
So, while I'm not surprised they did that, it shouldn't take away from the accomplishment at all.
Oh no, like they did very well. Like I'm super impressed by them. Like I just started speedrunning in July, but I've played games competitively for a long time, and I had never been exposed to that kind of divide in the speedrunning community yet. I had never been like neck and neck with somebody that's like a top tier speedrunner racing the same games as me. And seeing that, like, it's eye-opening, like watching how they practice, what they do, like how much time they put in, what their strategies are, what safeties they take. It was pretty eye-opening for me because I'm still kind of a noob at this. But
Yeah,
the person I was most
Right.
impressed by from everyone playing is by far Cats on Your Head. Like I was super impressed by her. She did not start off with great times. And she ended up like getting the world record for Last Ninja. She got bumped to second, I think, since then. But she got the world record in Last Ninja while she was practicing. She cut her time down from where like she wasn't even close to my times, and then she passed me up by like a minute and a half, I think. And I never got close to her. I never got close to her PB while we were practicing.
Yeah,
And,
so you're gonna get used to that. That's what Cats does.
Yeah, it's so impressive. Like, especially like she got 5th, and that is absolutely amazing because I know she had a rough time with Battle Kid.
She had a pretty rough time there, but I mean,
And
Kat,
she pulled it back. Like,
Kat
she-
has a really good mentality, and she never
she's
goes on
super
tilt.
cheerful.
Yep, and so I think that definitely
Oh,
helps her.
I don't know about never on tilt.
Okay, she very rarely goes on tilt. It takes a lot to get her on tilt. But she's got one of those really good mentalities where she knows that she's strong in those other 19 games, and so even though the first one didn't go well, she can still stick with it and put together a really good time.
I mean, I'm like I had trouble with tilt like the whole race, but the fact that I still felt like I had a decent time because I had people in chat telling me, it was like, oh hey, you're on stream, you're playing this game. It kind of implied like I was doing well. It kind of gave me confidence, like, okay, I'm doing okay, but I was still a little tilted. But for someone to have a much longer time with Battle Kid and then to push all the way to 5th, she wasn't that far behind me at all. It's super impressive. Like I'm definitely gonna watch her stream way more.
Yeah, I think one of the best things she does, and I didn't watch a lot of Twitch this month, so I'm not sure if she still does it, but she starts with, like, she usually does blind playthroughs if she hasn't played them, and I think that really helps because you kind of have built-in backups, because if you do something the first time, you're obviously probably not going to do it with speed strats.
Yeah.
But then she learns kind of how the mechanics go and how things work from a casual perspective. And then she'll go in and she'll start building in speed strats, and she does it kind of at a good pace to where she can keep up the consistency. I think her consistency is so much better than most other runners.
Yeah, like she got good times, and then she kept getting good times. Like my practice runs were like plus or minus like 3 or 4 minutes, and that didn't happen with her. Like once she got a low time, that was her new normal. It was pretty awesome to watch.
Yeah, no, I mean, she. I know you've just been into speedrunning, but she's done a lot of the big 20s, and there's also an event called the Super 16, which she does every time, and she does really well. It's the same thing, but it's 16 Super Nintendo games, and she kills every one of them, and so she kind of has a bit of science now about how to do it, and it's really good.
Yeah, I didn't know about like speed. I knew that speedrunning existed, but I didn't really know how it worked. But I had a friend tell me that we should speedrun a game together that neither of us know, and then he dropped out after I started, and I figured I'd go ahead and keep doing it, and it was fun, but I submitted my time to speedrun.com for like the Warcraft Orcs campaign, and then I posted it on Reddit in the speedrun community because I was proud of it, and it was the first time I ever had done a speedrun, first time I've ever gotten a world record in anything. And on there, I saw a post about Arcus playing Ninja Gaiden, and since then, I've gotten more involved in the speedrunning community. I watch Arcus's stream and Cat stream just about every day, and I've got to say, like, the speedrunning community is really neat. Everyone shared so much information. Nobody was like hiding strategies. If they found something that gave them a huge advantage, they just gave it up instantly, and it's so different compared to like the fighting game scene that I'm used to, where people would hide combos and setups and techniques until a big tournament, and they would use it to win, and then it would be out in the wild. And here, everyone is on an even playing field. It's really nice and pretty uplifting. I really like this speedrunning community.
Yeah, no, I think that's something that one reason that a lot of us love being part of it is it's competitive, but it's also very cooperative. We want everyone to kind of be on the same playing field and then still be able to beat them.
Yeah.
I mean, for lack of a better phrasing of that. What else? Like, so you're really new to speedrunning. I mean, I've only been speedrunning kind of seriously for about a year, so I'm kind of in the same realm as you.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, like, I don't quite feel brand new, but compared to people that have been speedrunning since 2010, like, yeah. I'm a baby. Are there any other things that you've noticed about the community or about anything else about speedrunning that maybe people that have been in the community have kind of forgotten or have kind of just come to not even think as being special?
So things I've noticed about the community, like the first thing that surprised me so much about the community was there's no monetization really at all. And coming from I used to play Smash Brothers competitively for a decade. That's what I did. And I did it as a job for a little while. And it was ultimately all about money and friendships, those two things. And the speedrunning community is way different than that, in that there's no money involved. Like, this is a huge event. There's 1,000 people watching this right now, and there's probably more earlier.
Hey, OS, let me interrupt you for 1 second. Kha'Zix did just finish in 13th with a 340-450.
Nice.
And, shoot, Nintendo, I did miss Nintendo. I'm sorry, man. He finished in 12th about 10 minutes ago with a 335-36.
I was impressed by everyone doing Ninja Gaiden so well. Everyone learned it, and they did so well. Like, literally everyone learned Ninja Gaiden 3, and I was super impressed by it, because everyone was worried about it. It's pretty nice.
Okay, no, I mean, it's good to hear, because, like, I think a lot of people are still coming into speedrunning, but a lot of the people that do these events have been speedrunning a while.
Mm-hmm.
And so I always feeling like kind of a newcomer myself. It's always nice to hear from other people who are just getting into the scene and hearing what they like about it and what their thoughts are about it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you have anything else that you want to say or mention or anything to anyone or about the race or?
Well, I'm happy with my performance for the most part. I'm really upset at Codename Viper. That is a game you cannot play on tilt. I was making stupid mistakes and I lost 4 minutes on it. So that was really upsetting to me. I thought for sure I was gonna be bumped out of the top 10 when I botched up Viper that much. And the thing I'm saltiest about the most, more than Battle Kid, more than dying in Codename Viper, more than having a death in Jetsons on the quick platforms, more than any of that. In Power Blade, at the very end, I jumped on the the Mega Man blocks that appear, and you wait 2 seconds and another block appears, you jump on that and you jump on the ladder. You can jump from the first block to the ladder, but I missed that jump once in practice, and my rule was if I missed anything in practice, I removed it until there were no more time saves, and then I would come back and practice it. But if I didn't have it, if I had other things to practice, it would just be gone forever. And I missed that in practice, so I removed it, and I just jumped from the first block to the second to the ladder. Very easy, very safe. And I guess I spaced out or something, because I jumped on that first block, and then it just disappeared, and I fell straight down, and I lost over a minute coming back. I am so salty about that.
I actually did die on that once. In the little bit that I was practicing at the beginning, I died on that in a run, and I was like, wow, that is
It's so upsetting.
No, because you lose a really large amount of time.
Yeah. You lose you literally lose over a minute just from that one jump, and it's right at the end.
You do.
And I was feeling good about my time until that happened, and I was like, okay, if I make one mistake in Ninja Gaiden, then I'm in trouble. But my Ninja Gaiden 3 was working really well. I hope to get a sub 13 in it pretty soon.
And I was gonna say, I mean, I wouldn't feel too bad about that, because even with that, no matter what happened there, you were gonna get 30 either way.
I don't know about that. You lose the Fire Wheel in stage 7.
Okay. I'm just saying, whether you died there in Power Blade or not, you would have got third place.
Yeah.
Like given everything else that happened. But I mean, no, I think definitely yours is probably the most impressive performance, because you are very new to speedrunning. I honestly, when I looked, so Pikachu is also pretty new to speedrunning, but he's been speedrunning a little longer than you.
Yeah, and Pikachu's great. We trade strategies a lot.
I knew Prizzy and Yogi would be right at the top. I was worried that Pikachu and you would be able to kind of pull it together just because of how new you guys are.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I mean, you killed it, man. And you did really well, so you should be really proud.
I don't know what happened to Pika. Is he finished? What place did he get?
He got 9th. He had some troubles with Battle Kid. I'm not sure what happened after that.
Yeah, I figured Battle Kid would be trouble. Both he and I actually practiced blind games to practice learning new games. I have a list of 20 blind games that both of us practice, most of them. and it didn't help. Didn't help at all. None of those were I want to be the guy. So we were practicing NES games.
I mean, there were a lot of people that practice for blind games, and I don't know how I felt about it, because I feel like on the one hand, the odds of you picking the game are so low, and on the other hand, I don't know. I just feel like that's not the point of it either. It's supposed to be a blind game.
Yeah, and
obviously some people still had at least played the game before. I don't think anyone had speedrun the game, but I know Prizzy had played the game before, and I know Yogi had at least watched Rich play it a lot.
Yeah,
and so that does obviously put them ahead a little bit, but I mean,
I don't know if it's a little bit. It took me 12 minutes to beat that game.
Yep, but I mean, if you still look by the fact that like Yogi in second place beat you in third place by 13 minutes.
Oh yeah, like they're way better than me. Like I wasn't gonna win no matter what. You could take Battle Kid out entirely, and they still would have been ahead. Like that's how much
it may have
better
been a closer race. Like I will say that, but I don't think the winner would have changed.
Yeah, and yeah, like practicing the blind games, it was less to try to like guess the game, although that would have been great performance-wise, like as evidenced by Yogi and Prissy, like doing much better on Battle Kid. But it was more learning how to learn. Because like I had a decent advantage coming into the Big 20, because when the Big 20 was announced, I played a couple of games. I played a couple of games that I thought might be on it. So I played like Ninja Gaiden 3 US version. I think I played the first 2 levels of Power Blade. Those are the only ones I guessed correctly. But learning how to learn quickly and get decent times, that actually did help me a lot. It made me more comfortable the moment the list was released. Blind game practice though, that didn't do nothing.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's always something. It kind of goes along, because I did do one day, as JKL just said in chat, I did do one day of Ninja Gaiden practice. But then, like, I mean, part of it is, it's weird because like the Big 20, you're always gonna have people that know some of the games. Like it's just how it is. But it's supposed to be what can you learn in a month. And so I did one night at Ninja Gaiden. I felt bad about it and I stopped. And
you shouldn't feel bad about it. I mean, like, there's no way to have a guaranteed even playing field. And so like Arcus, he was playing Ninja Gaiden 3, the US version, for like a month before this, and he was already good at it. So like that helps him a lot. But there's nothing wrong with that. Like a month is more than enough. Like Arcus is getting like 13 minute, sub 13 minute times. And I was getting like 13, 20 times in Ninja Gaiden 3 in a month. Because you learn most of it very early on. And the thing about speedrunning that takes the most time is those last little bits of time. And most of those like last little strategies that you have to implement, they only save you like a second or two. And you have diminishing returns very quickly. So it's not too big of a deal to know a game or practice a game before it's in the Big 20.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I go back and forth on that, and I just try to side on the fact that I'd like to try to beat everyone without pre-practicing. But I don't feel bad, or I don't feel bad that other people do it. That's just kind of where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
But I mean, I do think Bad Breaks makes a good point. Yeah, Battle Kid is it's a tough game. When I saw the reveal, I was like, oof, that's gonna be rough. But at the same time,
you probably should have told him to change it.
Well, one, I'm not associated with Best in S. I don't put this on. I asked them if I could commentate because
You're doing a good job too. I listened to some of your interview with like Skate Man. It was good.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little depressed that I wasn't running, just because I didn't really have enough time to play this month. But
yeah, you would have done really well too.
They were nice enough.
Your times were very strong. Like even when you were first starting, like I watched your stream to learn how to play some of the games, And thank you for helping me with the dogfight in Jetsons. It actually did help a lot.
No, I appreciate that. But I mean, regardless, I mean, Dexter was nice enough to let me commentate because I love the Big 20 and I wanted to be a part of it, even though I couldn't participate. Yeah. But I tell you what, though, I will let you go give some attention to your dog.
Yeah, she's whining in the background. It's time for her to eat.
And then I think we're gonna bring in Cananophone next. But no, OS, congrats so much, man. Third place for a brand new, like I'll call you a brand new speedrunner. I know I know you got the world record in Wolverine and stuff, but like you've barely been doing this, man, and you did an awesome job.
Yeah, but like just for bad breaks, like in the future, if you're gonna do a blind game, something like Guardian Legend, like you can't pick a game like Battle Kid because I mean like Prissy and Yogi, they could have gotten through it even if they didn't ever see it before and ever knew it existed. But a lot of these runners never had a shot at top 5 or even top 10, and they were doing it for fun and for the community. And it's really like it disappointed me the most that those players have to start off with that, and it's such a hard thing for these people who have to work twice as hard to do. Like it's so hard knowing that they had to experience that.
Yep, I mean,
it's pretty upsetting for me.
I think they've been getting a lot of feedback during the race, and I'm sure they'll take that into consideration. But I know, I mean, just keep in mind that this is a couple people that put this event on twice a year, and it's a ton of work, and they've still put a ton of work into this event.
Yeah, I'm proud of my third place. I worked hard for it, but there's a big asterisk next to it. I don't know what my actual place is, and I don't know how well I would have played not being on tilt. But
yep, I mean, either way, you should still be proud of how you played. You played awesome, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we'll see you, man. I'm sure we'll see you. I hope you'll do another one because you did so awesome.
I'll probably start hosting my own events. Like that's what I did in the Smash community. But I enjoyed practicing this. But honestly, the blind game kind of put a bad taste in my mouth because there was plenty of time to realize it was a bad idea. Like there's so many people commenting like, "Oh, it needs to be a game like this, or otherwise it's going to ruin the race." And I mean, if Bad Breaks was paying attention, that would have been right at the forefront, and he had plenty of time to change it. We even had a list of potential blind games that everyone was looking at. So, I mean, it's kind of on him, but everything is got a big asterisk here. I don't know if I'm going to do another Big 20 just because of that. But I did enjoy training and meeting a lot of people. And thanks for hosting the event. I am glad I did it. Like even with the Battle Kit thing, I'm glad I did it. I'm just sad for everyone else, and I hope they have better races in the future. And I definitely hope that the people who had a really rough time, like I know Arcus had an extra 40 minutes from Battle Kid, and I know Cats had a ton of extra time, and Cats for sure would have beaten me without Battle Kid, for sure. I hope that they have a good night and it doesn't mess them up too much. So anyway, thanks for interviewing me. Thanks for the event.
Yep, we'll see you over Storm. Nice job. And we did just have Mazimov. Sorry, I call him Mazzy. Mazimov finished in 14th with a 356.52, and then we just had on. It's not the Twin Stick Gamers. It is Megatron ECS finishing with a 357.33. So congrats to both Mazzy and Megatron. That was really, really good job by you guys. And I think we're gonna bring in Kha'Zix or Cananophone, if Cananophone's still here. Oh, Kha'Zix is here with us now. What's up, Kha'Zix?
What's going on, guys?
How are you feeling?
I'm not happy with how I did, but I can't be too mad, I guess.
I mean, what parts?
Near the end, I was kind of abandoning my practice because I just wasn't feeling it anymore.
Like, was it just a rough month for you, or? Sorry, if I can, let me.
The main thing I was having problems with, like, near the end was consistency. It just wasn't there. And
Gotcha.
that demotivated me a lot.
And congrats, Arcus, just getting in below a sub 4 with a 3:59.16 for 16th place. So do you know why that happened? Was it just a little burnout, or did you not like the list, or like what was it for you?
I didn't dislike the list. I won't say I disliked the list. There was definitely one choice on there that I hope they consider games like that to not be on the list again. Like Defender of the Crown. That is just a dumb game. We're just basically forced to reset until we get something that's good. And today I had like the worst luck I've ever had, which is like 2 minutes worth of resetting before I got RNG that would let me even complete the game. Which we shouldn't have games like that. As for the blind game, I don't know.
I think
I didn't like it, but I'm not gonna say that it was a bad choice because we knew beforehand that it was gonna be a blind game.
We've talked a lot about the blind game already. I don't think we necessarily need to talk more about the blind game. But congrats, 8 Bits of Joy in 17th with a 4 hour 22 second time, and then Mike the Swan right behind him at a 4:01.11 for 18th. But no, I mean, I think a lot of people had you finishing, or had thought you would finish pretty high in this one, Kha'Zix, because you usually kill it in these events. But it just seems like this list wasn't quite for you this time.
Yeah, that's mostly the case. Like, there were some games on the list that I just couldn't get good at, which might sound like a bad excuse, but it's like when you dislike a game, it's really hard to practice it.
Nope, I completely understand. And Smart Alec 0624 is also finished in 19th with the 4:01.30. We are getting a bunch of people right in that 3. Like, there have been like 5 or 6 finishers in the last 5 minutes. So congrats to everyone. Did you have a game that you really loved though of the list? Like, I'm hearing like, oh, I hated this whole list, man.
I didn't hate the whole list. I really enjoyed Last Ninja, which was the biggest surprise on the list, honestly. Like, it seemed like it was gonna be a terrible game, but it's actually a really fun game.
That's actually what I got from a lot of people. Like, during the reveal, like if you go back and watch it, like when Last Ninja came on, like there was a lot of hate, like out in chat, and then all of a sudden everyone started loving Last Ninja, and Cats got world record in Last Ninja this last week, and like it's like everyone just like started loving the game.
Yep. It's a fun game. Like, it takes a bit to get used to the mechanics, but as soon as you get the mechanics down, it's pretty fun.
I do think that first track, like not the title screen, but the first level, I think I could listen to that music for the rest of my life and be happy. Like it's so kind of janky, and it sounds like somebody made it with it's like Wesley Willis. Like probably you guys are too young to know who Wesley Willis is. There's this dude in Chicago that was homeless and had a Casio keyboard, just made these dumb songs, and it was like one of those songs, but it's so catchy, and I could listen to it forever.
Yep. Like the intro for that game is probably my favorite part. The intro music, like the opening cutscene.
But no, I mean, what were your other thoughts about the race?
For the race itself, like, I would like to see some thought put into like the order of games, because playing Jetsons after Bart and the Space Mutants is probably the most radical change I've ever had in a Big 20. Like, and I've done a lot of them. Like, control style wise, that is a huge switch up.
Yeah, I actually, I think that's actually one of the good things that happens. I love, like, I remember last Big 20, I forget the games, but there were like a 3-game transition where like it was completely different from every game. and it was really hard to wrap your mind around, like going from one game to the next. And I feel like that's part of the challenge that's inherent to a Big 20. I think that's a good thing, not a bad thing.
I think like if the order was maybe Simpsons, Felix the Cat, and then Jetsons, that would have been maybe a bit less stressful, because like you're used to like holding A to sprint, and then you go to a game where it's the most clunky game you've ever played in your life.
Yeah, no, I mean that does happen. I will say real quick, Subcogitate did finish in 20th with a 4:03.07. Looks like 4:03.06 on the stream.
Stans also finished.
And then Stans finished with a 4:05.01 in 21st as well. So congrats to both of you guys. But no, I mean,
for the most part, like I always enjoy the experience, like the getting ready for it and all that stuff. It was just, I feel like we should always keep the getting ready period at 4 weeks, 5 weeks. I feel like the burnout always happens when we do 5 weeks.
that was one question that I was interested in talking to people about, because I know I have a tough time personally, like sticking with things for a really long time, and I feel like I like the Big 20 because it gives me 28 days to learn these things really fast, and that's one of my strengths, and so that's why I do it.
Yep.
But the longer it goes, if I get an extra week, or maybe if it went to 2 weeks, I feel like a lot of other people would be able to catch up to me, and I feel like not only that, but the burnout does become an issue potentially.
Exactly.
So I was interested to see how other people that actually went through it thought about it, because I obviously had a lot of stuff going on in September, so I didn't play. I commentated, which I'm really happy to do because it was an awesome race. But I wanted to talk to people about how they felt about the 5 weeks versus the 4.
Yeah, I feel like we should keep it at 4. At least in my experience with it, each time we've done 5 weeks, like near the last week, the motivation just somehow slips away.
Yeah, and I mean that's the thing, that it might just be you, or it might be everyone. I mean, it depends. Kirlaus, look on the right. Oh, you can't see the right. Sorry. Prizzy got first and Yogi got second, very closely after. But yeah, you can't see first on the screen. I apologize.
Alright. Anyways, I'm gonna go find some food.
Sounds good, Kazakhs. Hey, congrats, man. I'm really glad you did another one, and hopefully we'll see you next time, man.
Yeah, probably. Like,
Okay.
this is usually my thing.
I know it is, man. And so just for those who don't know, Kazakhs did get second in the last one. He killed the last one, and so you definitely want to give him a follow. But have a good night, Kazakhs, and we'll talk to you later, man.
Peace, guys. Have a good one.
And so if we do look on the stream, we do have Rydude that is just on the last 3 bosses here. He does not have the fire shield though, so he's doing his best to dodge these lightning bolts, and he does get this down. Yeah, the numbers to the right of the names are the Speedruns Live rankings, and so the people with a higher number have mainly they've been in Big 20s before and they've done well and they've accrued points. I wouldn't pay too much attention to it, but the higher the number, the more success overall that they've had in Big 20s. And if you see an unranked, that usually means that this is their first Big 20. I don't think we have. If anyone else who has finished wants to pop in for an interview, they can go ahead in the Best Nest Discord and hop in the Join This Before Call channel, and Dexter will bring you in. Unfortunately, Rydude did just take a death on the last boss of Ninja Gaiden 3. So he's going to go back to 7-3D and play through that again. The good news is you do not have to play through the bosses you've already killed. And so he's going to appear right at that final boss again. You know, Drum, I feel like you didn't have. When you first talked to me, it seemed like you weren't too confident. But I am sad to see that you did forfeit. And congrats to Rydude, who did finish in 22nd with a 4:09.49. So congrats, Rydude. I also hope I'm saying that right. There is always a disclaimer that I will say your name wrong no matter what your name is. But I mean to say it right. Is it Rydude? Yeah, Prizzy won, and Yogi was something crazy like 13 seconds behind him or something. Hey, Dex, when you get a chance, do you want to bring Smart Alec in? Hey, yo, what's up, Smart Alec?
Hey.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. I was so close to cutting 4 hours, but just
you were what, like a minute and a half off?
Yeah, minute and a half off. I'm gonna blame Mega Man 6 for that because I spent 36 minutes in that game.
Oof.
So yeah, it was rough. I don't know. I mean, my PB for the goal was only just I think it was a 24:52. So you know it wasn't great or anything, but I game over twice in Flame Man mainly because I kept dropping inputs and I don't know why, but just one less game over we would have had sub 4, but other than that, it was fun.
I hope you're still happy about it, though.
Yeah. My practice PB was a 4:08, and so I beat that today, even with the blind game, which took me 17 minutes.
Yeah, I mean that's incredible, man. If your PB was a 4:08, and then you add Battle Kid plus another 30 seconds onto that, and you still got 7 minutes better than that.
Yeah,
Dude, you should be really happy.
Yeah, no, I'm still happy with that, except Mega Man 6, it made me a bit salty. And Codename Viper got me salty too, but I beat it in one try, so I can't complain.
I was gonna say, I think Viper pretty much gets everyone salty. But yeah, I mean, if you beat it first shot, that's pretty good.
Yeah, Viper was my least favorite game in this list, so I'm just glad I got through it in one try.
No, so I mean, yeah. Do you have any other thoughts about how the race went? I mean, it seems like you were outside of not getting sub 4. It seems like you have to be pretty happy with how you did personally.
Yeah, there were a couple other games I was worried about, like Defender of the Crown. I was worried about because I wasn't sure how long that was going to take, but I only had to reset twice, and I got the pattern I wanted, so I was happy with that. And then I almost game overed in Mappy on round 14. I almost game over, but I survived and we got through. So didn't have to play that again. So it was a bit scary, but yeah, overall, it was, except for Mega Man 6 around that point. Other than that, it was fun. I'm glad I did it.
Okay, and was this your first one?
This is my second one.
Okay, because I thought I had seen your name around before. I couldn't remember if you did the last one or...
Yeah, I did the last one. I don't remember what time I got, but I did the last one. That was my first one, and then this was my second one. And this was my first time playing on a power pack. Last time I was on emulator. But
okay,
I got
how has your experience been going from emulator to console?
I felt, I mean, it felt a lot better for me personally. I didn't mind playing on emulator because I kind of just got used to it. But switching over, it felt a lot better that I could just play on my NES. So.
No, it's good. I think, and that's actually one thing that I do want to encourage others. I when I started speedrunning, I was on emulator, and then I picked up a power pack, and I think I got better overnight just by getting a power pack.
Yeah.
It took a little while to get used to like not having some input delay.
Right.
But I strongly believe that if anyone can afford to get a power pack or an EverDrive, probably an EverDrive nowadays, now that they have the patch with
right
better, easier save states, it helped me out a lot.
Yeah.
But that's your PSA to play on console for me. But
right, yeah.
But no, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Like, I mean, I love watching people because did you do this well in the last one? Or do you remember like roughly what your place was in the last one?
I think it was 16th place last time, and then this time I got 19th. Close. So yeah.
No, I mean, so that's still pretty good.
Yeah.
What was your favorite part about this race?
Ooh, I think this race, like this specific race, I think, or like this specific run, Defender of the Crown, I wasn't sure how long that was going to take me, and I was happy that it didn't take me very long. But overall, I mean, I guess like I had never played Felix the Cat before this, and I actually really enjoyed playing that game, and I'm considering learning the whole thing. So it's kind of nice because I consider myself a variety speedrunner. I play everything. Like I have a lot of runs on speedrun.com, and so stuff like this allows me to find new games, and so Felix is one of them, and I might learn the whole thing because that was just really fun to play.
No, that's good. No, I mean, I think a lot of people do this for different reasons, and I think that's actually a really cool reason to try to do these, is to find those. Maybe out of 20 games, you find 2 of them that you really like and want to learn.
Right. And Felix is one of them for me.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I think a lot of people shared that though. A lot of people really liked Felix this time.
Yeah,
I didn't play that in the little bit that I practiced, but like almost everyone I've talked to did really like it.
Yeah.
Were there any games that you just like you will never touch again, no matter what?
Codename Viper. I will never touch that ever again. And then I'm gonna say Simpsons as well, mainly because that game hurts to play for me. Like the controls actually like it hurts to play. So I probably won't play that again. But yeah.
No, okay. No, I mean, I feel like Viper and Simpsons on a list would probably be towards the bottom for most people.
Yeah.
But no, okay. Was there anything else you wanted to say? I wanted to make sure that there's nothing else you wanted to
right.
to get out before the
not
end of
really.
this.
Just real quick. I want to say thanks to everybody who's been watching my stream lately. They actually helped me get a power pack, so I want to thank them for that. But other than that, it was really fun, and I'm probably gonna head off and get something to eat because I haven't eaten since before the race began. But good luck to the rest of the runners.
Okay, no, thanks, Alec, and yeah, I mean, awesome job to your GG to your viewers, man. I mean,
thank you.
Getting you a power pack is awesome.
Yeah,
we'll see you, dude. Congrats.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're gonna get Kananaphone in here now, and I think McFly is gonna take over for a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good, man.
Oh, hey, McFly.
Hey.
All right, time for the difficult interview.
You know, are you ready? Are you ready? I got nothing, man. Dude, I've been AFK for a while, so Cove, he's like, dude, I gotta run. And I'm like, okay, I'm back. What's up? So I'm just gonna ask you this question.
Okay.
How's it going?
It's going good. I overperformed. Yesterday, I think if I'd finished that flow run, it would have been 40 minutes slower, not including the blind game.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, you know, I was checking back on your stream a lot, even when it wasn't mainstream. I mean, I thought you were doing a great job, man.
There were no disasters at all.
Yeah, seriously, it was like you were always right.
The last Pirate Tomato and Killer Tomatoes killed me 8 times in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And then I learned you can like damage boost through them or something, but I didn't know that.
So I didn't actually see how you were playing Battle Kid. Like, how did that go? I mean, obviously it went better than it did for some other people.
Well, okay, so I did play it like 8 years ago when it came out.
Okay.
I don't know how much that counts, but like...
It wasn't like... Well, I mean, surely you forgot a lot of stuff, but like, at least Like you knew what the game was, you knew how to play it.
Yeah, I mean, I know I guess it turned out I had one of the better times in it. It was 10:14.
Oh, yeah, not terrible then.
But I was fuming during it because I was like, oh my god, how am I dying? For what? So I bet everyone else felt even better.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, like I said, I kept on checking in to tell that like you were at least consistent after that. So like you were kind of like the fourth spot or like third or fourth. And yeah, you like stayed at that. Like
I did a lot of things pretty safely, trying not to game over, especially like Felix the Cat, which is a game I barely practiced at all. So
right.
I mean, I should have, but I didn't. Every time I played it, I was like, oh my god, why me? It's not even that bad.
Your favorite game out of the list?
Usually I could answer that pretty easily. This time, I can't.
Really?
You know,
like,
the game I played most might have been City Connection, but that's just because it was so annoying that every time you like run into the cat, you're like, all right, I can play this, and you hit reset.
I guess maybe instead of your favorite, what did you think was maybe the most? Oh man, I don't want to say fun. We got like most fun. Is there one that like you at least learning?
The Simpsons was fun. And
really? That's completely opposite of what we just heard like 5 minutes ago.
The controls are terrible, but they also give you like a lot of stuff. There's a lot to do. It's very like finicky. And I don't know. It's more fun than it should be. Like, I think that it's a good game that's completely ruined by the controls. I can't think of like a better example.
No, but it is a very appealing game. I agree.
That's kind of what I was saying during the race too. Like, could you imagine if that game was by Capcom, Konami, or somebody like that was actually making good platformers and stuff? It's like that game could have been really good.
Now, when I said good game, maybe that's a bit harsh.
We're not like not a top.
It's like it has one good level, the first one, and then all the other levels have like this item system, and you don't use items ever unless you want to pause.
Mm-hmm. But it's just like
I don't know.
It could have at least been an average game, like it's something that people don't consider to be a trash game, you know.
Mm-hmm. Actually, sorry, my most fun was Double Dragon, but I sort of knew that game already.
Okay. Yeah, Double Dragon seems like like at least for this goal. I mean, there's only one platforming section.
My run was sweet.
Platforming is what gets me at night.
Yeah, well, it's better than the sequel.
Well, yeah, fair enough.
And it doesn't have knees, which is great.
Right. How about worst game then? These are really,
a lot of them are tied for worst.
Okay. I feel like if I was gonna pick one,
like Spider-Man, Tomatoes, Barbie. No, Mappy was really fun too.
Okay.
I wish Mappy had like more levels because it'd be fun to learn the whole game, and then it turns out that is the whole game.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess worst is kind of hard in this list. I don't know what I would really say. I mean, because some games surprises you.
I didn't like playing Felix the Cat, but I don't think it's like terribly bad.
Okay.
I just don't like generic platformers.
Going on.
Like it's just kind of like it's not even a generic platformer. It has vehicles.
Yeah.
I don't like collecting 100 of something and then you get a 1-up. That's the real problem.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just well. How about like Jetsons and stuff? How are you feeling about that?
I think Jetsons it would be great if it wasn't like 10 FPS.
Yeah, because what was it? It's something like Cove was telling me that it only checks for inputs like every how many frames?
Yeah, it doesn't eat inputs, but if you like tap it might miss it. But it doesn't like if you hold it, it's not like other games might have lag frames where if you press the button it'll just miss it entirely.
Yeah. See, yeah, that kind of stuff. It's like even if the game has
controls fine, it's
like
just
like odd layouts and stuff, it has to at least be consistent. But when you have a game that's only checking for inputs so often, it feels so inconsistent.
But
But
I
it
don't
is
get why it's so
consistent in a
laggy.
sense.
It's lagging when nothing is happening.
It's doing a lot of math behind the scenes. Okay.
Yeah, man. Let's get
It's
back.
too futuristic, I guess. And why does
I mean,
Astro
well,
talk?
The graphics are pretty decent. So,
Okay, I can't explain that one. I have no idea why Astro talks, but I'm sorry, Jetsons. I love Jetsons.
Yeah,
Jetsons should be. Everyone should love Jetsons.
Yeah.
Period. Game over. Done.
Okay.
That's my addition to this interview. Go ahead, McFly.
I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously everybody has their own tastes and everything, but I don't know. I mean, overall, I feel like this was pretty solid, man. I think that the last maybe 5 games is kind of like a hard lineup at the end, though, right? I mean, you have 3 that are beat the game, and they're not easy games. And then you have Mega Man 6, Robot Masters in there too. A lot of stuff can go wrong. I don't know. I mean, I feel like it ramps up pretty
Viper is
quick.
definitely hard.
What's that?
Viper is definitely like one of the harder games I've had to learn for these.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people would probably put that one in their list of games of like, I'm not going to play this again. Sorry, Mother Brain.
I think I will play that again. I'm gonna do some of these and just get like a time to put on SRL, because I think most of my best runs were not recorded. So actually, they're all not recorded because I didn't make any highlights. So that makes it easy.
Nice. And how late were you on like joining this thing, right? Because you weren't starting it off,
No,
or like when it got announced.
No, I was for sure.
Were you really?
Mhm.
Oh, for some reason I thought that maybe there was a little downtime, kind of still like on the fence.
So I didn't like full-time practice. I was also playing some other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That might have been it. Also, I don't.
Yeah, maybe that's why I was thinking that.
I don't do any I don't stream full runs and stuff.
Yeah.
The first full run I tried was yesterday. I didn't even finish that. I got the Power Blade and I'm like, you know what, this is gonna take too long. I'm going to bed.
Yeah. I mean,
I think that's the main thing with you, Con, is that like you always join and you always do really well, but there's at least a perception that you put in a lot less time than most of the other people.
Just because you don't stream it as much?
No, it's probably accurate.
So are you just that much better at learning?
It's because I didn't waste all my time with the 30-second buffers. That's what put me ahead.
I mean, that's not that much percent. Like 19 or whatever, 9 minutes and 30 seconds out of a 3-hour run isn't that much time.
No, it was.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
I think it's just because, I mean, to your point of like streaming the full rounds and stuff like that, I mean, there's a lot of people are interested in seeing watching the practice and kind of seeing how people are doing. But if you kind of do more of that offline, I mean, it's not like you're putting in less work or anything, but people just have that perception, I guess, because we're in such a weird, I mean, now it's like everybody's always streaming all the time, you know? But I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing offline, the dirty offline practice, as Yogi called it.
I streamed a good amount of it.
For like single games and stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think that was not entirely that popular. So hey, watch this guy play Spider-Man. One level over and over.
Dude, Spider-Man is like secretly good.
I can't even see anything on my TV in Spider-Man.
I kind of like the I mean, the swing mechanics, it's not Bionic Commando, you know, but I mean, come on, it's kind of neat. It's kind of neat.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the worst.
One last thing before I go. So this was my first 6th place finish, so now I have a straight. I have 5 to 10.
Nice, man. Congrats.
Wait, really?
Wait, so you need to get a 4th next.
Yeah.
Because then you can have 3 to 10, right?
Yeah, it's got to continue on down.
And I have a 21, so I also have blackjack covered.
That's good.
Nice, man. Well, did you have fun at least? It's all good?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
That's good, man.
Anyway, I'm
Like
leaving
I
on
said,
that jump. I thought about that before I joined. I have to leave. That's my high point.
All right.
We'll see you, dude. Nice job.
Sounds good, man. Talk to you later.
I think we're gonna get Mazzy in here next.
Next. That's good, man.
Yo, Mazzy, what's
I thought
up?
about that before I joined.
Oh, we've got the echo. All right.
We'll see you, dude.
Got top the screen.
I think we're gonna get Mazzy in here next.
Next. That's good, man.
Yo, Mazzy, what's up?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! It was about to cycle again.
Yeah. I hope Mazzy can get some headphones on, and then we will get Mazzy back in here.
Oh man, that is funny. That is funny, man. Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt your interviews and stuff going on. I had to run for a minute, and then when I came back, I mean, you were killing it, dude. So.
No, I mean, I do like interviewing. It's nice to kind of pick people's brains and see how things went.
Yeah, you're a lot better at that than I am. For me, I'm just like, hey, what's up, man? Like, that's, I just like to chill. You're better at actually like being professional. What's up, man? What's up, man?
Let's try this again.
Nope.
Headphones, Mazzy.
Mazzy. No, he's gone.
No, I promise this will be good. I love Mazzy. Mazzy. So, story time. Mazamov is actually one of the guys that got me into speedrunning to start.
Okay. Nice.
Mazzy is probably my oldest friend in speedrunning. Granted, that's only like 2 years. I've barely been around, but I owe a lot of stuff. Like everything I've done with speedrunning is pretty much because Mazzy got me into it.
Yeah, I'd like to meet Mazzy someday. I mean, I know, now he's getting back into, he's getting more into running Metro for a good while and stuff like that. I don't know if he ever intends to go to a GDQ or anything like that.
It's
a fun guy to hang out with.
Yeah, no, I think he would be. I think it's tough. I think money-wise it's tough for maybe vacation-wise.
Oh, definitely. Like, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to go this year. So I understand.
Okay, I think we're ready to try again, Dexter. Hey, Mazzy, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. There we go.
There was an echo problem. Yes.
I don't know what. I got a stream open, but it's mute now.
Okay. No, that's good. That's actually probably why, because you didn't have it muted. So how are you feeling, man?
I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, that was really cool. That was my first Big 20. I think that went okay. The first game, the blind game, took me about 30 minutes, but yeah, it was fun.
So you had what, you finished sub 4, right? Barely?
Yeah, I think it was 3:56, something like that.
Oh, that's a really good time, man. For your first one with a half an hour battle kid, I feel like that's a really good time. You started to practice for the last one, right? And then you ran out, you didn't have a lot of time, so you decided not to do it.
Yeah, unfortunately things happened, so I couldn't finish the second one, the last one. But yeah, this time I really wanted to get into it and really do the race and everything. And I did, and I'm really glad I did. It was a lot of fun.
No, that's awesome. I'm really glad you were actually able to have enough time to learn the games and do this one. So I haven't seen his time come across on SRL, but Mazzy, our good buddy KLM just finished.
Yeah.
In 25th, and then Firebroth finished right after in 26th. Or maybe I'm just scrolled up on SRL. That could happen too. Yeah, okay. KLM did done in 25th with a 4:33.04, and Firebroth was right behind him with a 4:33.20. So GG, guys.
Yep, GG too. I think it went. I don't know for KLM. I know Viper really cost him. Unfortunately, he had to do it like 3 times, but I don't know. I think maybe I hope it went well for the rest.
No, I was just telling people, Mazzy, though, that I do owe you a lot of thanks, because you were one of the people that got me into speedrunning with Mega Man 2. And so thank you, man.
Thank you. It's really appreciated, and I think everyone is appreciate and what you're doing. I mean, you're one of the best speedrunner that I met, and I had the chance to watch. So that's the it's really cool to have you for the Big 20. If you're not running, at least doing the commentary and everything. I know you're so good at it that it's gonna be a real pleasure to watch the race, the VOD afterwards.
I hope so. I mean, we were lucky enough to have Metro McFly here too.
Yeah, or did McFly.
Come on, man. I'm just a guy just sitting here. I'm letting Cove do the thing, and I gotta say dumb stuff now and then just to try to get people to wake up. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I don't know. I enjoy watching all these things, and it's always fun to watch people. Like, I don't get to pop in and chat a lot in people's streams when they're practicing and stuff, but I do get to like lurk while people are learning the runs. And I don't know. It's really cool to see this, especially for someone like yourself, Mazzy. That you weren't doing this before, and stuff. So coming into it, like, what do you would do another one, I assume, right? I mean, you enjoyed it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, there's some games that were tougher than the other to learn, and it's really when you start for the first time, it's really there's so much stuff to learn. You have to go through like 20 games, all this stuff. It's a little bit underwhelming. There's it feels like a mountain at the very first. But then after, you gotta take it slow and, go to your own pace as well, because there's a lot of people and some are pretty damn good at learning games and, some have a lot of time too. So you can't really compare yourself to, if you start comparing yourself to the other players, I mean, you're not gonna be happy. You just have to do your own thing and try to do your best.
Right. And do you think that, I mean, obviously experience and stuff matters, but I know that, even when you were starting out with Metroid, which you became, a top 3 runner in Metroid, it was, at first you thought the game was kind of over, similar to what you're just saying about this. I mean, do you feel like you really surprise yourself as you stick with it and put in that work that you're like, wow, I didn't think I was going to maybe do this good, but you kind of like, you do better than you expected?
Yeah, well, for Metroid, it's a little bit special. I mean, I went there. It's for the Retro Race Gaming with Kobe here. It was a race that we needed to learn Metroid in 1 week, and then after that, I learned it was 80%, and I did horribly in a week. And after that, I tried to take my revenge, and I actually kind of fell in love with the game. So I really put a lot of time into Metroid. I'm gonna go back to it. Afterwards, it's really. Cool. It's such a good game. I mean, there's so much.
You guys hear this? You heard it from somebody else. Man. It's such a good game. I'm happy to hear that, man. I mean, you were on it for a while, and then I know you were doing some stuff, and obviously Big 20 came in and stuff. But that's good to hear, man.
Like, it's one of my first things I'm gonna do. I want to put a time on Last Ninja because that game is so stupid. How can you not love it? And this one, Spider-Man, was really fun too. Was like that game. I think I'm gonna try to check out more LGN game, like maybe Wolverine or something, if it's cool to run. Because that game, Spider-Man, was really freaking fun.
Yeah, well, I do think that Spider-Man fun. I kind of want to give it a playthrough myself, but I don't know if it would be enough to get me to play all the other LGN games. I mean,
well, maybe not all, but you're checking out a couple because the I don't know, Spider-Man, the controls, so they're really weird, but once you get used to their weirdness, I mean, they're kind of responsive, and it's a fun game.
Yeah, and it's one of those games, I think, like you were talking about last night, how it's a dumb game, like it's fun to play. But the thing is, like with Spider-Man, I think it kind of falls into that same category where it feels silly, like just the way Spider-Man looks and everything, and the way you move around with the swings, like it's fun to play because of that. I think it's so silly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the thing with LGN era, and I mean, like the artwork and everything, like everything is beautiful for this game, like except the game itself. But the cover and I don't know, they're really good to put like horrible games into great packaging, But it's like I want to like it, I like that game. I think
No, I hear you, man.
I was sucker for Spider-Man, so in the first
play Back to the Future and stuff, like people would be like, "This is the worst game." And, I think some of those games do have, what would you say, like, I don't know, there is value to in some of those games, you know what I mean? Even if the control for them. Back to the Future is usually you gotta like flashback will get you, you know.
Yeah.
Spider-Man doesn't have that problem.
I never played that one, Back to the Future. I saw the, you know, all the infamous AVGN episode about those LGM game, but that one I didn't tackle it though.
Yeah. Well, maybe you'll give it a shot when you're looking at some of the other games.
Who knows?
I think S Cardinality just put up a new record for that game not long ago. It's pretty cool.
I think it was right before SGDQ.
Yeah, somewhere around there. But yeah, man, I look forward to seeing more Metroid from you, especially if you're gonna get into that. But definitely a lot of the other runs. You think you're gonna go back to like Mega Man 2 or anything like that? Mega Man?
I don't know. I ran Mega Man for, you know, all the classic games. I'm waiting for a 46 Robot Tournament on Speed Game, but, you know, a lot of people are talking about that, but never happened. But if there's going to be a tournament for that, that was my first tournament like 2 or 3 years ago, and that was so much fun. That I'm gladly going to go back to it. But except for that, I don't know. I'm kind of, you know, moving places. So, yeah, of course, going to go back to Metroid Train 2, and, you know, Big 20, that's a good thing. Like, kind of reminds you how fun it is to learn new games too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see if like the experience of playing other games, learning other games, just messing around with all the different timings and all that stuff. I always kind of feel like that helps you play better even in your own speed games. So maybe when you do go back to Metroid or Mega Man, you might find, you know, a little bit more success. You know, maybe
how to
better at the grind,
learn new things, how to approach things, especially.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean that's kind of cool. I think you know that definitely helps. So
yep. And you know, there's some games I'm not gonna play anymore for sure, like Mappy or like
Mappy.
Mappy for the. I think in this one sometimes Mappy is just like everything's always working the same except when it's not, you know, working the same. Like for some reason you're just missing an input or something, and after that it goes in your head and Mappy is just gonna you're gonna game over on that game pretty quickly. It kind of scared me in the into that run. And what else? Viper as well is really I don't know for it's my first Big 20, so but I felt like it was really punishing. I don't know for the other one.
Well, I mean, do you have any other last words that you want to say, Mazzy, or anything else that we haven't talked about that you want to get across?
Well, just want to say thank you to everyone who was my channel today for the support. Much love to everyone. JJ's and good luck to all the runners. And, you know, gonna watch the VOD, and it was really awesome. Good experience. Have a good one, guys.
No, GG, Mazzy.
Thank you, man.
Congrats.
Thank you. Bye.
See.
You know, and in talking about Metroid McFly, I just realized the two people commentating today have world records in the two most popular Metroid games.
Oh God! You know what?
I'm just getting a point out there.
I should have seen that coming, man. You know, like I am the Kraid Slayer. I'm Kraid Slayer 69 is my name, right? But
yep. Well, I am the fake Kraid Slayer.
That is. You know, I tried to erase it from my memory.
I know you put it in a different leaderboard just to get it away from you.
Try to get it away.
But you can't get away from it.
Man. Well,
I'm just saying, they're beautiful.
I mean,
yo, what's up, D-Rock?
What's going on, guys? How are you all doing?
Yo, man.
No, we're good. We're talking about stupid stuff.
Indeed.
Are we talking about Double Dragon and my 3 game overs?
Yes. That's exactly what he's talking
well,
about.
That's what we're talking about now. You game over 3 times in Double Dragon.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, well, let's forget about Double Dragon. How'd the rest of the race go?
Honestly, what happened in Battle Kid, right? It took me 19 minutes. I was at the 3rd checkpoint and I died and I accidentally hit end, so I had to start over from the beginning.
Oh no, dude.
And then, so after Battle Kid, everything was fine until Double Dragon, and then the wheels came off.
Was everything after Double Dragon also bad?
Simpsons was bad, and Power Blade was bad. Everything else was okay.
Okay, I mean that's pretty good. I mean, did you have any games that you finished and you were like, dang, that was actually really good?
I think I PB'd in Lolo, but
that's sweet. I mean, honestly, PBing on anything in the race is actually pretty awesome.
Well, Last Ninja, I mean, I really grew to love that game. Really, honestly did.
It's so silly because we've heard that so much today.
I love the music. The soundtrack's great.
I agree. Definitely top 3 soundtrack for the Big 20 games. My other favorite tune is the World 4 music for Felix the Cat. When he's rowing the boat through the ocean. I like that music too.
Did you like the game or just the music?
I like Felix. I'm actually probably going to learn the rest of Felix.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to think, did you learn any of the Big 20 games last time, or did you just decide to do Samson afterwards?
So what it was is me and Skateman are pretty good friends. So us and a few of our friends got together to kind of help him go through some of the games, and that's how I got to know Samson. And during our little strategy sessions for the game, I grew to love it, and I kept running it afterwards.
Okay, cool. No, because I knew you had. I had actually thought you had been part of the last Big 20 because you'd been playing Samson, were part of the community and stuff. But then Skate had said this was your first one.
Yeah, this was the first one. I watched the last one and watching my boy Skate finish 4th place last time, and I'm like, you know what? All right, let's throw the hat in the ring. Let's jump in there and see what happens.
You're like I'm better than Skate. I can do this.
I wouldn't go that far. I mean, dude's pretty consistent. Back-to-back 4th places. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'm just trying to start something. But no. I mean,
go at it.
I met Skate for the first time at SGDQ. He's a super super cool dude and really really good at games.
Skate's an awesome dude. Yeah, he's very good. I actually met him through Earthbound speedrunning, and we actually had a relay race at RPG Limit Break 2017 that involved 12 of us, 2 commentators, so 14 runners involved with this. And it was one of the funnest experiences of my life. It was me and Skate on the same team. We actually won. We actually won the relay by a good 10 minutes over the other 2 teams.
Nice, congrats, man. So, I mean, what were your overall experiences for this? Do you think you'll do another one?
Absolutely. I had a lot of fun. It kind of became a grind, but I mean, that's really par for the course when it comes to speedrunning. And but overall, I'd say the community experience and the games and learning the games was overall very positive, and I would definitely be down for another one.
That's good to hear. There were so many new names for this one. I feel like many more new people were in this one than the last one, and it's been really good to see. And I hope that. I mean, a lot of people weren't necessarily a huge fan of the blind game, but I hope that won't keep people from trying to do it next time. Because I'm sure, I mean, this was something that Best and Us decided to try, and I think it was a good attempt at something new, and I think they'll probably iterate into something a little different next time.
Well, when I was watching the reveal stream and I knew the first game was going to be blind, I'm like, all right, this is going to be good. And then it was Battle Kid.
Yeah. And also, Your Majesty just finished in 27th with a 447.58. So congrats, Your Majesty. GG. No, I mean, I know the blind game was rough for a lot of people. We've talked about that a lot. But no, I think the other 19 games I thought were actually really pretty balanced. When the games were announced, I was actually pretty down on them. I was like, wow, these don't seem like the best games. But then as I saw people playing them, I realized why Dexter and Bad Breaks picked them, because they were actually really good games. When you look across, I feel like this was actually a really good lot of games. What do you think, D-Rock?
Overall, I liked the game selections. There was a few I guess you could say Rotten Tomatoes in there, but I'd say overall the games list was really good. I really enjoyed Mappy, I enjoyed Lolo, and I think I might be in the minority on this, but I really enjoyed the Jetsons.
So Jetsons, I only played 6 of the games. Jetsons might have been my favorite of the 6. I loved it.
Absolutely, yeah. The controls are a little funny, but once you get past that, it's actually a really solid platformer.
Yeah, it was actually really, really good. I loved it.
But the one I was really excited about during the reveal was Mega Man 6, because I said to myself, I want to learn a Mega Man game, a Final Fantasy game, and a Castlevania game. So this kind of knocked out the Mega Man game. I'll probably learn the rest of it now.
No, that's good. I mean, I think people like to see that. Like when you actually like either play a game and then you fall in love with it and you want to race it or learn it, and then or if there's a game where you might play half a game like Mega Man 6 and then you're like, ooh, I actually want to learn the rest of that. Like, I mean, that's part of the reason I think these are done is they try to pick games that are really good and underrepresented that people might want to play. So I think that's awesome.
Yeah, I can definitely see that, especially with like something like The Last Ninja or even Codename Viper, which, I mean, I liked Viper until like the last week. Like during practice, I couldn't finish a run this week, and I mean, I ran a sub 20 today, and I don't know if I'd go back to it. I got a good PB, like I got a 13-19 Viper.
That's actually an insanely good time.
But as far as consistency goes, I never really could live up to it, and that was kind of a bummer. But in a game like that, I mean, I can see why though.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's tough. Are there any other thoughts you have? Anything else you want to say?
I'll just say this to anybody lurking in the stream right now: if you're thinking about trying this, try it. It's a blast. The community's great, and it's a lot of fun. Thanks for having me, Cove.
Yeah, no, thanks, D-Rock. Like, I do think that's actually a really good last point. Like, if you do enjoy playing NES games, like, it doesn't matter if you're trying to win. It doesn't matter if you think you can like finish faster than 3 hours or 4 hours or 5 hours. Like, we've had tons of people that have actually done the Big 20 as their first speedrunning thing ever. If it seems like fun at all, like, try it out. Like, everyone in the Big 20 Discord is going to be helping you. Like, it's a really good. I won't say it's the best entry point to speedrunning, because I feel like you should probably just start speedrunning one game if you're going to start speedrunning. But I feel like it's a really good environment to learn and to find a bunch of new games to play. So I think that's a really good point that D-Rock made. But thanks, D-Rock. And I think we're going to get Subcogitate in here next, maybe?
Yo, thanks, Cove. GG to everybody, and GL to the rest of the runners. Peace out.
Yep, we'll see you, D-Rock. Yo, what's up, Sub? And McFly, do you want to take this? I'll be right back in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure, man. No problem.
Hello.
Hello, how's it going, man?
It's going pretty well, thank you.
Feeling good? Feeling good? Happy with how you played?
I mean, no. I'm, you know, like I've been hearing a lot of people saying how happy they are with how it went. And, you know, I kind of want to do the same, but I can't because I'm so disappointed.
Right. Well, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with wanting to do better. Of course, especially in something like this where you're kind of challenging yourself, and that's kind of the point. Of course, if you don't really play up to your expected level.
Yeah, like I ended up yesterday. I ended up getting a run that was like 3 hours and 16 minutes, and my original goal was under 3:30, so I was super stoked about it. And then everything just exploded in my face. I should probably say that a different way, but yeah, no, I mean, still, even with the runs kind of going crazy, I'm happy I did it. It's a ton of fun. This is actually the second time I've run Big 20.
Mm-hmm.
The last time was the number 8, and I basically had a week to practice. And I practiced like a couple hours a day and ended up taking like 6.5 hours. So I mean, compared to that, I'm still pretty happy with how it turned out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you think about the improvement from 8 to 9, then just imagine how good 10 would be, right?
Yeah.
You know? I didn't see how you did in Battle Kid. Did you handle that one pretty decent?
It was okay. It took me, so I put a split down that was for like 10 minutes, and I ended up taking 20. So,
okay.
Yeah. It was rough, but I liked it. I thought it was a lot of fun.
Right.
I've done a mystery tournament before, and I kind of thought I would shy away from that from now on, because I really enjoy being able to show the fruits of my labor, with practice. And that being said, I thought it was kind of a cool idea to get everybody scrambling in this crazy game at the very beginning, and then as soon as you start seeing people get through that, everything will just clean up, and you'll start seeing people really start to move fast. I thought that was kind of a neat idea.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be the talk coming out of this. A lot of people maybe think it's a cool idea, but maybe the game wasn't the right pick, or maybe they just don't like the idea at all. Sounds like some people do like the idea. So yeah, it's always going to be kind of a weird thing. The hardest part about a blind pick is that could be people that have played it before, and then obviously they have a big advantage, or sometimes like the genre might just really suit a certain person better than others. So it's always a hard thing to do, because there's no way to really predict how it's going to turn out. So I mean, there will be plenty of feedback on it. We'll see what happens for the next one. But yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, I mean, was there any other game that outside of Battle Kid that you really were maybe happy with, or maybe a worst game out of the list?
Yeah. So I actually have a strong distaste for Jetsons. I've been hearing a lot of love for Jetsons, and I need to put that out there.
Well, Cove had to walk away, man. He's like the old dude. I don't know why he keeps defending the Jetsons, man. Come on. I mean, I'll agree. I think that one was probably the games I would pick as like, I don't want to play it, really.
Well, and people are saying once you get past the bad controls, it's a solid platformer. I would argue that for an NES platformer, controls are probably one of the most important aspects of the game.
Yeah. Oh, well, for sure. And I mean, it's just kind of slow,
Yeah.
We
could spend a lot of time talking about the Jetsons being a bad game, I'm sure.
Also, I know I'm late to the party, but boo.
Oh, come on, man. Come on. How about
no? I mean, I can understand how people wouldn't be happy with it. So
let's talk about the positive stuff, though. Like, is there a game that you're actually really, or like you would maybe play it some more, maybe work on your time?
Oh, definitely. The Last Ninja, it has a lot of quirky charm to it.
Mm-hmm.
I played the original Last Ninja on the Commodore 64 back when I was a kid, and I really liked it, but I had no idea what to do. And so then when I saw that it was going to be on here, and this is actually the Last Ninja 2, the port of the Last Ninja 2 on the NES, and I really like it. I thought it was kind of, it's I think it wasn't taken as seriously as it could have been, but at the same time, that's what makes it fun, is in my opinion. But
no, I agree, man. I think Last Ninja is the game that seems to be like the favorite of this list. I think it surprised a lot of people. Cove talked about this earlier, but when it was first announced, there were a lot of people like, oh, really? But then it's like, once you learn it, you play it, and you're feeling that soundtrack. It's like, man, it hits it,
Yeah,
it's great.
Definitely.
It's just one of those good, like, I don't know. I think playing the game blind would be a totally different thing. But when you're trying to learn it for the speedrun for this, I think that, when you know where to go and everything, I think there's a lot of fun to be had.
Oh, absolutely. Blind would be a nightmare.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, it's it's good to hear that. I'm a fan of the game as well. I'd like to play. I still haven't played it myself, but just from watching people, dude, that song gets stuck in my head all the time. Bleep bleep.
Yeah, that's a good one. They should put out a CD.
Yes, they should. I'm gonna request that for the Lanks drum stream. If it hasn't been done yet.
I do love the Lanks drum streams.
They are good. But yeah, man. I mean, I'm glad to at least hear you would consider doing another one, because even if you're not really completely happy with how you played, it's like you can always do better, right? Or maybe like the next list might.
Oh yeah. Definitely. I mean, the run itself was disappointing for me, but the overall experience of practicing and getting to know people was amazing. I mean, people are really awesome in this community as a whole, because I'm kind of just starting off as a speedrunner, and also like the Big 20 and the Best of NES group are a bunch of really cool people, and it's been great to get to know everyone. And overall, like the games are really fun. Like it's not just a best and worst game for me, because I actually enjoyed like every single game except Jetsons.
That's honestly good to hear though, because a lot of people like might have like 12 games that they actually enjoy playing and like 5 to 8 that they really struggle through. And so to have that many games that you actually do enjoy, I think is good.
Totally.
That's probably a good, like a nod to Dexter and Bad Breaks, because honestly, like we are like 200 games in almost now. There aren't that many good NES games, and for them to continually try to find great games and like games that they think everyone will like, that's not an easy job.
And finding a balance, because like in the order that the games are played, it has a nice flow to it. You're not doing the same thing over and over again, and it kind of builds up to this crescendo. Like having Ninja Gaiden 3 as the last game is pretty spectacular. But there's puzzle games, there's a little bit more restful type games. Even if you have learned some risky speed strats, it's still, like it's not all hardcore platforming all the way through. And I think that shows a nice eclectic taste, and it shows how much Bad Breaks and Dexter and all the people who organize this really care about the games.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't make everybody happy, right? Everybody's got their own taste in what makes a game fun to play, or what they good and bad. So there's always going to be that there. I mean, there's not really anything. Even if you tried to take like the top 10 quote like best NES games, you'd still have people that are like, I don't really like that game. So I mean, you kind of got to just do what you can with the whole thing. But I do like the fact that, well, there's a couple points to what you were talking about. One about the community is one of the best things about doing this is just that. I think that it's not only a way for you to meet a lot of other people to meet you, but also like that's just kind of how like people get noticed for their work, because streaming is hard, getting out there is hard. Stuff like this kind of helps get other people into the speedrunning community, and like you might play really well here, have fun doing it, people are watching you while you learn games, and now those people might continue to talk to you in the future, right? So I don't know, I think that's just one of the best parts about it, is that it really gets people involved. I mean, some people that are really big in the speedrunning community now started out with something like this, like Cove. I mean, you came out of nowhere on yours, right? Well, not like out of nowhere completely, but a lot of people really didn't know who you were. So,
no, and yeah, that's fine. I mean,
and I think that's just something that's really cool about it. I don't know. It's just, I don't really know how to really talk about it that much, because I don't do the Big 20s myself, but I do think that that's really cool, because it always is kind of hard out there, and sometimes you'll find a speedrunner that does put in a lot of work and is doing great things, but maybe they only have like 50 followers. So
yeah, I mean, I think I mean, not the last Big 20, but 2 Big 20s ago was like my first speedrunning event period. And like I was just getting into speedrunning, and actually the first time I ever saw anything about speedrunning was the Big 20 number 6. So like the spring of last year was the first speedrunning thing I ever saw. And I was just randomly on Twitch, and I went to Best in S and saw it going, and saw a cool kid destroy everyone. But I mean, I didn't even know. I was like, okay, there's some cool kid there, but whatever.
Yeah, he's a cool kid.
But no, I mean, it's awesome because it brings people in, and people can do really cool things as long as you have a good learning agility. You can do really, really well in these events.
Yeah.
You don't need to be somebody who can grind out world record times.
Right. And the other thing I think is really cool too is the ability to find games that actually, like Last Ninja is example here. You would not like necessarily just pick that game up and be like, I want to do a run at this game. But by joining this, and I don't want to say forcing you to play a game like that, but getting you to play the game, and then you might find a game that you really like, and that's something I think is really, really awesome. Because, otherwise, if you just stick to your own, few games that you want to play, I mean, you don't get to experience all that stuff. But also the fact that, like we were saying before, the agility or just the skill to be able to play all these games back to back and stuff like that. It is quite a bit different than just like playing one game and just grinding a game or a few games. So yeah, it's really neat, man. And it sounds like everybody so far, said they've had a good time, even if they aren't necessarily happy with how they time they got. So that's really cool, man.
If I can cut in real quick, Eat It Up just finished in 28th with a 5:05:07.
GG.
So, congrats, Eat It Up. Sorry, McFly. I wanted to get that in as soon as.
No, I mean I'm just talking whatever right now. It's all good. I mean I don't know if you guys have any other points you want to bring up. That's the way I look at it. I'm just saying I like the fact that there's things like this that really highlight what makes the NES speedrunning community so good. So.
Absolutely. And I'd like to reiterate what D-Rock said, because it's a really good point. If you see this and it looks like fun, feel free to try it. I mean, I came in on the last one and had no idea how I was going to do. It was just for fun, and everybody's very inclusive. And not only that, but you get to learn a bunch of games that maybe you didn't know about. And it's not really, it doesn't have to be about the competition, although that can definitely feed into it if you want it to. But for the most part, it's all about having fun, right? So yeah, please join.
Yeah, it's never too late to get started. A lot of people have just joined speedrunning in the last year, months, whatever, and there's people that can make an impact pretty quickly. Put up some really good times. It's like, wow, holy cow. So
well, thank you very much for having me in and for putting this all on. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, Sub, you did great. Like, congrats, and have a wonderful rest of your weekend, man.
Thanks, you too.
Oh, and apparently JKL mentioned that Eat It Up actually played the entire time with an arcade stick. I'm not sure if he was playing with an NES Advantage controller or if he was on an emulator or whatever, but that is actually pretty sweet.
Yeah, that is pretty sweet. Yeah, I'm just kind of scoping out what's left here. Man, I think it's interesting to point out that, it seems like everybody that we've been talking to so far, you've been doing a lot of the talking. It seems like everybody is pretty happy with the games list, even though, maybe they're like, I don't like Jets or something like that. But overall, people seem really to be happy with how it turned out. And that's pretty crazy to think about, because you really can't make everybody happy with your games list. You have to try to pull all these games together, and for everybody to kind of feel like this was a good experience for them, and that really says something,
Yeah, I mean, I won't like butter things up, but I feel like there was a lot of discontent with the blind game, and that was something new that they tried, and but I do feel like even though the reception of the blind game, or maybe even the particular blind game chosen, wasn't the best, like I do really like the game choice, and I'm sad that the blind game has made so many people so upset about the whole experience. I feel like I feel like it was still a lot of fun. I feel like regardless of how much time you put into this, if I put in as much time into this Big 20 as I did in the last Big 20, and then, like, let's say I did really bad in the blind game, I would probably feel pretty bad.
Right.
But at the same time, Like, I mean, this is just for, and I say this kind of with air quotes, but this is for fun.
Yeah.
And
no, I mean, I totally hear it, and I understand the frustration I have. I think that it's important, though, to understand that it's the first time it's happened. It's not easy to pick a blind game because you never know how people are going to do, who's played it before, who's going. You know, you want to make it like the point of it being a blind game is for people to try to show off their skill to like adapt to a game, to play a game blind, all that stuff. I think what's important, I guess, is that there will be discussion about it. I mean, it's been said in chat plenty of times. You know, feedback's going to be taken. They're already talking about it right now, actually, in Discord. And you know, people are going to get to talk about what made it good, what maybe it was, or you know, what if there was something good about it, or what made it bad, and should it be done again? You know, so those discussions will be had. I guess it's just kind of disappointing if you see people maybe being rather toxic about it and saying like this was the worst thing ever. How could you do this to people and stuff? There was no intent to like ruin somebody's day or anything like that, you know. So at least be mindful of that if you'd like to give feedback on, you know, maybe thinking it was good or bad. There's definitely a place to do that if you want to join the Big 20 Discord or the Best of Nest Discord.
Yeah.
And like I said, yeah, that discussion's. So whether it was good for some people or bad for people, I mean, that's something that will be talked about. So, but I don't want that to necessarily be the only thing people talk about because so many people actually played really well. And I kind of feel like if all you ever talk about is the blind games, then you're not really talking enough about people that actually played games really well today, the other 19 games.
No, I mean, I completely agree. Like there were a lot of people that we interviewed even that were like, this is my first one. All I wanted to do was finish. And they're getting like, I think there was even one of those in the top 10. And like just seeing how well people did like was really, really good. It made me feel actually like really, really good.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, and the whole thing with blind games is that I do think it's a good idea. It's off because, man, like even if you would have picked like, I don't know, like let's just throw a game out there. Like you picked like Raisins, right? Like if you were playing in there and the blind game was the Raisin, well then somebody's gonna be like, dude, that's not fair because like Cove's gonna kill it, you know? I mean, you can't make everybody happy with that kind of thing because there's always gonna be somebody that has played the game before or something like that. You just can't predict that, you know?
Yeah, but at least you get to be playing Raisins then.
Yes, at least then you're playing the best game.
I'm sorry, the California Raisins is unequivocally one of the best NES games. But it technically was never released, so it's not an NES game.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I'm sure that discussion will be going on for quite some time. And, you know,
I just
like I said, I just like to focus on like the fact that some people still played super well. Like if you consider what Cats did, I don't remember how long it took Cats to play Battle Kid, but the fact that she even came back and did so well after that, it's like holy cow, you know?
Yeah, I know she didn't do well on it, but yeah, she destroyed the other 19 games. It was really good. It was really, I don't know, heartwarming is not the right word, but I'm going to use it because I'm not good with English. It was heartwarming to see her like be able to kind of come back and really do well in those other games.
Right. Yeah. Man, look at Infinite Mystery still on City Connection. Man, I love watching IM play games. But hitting these cats, dude, oh my god. Freaking cats. I need to go play this actually. City Connection.
No, I mean it's a tough game. Like if you watch NES Cardinality or Lack Attack play this game, it looks like the easiest game in the world. But then you actually start it up and you wanna break your controller because it's actually the hardest game in the world.
Right. Oh man, I was just thinking about when we talked to Massey, talking about how much he loves Spider-Man. It's like that game. Oh man, there's something weird about that game. I think it's so funny. It must just be the graphics, you know, just the way Spider-Man runs.
Yeah, no, I mean, screw the guy. Like, it looks like a fat Homer Simpson dude. The game is janky. Like, I haven't played it. A lot of people like it. I'm sure it's fun, but it looks really janky. You cannot get around that.
Yeah, no, you can't. I was trying to figure out what's going on B-Boy's stream. It looks like maybe he's messing with something. Like I saw a timer maybe go past his screen.
I don't know. I mean, he's moving again.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird.
I mean, maybe he's trying to figure out how to do the level. I mean, I think Lolo is like game 10 or something. So I mean, he's halfway through. He obviously, if it's 5 hours through, he's not somebody who's practiced everything a lot and is really. It might be like a semi-blind thing. He might be trying to figure out the puzzles as he goes.
Yeah. Who knows? Yeah.
So I mean, I like at this point you get into like someone like Magic K who's still going. Like, I know he is definitely practiced the games. He's trying to finish. But if you get to somebody who's halfway through now, I mean, it might be a semi-blind thing. And I know, like, obviously Infinite Mystery on the top right does all of these mostly blind. I think last Big 20, he spent about 24 hours on Q*bert and then decided to give up. Oh, we actually have Your Majesty. How are you doing, dude?
Oh,
I am doing great.
How long have you been in here?
I was just now at it, like
10
seconds.
Sweet. Then I don't feel nearly as bad because McFly and I are just chatting about what's happening. So, how did you think it went today?
Well, I thought it was good. The blind game was all right. I'm not gonna say it was good or bad, but for what it was, I think it was decent. Practice went a lot better than my race did. Just put it that way.
Was this your first Big 20?
No, this is probably my third or fourth, but I think this is my first one I completed.
Oh, well, congrats.
Yeah, thank you. Which was my goal. I forget which one the first one I joined, but I know one of them had Marble Madness and another one had Badminton. Both of those I forfeit because, well, I couldn't pass either of those games.
Yeah, I think Marble Madness was number 7, and Badminton gosh, that might have been even number 5. I don't know.
Yeah. So like the first one I got in because I saw Toad was doing it, which inspired me to join that one. And I saw Darkwing doing the other, so I joined that one. So that's the reason why I joined. This one I joined because I saw JSR and Darkwing also trying it. So I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and try it. But unlike the other Big 20s where I just jumped in and like practice and whatnot, I made a deal with myself that if I could beat all 19 games before the race, then I would join it. Otherwise, I wouldn't join.
No, I think that's awesome. Like we usually, most of the people that we talk to and interview and stuff, they're people who know they're going to do it. They spend, upwards of 60 or 70 hours a week doing this. It's nice to hear also from the people who probably literally just join it to say, hey, can I finish?
Yeah.
And so like I think it's really nice to hear why you picked it up or how you picked it up.
Yeah, like I said, I know like Darkwing and Arcus and Prissy. I know most of the top runners are going for like either the best time or top 5 or something. So I'm not really trying to compete with top 5. I'm more or less trying to see if I can complete all the games, because that in itself for me is a I would say is a decent goal to have.
No, I think that's a great accomplishment for a lot of people. How much time do you think you actually put in this month to be able to finish all the games?
You mean like in total, or like for specific games?
Like if you could guess in total.
For practice, I'm not sure. I want to say at least 100 hours.
Okay, I think that's very reasonable. Like to be able to finish all the games in 100 hours reasonably is actually pretty decent.
Well, and this one was 5 weeks, right? If I remember.
This was 5 weeks, yeah.
So I mean that's 20 hours a week on average. I mean that's a good amount of time.
Yeah, so like the very first time I played through all the games, I think Jetsons took me like 3 hours, I think. Like very first time, like playing it blind. Spider-Man took me about the same time. Like most of the games took me, all the hard games took me about 2 to 3 hours. But I grew up with like Ninja Gaiden and Mega Man 6, so those like my first time was around took like 30 to 40 minutes. So, like the games themselves weren't bad, but it's just that the time it takes to like not really practice, but to get better at.
Yeah, I mean, I think just back to the point of like how much time spent and everything. I actually kind of wonder how much time is the average amount of time spent on things like this, because you always hear about the people that can spend 60 hours a week or something like that, right? And it's like, well, what about the people that can only spend 10 hours?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm actually kind of curious though, because I don't know. I don't know what the average amount of time is for things like this. It's really, really something I'd like to look into.
Yeah. Well, I guess for me, I spent like most of my practice like on other games, like Spider-Man. I want to say Spider-Man was one of the games I didn't spend that much time on. I will probably say out of all the 100 hours, probably like 5 hours or maybe 10 hours.
Right.
Whereas The Last Ninja, I probably spent twice as long.
That's because you love The Last Ninja so much, right?
Well, when I first saw The Last Ninja, I just started laughing. I thought the game was terrible. But as the weeks went on, it actually became one of the easier games to play. Whereas the Jetsons for me was the hardest.
Jetsons the hardest, you said?
Yeah, because well, for me, the wheel level I had trouble with, and I just kept dying on the I guess conveyor belt or the Indiana Jones like spot. At least that's what I call it.
The Indiana Jones.
Yeah, so when you're running away from the cog.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think Jetsons is the pick that I except for Cove, obviously. I think Jetsons is kind of one that most people are like, kind of maybe not the most fun to go through. Was there a favorite game you had as far as like learning a new game?
I'm probably in the minority here. I'm gonna say Viper and Ninja Gaiden.
What? Dude, you are probably the first person to say Viper was your favorite. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
Like
See,
I
that's
really
one of that people I think were kind of like saying they, not that they necessarily don't like the game as much, but maybe just they wouldn't go back to.
Yeah. I grew up with Ninja Gaiden, the American version, and I remember playing Viper like bits and pieces. So when I saw I had like I want to say like a flashback, but it felt like I've played the game before.
Mhm.
So it's like, okay, I have to play this big 20. And like my first run of Viper was like 40-ish minutes, but I managed to get down to like almost sub 18. So I wouldn't say Viper is hard, but is very punishing. But in my opinion, I think Viper is probably one of the funnest in the lists.
Yeah, well, and man, that soundtrack too, so good, so good. It's kind of a game that caught me by surprise. I had, well, I think I had maybe seen it once. I think I saw Mother Brain play it before, and yeah, I always thought it looked like an interesting game. But getting to see it this event, yeah, it kind of makes me want to play the game. Like it looks like a solid game.
Yeah, Ninja Gaiden, like I said, I grew up with it, and when I saw it on the list, I was like, okay, I might gain some time here, but big 20, so I'm not going to go for top 10 or whatever. But my first practice run of Ninja Gaiden, I got almost sub 20. So
nice.
Yeah, like I said, I grew up with the American version. And there are like a lot of differences between the American and Japanese version.
Mm-hmm.
One of the more noticeable things is certain enemies are missing in certain levels, or they're a lot easier.
Yes. Yeah, that makes a big difference. I mean, if you're familiar with the hard version, then this is gonna feel pretty good to you.
Yeah, not to mention the enemies do a lot less damage.
Yeah, everything in the game I think does half damage to the US
crazy, man.
In the American version, I believe everything does 3 damage. I think.
Or no, I'm just saying everything in the JP version does half of the damage as the US version.
Oh, I see.
And so I'm not sure how it rounds down like odd numbers, but it does half the damage roughly.
Yeah, I mean, and it's interesting to know that you obviously felt comfortable playing this game for the finale, because usually the last game is usually a pretty big game, and this game could be one that when it got announced, people were like, "Oh man, I'm gonna have to put a lot of time in to really practice this one."
Yeah. Let's see. I think if I was to say most hated game or game I struggle with the most, it's funny because when I first started playing the list, I had games where I liked and the games I hated, and as the weeks progressed, that list kind of switched. So like Jetsons, well, yeah, I would say Jetsons was relatively fun when I first started, but I just started getting worse at the game, I guess. I don't know, it's kind of weird.
Like, what do you mean? Like, you feel like you got worse?
Well, as far as like games I were expecting to be fun or decent, I found that I was having trouble with those games, like the Jetsons.
Right.
And it was mostly because of the jumping and the slower pace of the walking.
Yeah, I hear you. I think that's valid. I mean, I would probably feel the same way.
Yeah, whereas games like Viper and Ninja Gaiden are more fast paced.
Yeah, so it's like a mindset thing, like the mentality of it.
Yeah.
I kind of feel that.
Yeah, and though I won't say it was my favorite, I would say The Simpsons wasn't that bad. It's another game I grew up with, so I kind of knew how to play it and stuff. So, but if I was going to like blind, I would still say it's one of the more decent games on the list, at least to me.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I think so too. I mean, the thing is, everybody's always going to have their own taste and all that stuff, so that's what makes these lists so hard to put together. But I think that, yeah, occasionally you run into a game like that, and it's just kind of like, wow, this ain't so bad, I was kind of thinking, I'm looking at Spider-Man again on stream right now. And this game just cracks me up so much, man. Like, certain games just kind of make you laugh, dude. And for some reason, Spider-Man does. Like, how did you feel about Spider-Man?
When I first played Spider-Man, I struggle with it. I could not get past the first level, and I was feeling hopeless. But as the weeks progressed, I started getting better and better, and like Spider-Man became one of my fastest running games. Like, I believe in the race, I got a 11 minutes in Spider-Man. So,
I mean, that's not bad, especially if you're not expecting an amazing time.
yeah. Well, I went from like hours to hours on Spider-Man to, almost sub 10. So, granted, the controls are bad. The game itself is, I would say, once you learn what you're supposed to do and how to play it, it's easy. Kind of like Viper.
Yeah.
Because like Viper, I feel Viper is easy. You just have to take RNG into consideration.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Viper is one of the games where there's always going to be RNG, but if you can, there are ways you can minimize it. Like if you know that there can only be 3 enemies on screen, you can try to keep 1 or 2, or if you're lucky, 3 enemies behind you, so you know that not that many things can spawn in front of you. And so even if there are some ways that you can kind of get, I don't want to say screwed or something, but like if you can get unlucky, there are ways that you can get around.
Yeah.
If you know the mechanics of the game.
Yeah. Overall, most of the games, once I figured out how to like beat them, they became a lot easier. Except for Jetsons, though, like I said, all the games became a lot easier than Jetsons because, well, for me, like with the jumping and stuff for the Jetsons was my biggest issue.
Yeah.
But all the other games, I managed to find a common ground in overcoming them.
Right. Would you say that you enjoyed the list overall, though? Or was Jetsons
Overall,
not bad?
I would say I enjoyed the list, though I think over time I was feeling I wanted to get it done and over with. I guess burnout from all the practice.
Yeah.
Though I can't say I practiced like more than, let's say, Arcus or Prissy or something, but it was starting to like, I guess, get to me in terms of all the practice.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I mean that can definitely happen. I mean that's why a lot of people that watch these events, that's one of the reasons they don't participate is because of that kind of grind, like practicing so much within a short time span and all that. And some people, will struggle through it and be like, okay, I'm gonna keep going, and some people would just be like, well, I just don't want to do it, So I mean, but that's definitely a thing. It really is, especially if some of the games can be really frustrating to you, like, and you don't like Jetson. You gotta force yourself to play a game that you don't really want to play. I mean, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be rough. But it's cool though that you said you had played Ninja Gaiden 3 and Viper and all that stuff beforehand too, because those were definitely 2 of the bigger games here. So that probably at least made you feel pretty good coming into it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think that it's cool to see. Like, did you get to at least talk to a lot of new people from doing this, or like meet new runners that were also participating?
I watched I went into other people's streams to see how they would play a certain game like Lolo. I found was an interesting watch since everyone had their own kind of strategies. And I would say Lolo, Viper, there's like a few games on the list that had different strategies, but were still enjoyable to watch. See how other people reacted to the situations I was in.
Yeah. It's been very interesting, just listening to people talk about like, their take on it, after the fact, right? Whether it be about like, the learning process or the grind or anything like that, the games lives. Yeah. It's really crazy to me that, or not like crazy, but just it's interesting to me that people have so many different perspectives on everything. If there was one thing that you would, I don't want to say like one thing you would change, because that's like a loaded question, right? Like
improve.
But I mean, was there any one thing that you would be like, wow, I would have enjoyed it so much more if this?
I would probably say, but I'm not sure if it would be possible, or perhaps if you were able to, let's say, skip a game if you're having trouble, but like skip a game, but you have to come back to it later.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure if that would be, how that would be taken into account.
It's an interesting idea to skip, like to change the order of games.
Yeah. So like one of the things when I was learning the 20 games, I was having trouble with some of them, and I was wishing I could I was doing full runs, full practice runs, and I was wishing I could skip the Last Ninja, let's say. I could skip it for last, and then I can work on Felix the Cat, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it would just be really hard to see, like, if people were allowed to do that, like, how would you really, you could definitely tell, like, if you had more people researching, like, who's in the lead technically, or in the current placings, but without being able to really just see, like, what game people are on and stuff, that would really complicate that whole process.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, I agree. It would be complicated, but on a practice like setting, it would probably make games easier to learn, or I don't know. It's just like a thought.
No, I hear you. I mean, it's always nice to get feedback after these things. I mean, that's like I said earlier. I mean, I think the Discord's probably going to be flooded with the whole blind game discussion for quite a while. So I don't want like other suggestions or anything to get completely lost.
Yeah.
But no, I mean,
like I said, the blind game was interesting, but I feel for someone that wasn't going for like top 10, it was surprising, but it didn't like make or break the game, the list for me. It was just take it at face value.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the way it really should be looked at. Because if you're gonna join an event where you're playing the 20 games, chances are some of those games aren't going to be your specialty. Like if you're really good at side-scroller shooters, you're probably not going to have a whole list of side-scrolling shooters. It's just not going to happen. So it kind of, one of the cool things about doing these game lists is that it kind of gets you to play games that aren't necessarily your style. Because I mean that's how you get better at it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the whole thing about like challenging yourself to get through it.
Yeah. Though I am glad there wasn't a game like Batman on the list, because I spent like 4 hours on Batman and I couldn't hit a ball a single time, and it was very frustrating.
Yeah. No, I hear you, man. I mean, I think if I was gonna say I don't want a game on, say it's like. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not even gonna throw a game out there. Overall, I think this list is pretty good, though.
Yeah. Well, I would probably say either no. Well, I would probably say either no sports games or no games that like have a really sharp learning curve, like like Batman.
Right.
Like I honestly felt all the games I've seen so far on the Big 20, that was probably the hardest to learn. I don't know, because like a lot of people struggle with it from what I remember.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we try to at least have games that are like, it's okay to have some challenging, but you don't want that's so much that you for expecting people to get through in the short period of time that you learn. It's like we're not putting Battletoads on there and stuff. I mean, maybe Battletoads could appear in a list, but with a certain goal or something. That's why it's also good to have like not every game is beat the game that you can at least say, well, maybe you just do this part. Like you can get to beat the first 3 levels or something. So yeah, there's good ways that you can take a game and tweak it to, like, twist the goal to make sense for this. But I see what you're saying about like the sports games. We had tennis in the last one, and that one had a lot of variation as well. Because some people could, get a really quick time, and then some might lose a lot of time from those small mistakes. So yeah, those games are hard. But you're saying you wouldn't want like Tecmo Bowl?
Well, I mean, as far as sports games, I think my favorite one was probably something like Double Dribble or something. It's not like it's hard or it's easy. It's just I guess it's somewhat in between.
Right.
And I guess the goal will be like score 50 points in 10 minutes or something. I don't know. Something like relatively, like not necessarily beat the game or,
Yeah.
Something of that magnitude.
The Tecmo Bowl one cracks me up because it's really just like, just run around with the ball for a couple minutes and then score a touchdown right before time goes out.
Yeah.
It's funny. You should watch Nest's run of that. It's pretty. Is Cove still in here? Cove?
Yeah, I'm good.
I want to ask Cove, like, what do you feel about sports games?
I grew up on Tecmo Super Bowl. I grew up on Baseball Stars. I grew up on Baseball Simulator 1000, which I thought was the coolest because you could actually make team members, and like you had like a certain number of attributes to put into each, into your entire team. So I'd make like one dude that could bunt and get a home run, and then I'd make another dude that could just like hit it 8,000 feet. And I thought it was cool as a 10-year-old. But I don't know. I mean, I thought it was good. Also, Magic K1 is finishing up with a 541-24. So congrats, Magic K as well.
I grew up with Major League Baseball, or that's what it was called.
Also, Kirby Puckett was really good at MLB. Like just Major League Baseball, he was really good. And then, of course, he took a hit to the face and ended up passing away. But rip Kirby Puckett. Sorry, I'm from Minnesota. I love the Twins. I will die with the Twins. I was gonna say I'll ride or die with the Twins, but I mean they're always bad, so I'll just die with them. But
You'll just die. Okay, good. Oh man.
But yeah.
But no, I do love sports games. I think they're, as a whole, I think they're pretty bad speed games, but I like them as games to play.
Yeah, but like I said, something like, I mean, it's a big 20, and there's only so many sports games out there. So, on the bright side, from most of the games that I assume they'll only be on one Big 20 list. So,
yeah, I mean, outside of Metroid, which has been in 3 Big 20s and a Big 10. I mean, if you take out the Big 10, Metroid's the only one that's been repeated.
Yeah, well, I mean, for a game like Metroid, like if it's like Metroid or Zelda or Mario Brothers, and it's kind of, I'm the kind of person who's like, sweet, I don't want to say like a repeat, but a new goal or something. It's refreshing to see a game that everyone knows or everyone's played before.
And you have seen beat Kraid, beat Ridley, and beat the game.
Yeah. So maybe something like grab 10 missile tanks or something. I don't know. That's one thing about Metroid I like, because you can have multiple goals for the game.
I'm gonna keep pushing this across just because I know McFly hates it, but you are talking to 2 world record holders from Metroid.
Oh.
No, because I just
you know what, I have no comment. I'm gonna change the subject here. We have a question, guys. A question in chat. Your guys' thoughts on Defender of the Crown being included?
I'm going to let Majesty go first, but I'm going to go second, and I have a really definitive answer on this.
Okay.
Well, being a runner of Defender of the Crown, when I first played it, it took me a while, but once I figured out how to play it, I thought it was a really cool addition. I'm honestly surprised people had trouble with it. Like, granted, it's like heavily RNG based, but it's very manipulative, I guess. So it's essentially, however you want to play it is how it's going to play out, I guess, is the best way I can say it.
Okay.
So, like,
yeah, go ahead, finish.
I was going to say, in the race, I got, it took me 11 minutes because I had bad RNG, but my PB in Defender of the Crown was 4 minutes. So, it's kind of game where it can take really long or it can be really short. So that's how I feel certain games should be, but that's just me.
So I think there is a way that if you reset for either the 4 income bottom right spot or the 3 income bottom left spot, I think there is a way that you can play safe and get at least a 330 every single time you play, no matter what. And it kind of amazed me that people were always resetting and trying for perfect RNG all the time. And I'm not sure if a lot of people knew about the 4 income perfection route. I know Yogi knew about it and told me about it pretty late in it, but there are ways to make it so there's almost no RNG. And yeah, you're not going to get world record at a 230, but you might still get a 3 minute every time. And so I think if people would have went for more trying to figure out more consistent ways, they would have had a lot less issues with it.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of my take on it too. It's one of those things. Well, how risky do you be? I kind of like when games have that kind of variability. People can risk it all. People maybe try to go, it's a little bit of risk, and maybe some people just go slow, but it's very consistent. I kind of like that you get to make that decision, but at the same time, I can understand games that are that random. I don't know. It kind of makes it really difficult sometimes because even if you weren't trying to be too risky, you could just have extremely bad luck. But I mean, bad luck is part of it. It's part of every game, right? And so, well, maybe not every game, but you get the idea. So that's kind of my.
Also, we have Prizzy back in for a comment. Apparently, what's up, Prizzy?
Hey. So about the Defender of the Crown thing. In my interview, I said it's super scary. It's scary because of the troll part, because I never explained myself there. Because sometimes you can actually lose 6 or 10 soldiers within 2 seconds. It's super strange. Happened to me in 4 rounds before, and I thought I was safe with 25 soldiers, and then suddenly you just lost 10 soldiers in 5 seconds, and I was like, what? In Defender of the Crown, it's actually really not that bad. You can either, what Yogi said, you can take the middle castle route, which is the 4 income, and it's super safe, and you can, if you want, you can just buy more soldiers after the second castle, or you take the fast route, which is also safe because there's a way to avoid the attack. Sometimes you get attacked, but you can just go back to the castle and you can buy your stuff in the castle and you'll never get attacked, and you basically just do the right route again. You just go right and then you go to the left corner at the very end. So it's really not that bad to get a solid. I reset it twice, I think, and I still ended up being having a 333 in my full run. So
yeah,
it's really
I was gonna say you have a 2/3 per chance to be able to get a 330 maximum, pretty much.
Yeah, I just find it scary because sometimes you get trolled and it's random.
It is very, very random, but I feel like there are always things you can do to not die. It would take unreal RNG to actually die with one of the 2 safe routes.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. But
yeah, and after a month, after playing Defender of the Crown, you should have like knowledge about the game, enough knowledge to survive any outcome in these 2 routes. Yeah, definitely.
But you're prissy. That's different.
Hey, Rupee.
No, I mean that is true. He is prissy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, I mean, prissy is also hello. Prissy is also like give prissy a blind game and he'll, get a PB in it or something, or be on a record pace, in a few days.
Yeah, I mean, Barbie's a bad game though. I don't enjoy Barbie at all.
Barbie was fun.
You think?
I feel like Barbie's a perfect Yogi game. Yogi likes slow platformers like Widget, and Barbie's about the slowest platformer you can get.
Oh yeah, it's so slow and you just hold right the entire time. And then at the end you just mash and it's, I don't know.
I'm waiting for Yogi to say he hates it, but then
honestly,
it's slow.
Honestly, I found Barbie more enjoyable than Power Blade. Power Blade I felt was so very slow.
I like Power Blade. I think it's a very easy punishing game. Very punishing if you mess up, but overall not too bad. The clips are a little bit rough, in my opinion. And stage 4 is pretty rough, with the platforms especially. But other than that, I don't know, I enjoyed Power Blade, actually. I think Yogi's favorite game was Double Dragon. I was watching him doing Double Dragon, like, for 6-7 hours in a row.
His favorite game, really? I wouldn't think of Yogi as a beat 'em up dude.
I don't know. I just feel like he really enjoys that game. What do you think?
I mean, he might, but
what do you think? Which game would be his favorite? Codename Viper?
What do I think? Yeah, I think Viper was probably his favorite game in the whole list.
On the whole list, I would say my favorite was, well, I really liked Mega Man 6 for, 8 Robot Masters. But I would probably say Ninja Gaiden was my favorite.
You should learn the rest of Mega Man 6. It needs more runners. Like,
you should.
It is for how great of a game it is criminally underrun.
I was so happy to see Mega Man 6 in this list. Not any other Mega Man. Because like Mega Man 3 is like popular enough. There are a lot of people on the leaderboards already.
No, there isn't. Don't say that.
Yeah, but I was just really happy to see Mega Man 6 on it because it's like the most overlooked Mega Man in my opinion.
No, it is, and I was kind of postulating with Terex. I think part of it is because the SNES was already. I think he made a good point. Part of it, I think, is because people didn't like slide canceling in it. But whatever the reason, like it is a really, really good game, and I didn't even give it a chance before I started learning it last month, and it's super fun.
Yeah, like, well, for me, because I started speedrunning with Zelda and Mega Man 3, so I'm kind of biased. But the hardest thing for me, with Mega Man 6 wise, is the sliding. Like, I don't have trouble with any other slides from Mega Man 4 or 5, but sliding in Mega Man 6 just kills me. So I have runs of Mega Man 6, but my times are like 1 hour and 10 for the full game.
Yeah, I find the slide canceling at first kind of tricky and hard, but once you get it, it feels really good actually.
Yeah, I think it's funny. I think a lot of people like to reverse direction cancel. I prefer to double mash A.
Double mash A.
Like,
the A cancel?
Yeah, like jump, like A.
Yeah.
Like,
Actually,
I prefer to do that more so than opposite direction.
Interesting. So that's actually safer for you than the turnaround?
I have no idea whether it is or not, but like I just I it feels better to me doing that.
Oh yeah, it feels better for me too. But it's a little bit scary in my opinion.
I don't know, Majesty. I think we're gonna wrap it up. Do you have anything else you wanted to mention, or Prizzy again after Majesty?
Oh, can I do a shout out?
Yeah, of course you can, man.
Okay, I wanted to give a shout out to Darkwing for giving me. There's like a part in The Last Ninja, crossing the boats. I game over. It's been a few hours because I couldn't get past the very first boat section, and Darkwing more or less gave me a tip, and I passed on the first try. So I just wanted to give a shout out for that.
No, I mean Darkwing is somebody that's been around this community a very, very long time, and we love Darkwing and appreciate everything he does.
Yeah, Darkwing got me into speedrunning, so there's also that.
How about you, Prizzy? Anything else for a last moment?
No. I was just.
You just wanted to come back in for.
I actually
just
want to go leave again and let you guys do your.
Okay. Well, GG again, Prizzy and Majesty. You guys did awesome. Thank you again for letting us interview you. It was a lot of fun.
Thanks. GG, Rupee.
All right. Thank you. GG to you too, Prizzy.
Thanks.
So, guys, how's it going?
It's going good. We've had a good day.
Yeah, you've been killing it for these 6 hours here. Really good commentary, like throughout the whole race and everything. Shout outs to you guys. Really good work. And just want to point out also to everyone in chat that about the blind mystery game. We've taken all your feedback and it's been noted. Don't worry about that. So, and I'm not gonna talk anything more about that. I'm just gonna say that we're gonna look through how if we were to have like a blind game again, how we can do it differently and all that. So, I mean, can always be improved in how you do it and everything. So we tried something new, and this is how it turned out. Sadly, but that's how it is. And we've taken all your feedback, and we're gonna make something even better after that. So, but enough about that. We have upcoming events, like the Best of NES Marathon in like a month. And we're really excited about that. And we still have our game submission open. So just click in on that and submit your world record game, of course. That's the theme we're going with again this year. Only world record games. We might ask certain runners if they want to do certain games that hasn't been submitted. So, but we're gonna look through that also when we have like the complete list in. And we've also already picked the theme for the next Big 20. And that's actually something someone said in the chat, and we're actually going to have a best of Big 20 to have like a little anniversary. Nice. Because it's the 10th time. So we're gonna have like the best games that we had previously. Well, I don't know, maybe not all the best games, but like choose one of our favorites from the past 9 Big 20. And someone also said that we could have like a community vote, like on which games. I mean, that's not a bad idea. And but we're gonna talk through about that. We normally have, I think it would be around March or something. The next Big 20, I think. So pretty hyped about that also. So that's gonna be a good Big 20. And what else to add? Yeah, again,
I mean,
great work, McFly and Cobb, with the commentary. You killed it today, and congratulations to Prissy with the win, and Jogi with only, what was it, 13 seconds behind. That was sick. They were like neck and neck through the whole race, it seemed. So.
Oh yeah, it was a great race. Man.
Yeah,
really well. Do you mind if I mention something about the event that could possibly be coming after? Best
Oh yeah,
Mass Marathon?
yes, please hit.
Yeah,
hit it.
so I guess we'll probably send out something. Maybe we'll make a tweet out about it or something. But so if anybody's familiar with the previous events that have happened, Pass the Torch, we're planning on doing another Pass the Torch event. If you're not familiar with that, what that is really is instead of doing individual marathons like Big 20, it's actually a relay race. So you have a team of however many players, and then each player gets to play one game on that team. And so you actually go through a games list that same way, but instead of you playing all the games, you have a team playing those games. So it's really cool. I think a lot of people really enjoy doing those, and we haven't had one for a little while. So I think we're planning on probably having that after, maybe like the month after the next marathon. So maybe November, December. I don't know. We still have to kind of work out the date thing and stuff. So we'll send out more details actually when we finalize some of that stuff. We have a few ideas for the games list too, but I don't think we're ready to really share exactly what that would be. But if that's something that you'd be really interested in doing, we'll probably look to get like the registration up for that maybe around the time of the Best in Nest Marathon. That way you guys have like a good month or so to maybe plan for that. But yeah, so if you're kind of interested in doing something like this, but maybe it's not really your style to learn all the games and practice all these different games, maybe that's just something you don't want to do. Maybe it's up your alley to do Pass the Torch. We need to work out a few of the things, I think, about how many teams and how big the teams would be and stuff like that. It really just depends on how much interest there would be. So if you are interested in doing something like that, feel free to go into the Discord and just post up about it that you would think that would be something really cool. Because if we can kind of gauge the interest of like how many people would maybe be interested in participating, then that kind of helps us plan ahead for how many teams or how big the teams need to be or games list, stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, that's something to really look forward to. Hopefully we have some details coming really soon.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really fun.
The previous Press the Torch events has been real fun to watch, and they've been really close also. So definitely something I look forward to. Definitely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, picking a games list out for that one has been pretty fun too. We've had some really good ideas. We're trying to go with a certain theme, not just completely random games. There will be a theme to it, but yeah, I don't know. We've had some good talks, so we'll keep trying to iron all that out. But I think the next few months, if you think about, you had the Big 20 here, you got the Best in Nest Marathon, you've got Pass the Torch comes back, all this stuff. I mean, it's just good stuff coming, man. Always good to have all those events coming from the community. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, and we're gonna let everyone know through Twitter, Discord. Join it if you haven't already. So once everything is like figured out, we're gonna let you guys know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's actually everything we have for today. We actually gonna close the stream. We said before that we're gonna have the stream like 6 hours in. Close it 6 hours in, and we have reached the end. That
was fun, guys. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Dexter and Bad Breaks, for allowing me to commentate with McFly. I know it was a ton of fun.
Thank you, guys. We can't we can't have that Swinglish on Best of NES stream. That doesn't work.
All right.
But yeah. Anyway, thank you everyone who watched. Thank you all the runners who practiced for this event. It's been a lot of fun seeing all the practice, and we've seen, I don't know, was it like 1 or 2 world records during this practice?
I know Cats got Last Ninja and Skateman got Mappy. Those are the only 2 that I know of.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean,
Spiriel took Mappy back, but Skateman did get it.
So yeah, that's awesome. So again, thanks everyone for watching, and have a good one, and don't forget about Best of NES Marathon coming up in 1 month. Thank you.